Hello? Helps if I move my microphone into place, doesn't it? Where's my audio? There we go. Um, I need to get rid of something real fast here. There we go. Okay. I had to re-add my camera to the system because yesterday my old USB hub burned out right at the end of the stream. I mean, literally about 10 minutes after the stream ended, it burned out. I had to go get a new one. And for some reason, I had to basically re-add everything to the system that was plugged into it. And the camera was the most wonky of the three things. But it looks like it's finally back up and running. It had me scared. In fact, I was still working on it about 10 minutes ago. That's why I'm a little late. So what's going on here today? It's D-Day, June 6th. The original D-Day was in 1944, during World War II, of course. It was the Allied invasion of the European continent. It was staged out of England, the southern coast of England, and it went to the northern coast of France, Normandy. There was a great deal of German defenses along the invasion zone, and a great number of casualties were taken that day. But we ultimately prevailed, moved inland, and then a little over a year, around a year later, the war was over. What I want to do today is go over the beaches, what happened at each one. A lot of people only know of Omaha Beach. That, of course, is the most famous. That's where the 4th Division landed and took the most casualties. But Utah Beach was also very tough. And there are some adjuncts to this with the paratroopers, both U.S. and UK paratroop units. And so we want to go over that. So with that said, now let me just say, I was going to just play some clips of D-Day, talk over them. Two things wrong with that. One, I would have cried my eyes out. I'll guarantee you right now, I'm probably still going to cry a little bit. It's going to happen. I always get very emotional when I talk about soldiers. There I go. When I talk about soldiers and they're giving their lives for our country and for the world to make it better. For any soldier, for that matter. Doesn't matter if they're American or not. And second of all, YouTube would have probably pulled down the video for showing clips of war. You know how they've been about that over the last few years. So this way I figured it was a nice scrubbed way of doing it, but still bringing it all home. So let's get to it. The first beach here, the far west of the invasion zone, was Utah Beach. And as you can see here, a majority of that was the 82nd Airborne dropping behind the beach defenses to try to take certain key bridge systems and causeways to keep the Germans from bringing in tank reinforcements and troop reinforcements to bolster their already pretty strong defenses on the beach. So, Utah Beach. The westernmost of the D-Day beaches, Utah was added to the invasion plans at the 11th hour so that the Allies would be in striking distance of the port city of Cherbourg. In the pre-dawn darkness of June 6, thousands of U.S. paratroopers dropped inland behind enemy lines. Weighed down by their heavy equipment, many drowned in the flooded marshlands at the rear of the beach, and others were shot out of the sky by enemy fire. One even hung from a church steeple for 2 hours before being captured. Those who landed, meanwhile, often found themselves outside of their designated drop zones. Forced to improvise, they nonetheless succeeded in seizing the 4 causeways that served as the beach's only exit points. On Utah itself, U.S. forces landed more than a mile away from their intended destination, due in part to strong currents. Luckily for them, this area was actually less well protected. "We'll start the war from here," U.S. Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt Jr., the son of former President Theodore Roosevelt, shouted upon realizing the mistake. By noon, his men had linked up with some of the paratroopers, and by day's end, they had advanced 4 miles inland, suffering relatively few casualties in the process. Okay, now we come to second to the right, moving from west to east. This is Omaha Beach. Surrounded by steep cliffs and heavily defended, Omaha was the bloodiest of the D-Day beaches, with roughly 2,400 U.S. troops turning up dead, wounded, or missing. The troubles for the Americans began early on, when Army intelligence underestimated the number of German soldiers in the area. To make matters worse, an aerial bombardment did little damage to the strongly fortified German positions. Rough surf wreaked havoc with the Allied landing craft, and only 2 of 29 amphibious tanks launched at sea managed to reach the shore. Let me interdict here. By saying they didn't reach the shore, that means they sank. Some of these tanks were not able to get any closer to the beach than outside of about 20 feet of water. They were supposed to float, but the seas were very rough, and it turned out that they were not that hard to capsize or swamp. Some of the crews got out, some crews didn't. It was a very dangerous assignment. To continue, U.S. infantrymen in the initial waves of the attack were then gunned down en masse by German machine gun fire. The carnage became so severe that U.S. Lieutenant General Omar Bradley considered abandoning the entire operation. Slowly but surely, however, his men began making it across the beach to the relative safety of the seawall at the foot of the bluffs, and then up the bluffs themselves. What follows here is a true act of heroism, by the way. Assistance came from a group of Army Rangers who scaled a massive promontory between Omaha and Utah to take out artillery pieces stashed in an orchard, and from U.S. warships that moved perilously close to shore to fire shells at the German fortifications. By nightfall, the Americans had carved out a tenuous toehold of about 1.5 miles deep. Okay, let's move over to Gold Beach. Now, this is the first beach that was not taken by an American force, but this was a UK force. Let me just put in here for just a moment. During World War II, the UK had approximately 5 million men in uniform. Now remember, they weren't just waiting to invade Europe. The UK had men fighting in northern Italy, in northern Africa, in India, the India-Burma theater, on ships in the Pacific. They were everywhere. They were truly trying to maintain the empire that was the British system at one time. Remember the old phrase, the sun never sets on the British Empire. At one point in time, that was exactly true. But now there are approximately 150,000 UK men and women in uniform. Imagine that. Okay, Gold Beach. Owing to the direction of the tides, British troops began storming Gold, the middle of the 5 D-Day beaches, nearly an hour after fighting got underway at Utah and Omaha. The Germans initially put up robust resistance, but in sharp contrast to Omaha, an earlier aerial bombardment had wiped out much of their defenses. British warships also proved effective. The cruiser HMS Ajax, for example, a very, very famous British warship, by the way. The cruiser HMS Ajax, for example, displayed such pinpoint accuracy from miles away that it apparently sent one shell through a small slot in a German artillery battery's concrete exterior, the military equivalent of a hole-in-one. On shore, meanwhile, armored vehicles known as funnies cleared away minefields and other obstacles. Um, I don't know if these are exactly funnies, but one of the vehicles that they're describing as mine clearers basically was a huge thrashing armored or like a kind of like a tank or a tractor, a combination of the two. I'm getting that wrong, but basically what it did was it had a very large drum on the front, and that drum had affixed to it dozens and dozens of chains, like flails, and it would move forward, and the drum would rotate, and the flails would beat the ground as it went forward, and it would set off any mines that were buried under the sand. Um, and I believe they hit with enough force to not only trip anti-personnel mines, but also anti-tank mines. Because remember, an anti-tank mine takes a lot more weight to set off than an anti-personnel mine, because they don't want to waste them on people walking over them. They want to wait until a tank hits it. So these funnies, at least in this instance, may describe this flailing equipment that I'm describing now. Within an hour, the British had secured a few beach exits, and from there they rapidly pushed inland. They also captured the fishing island of Arromanches, which days later became the site of an artificial harbor used by the Allies to unload supplies. Okay, now we're at Juno Beach, and this is the one beach attacked by Canadian forces, the 3rd Division Canadian Infantry. At one point, there were over 1 million U.S. Forces alone in Great Britain waiting to stage for the invasion. I don't remember how many Canadians there were as well. There were quite a few. So just imagine one aspect of that force, 1 million strong, and it gives you an idea of the amount of logistical nightmares that were involved in keeping this secret and then getting everybody there. It's just amazing. At Juneau, Allied landing craft once again struggled with rough seas, along with offshore shoals and enemy mines. Upon finally disembarking, Canadian soldiers were then cut down in droves by Germans firing from seaside houses and bunkers. The first hour was particularly brutal, with a casualty rate approaching 50% for the leading assault teams. In the confusion, an Allied tank inadvertently ran over some of the wounded, stopping only when a Canadian captain blew its track off with a grenade. Other Canadians lacked any tank support at all. After fighting their way off the beach, however, German resistance slowed immensely, and the march into the interior went quickly. In fact, the Canadians advanced further inland than either their American or British counterparts. Though they didn't quite meet their objective of taking Carpiquet Airport, they captured several towns and linked up with the British on adjacent Gold Beach. By the way, my French is non-existent, so I'm probably butchering these names, and I do apologize. And last but not least, the British 3rd Division attacked Sword Beach, the most easternmost of the beaches. Sword Beach. Around midnight, British airborne troops, along with a battalion of Canadians, dropped behind enemy lines to secure the invasion's eastern flank, just as the Americans were doing near Utah. Within minutes, they had taken hold of Pegasus Bridge over the Cayenne Canal and nearby Horsa Bridge over the River Orne. Other airborne troops destroyed bridges over the River Deves, or is it Deves? Probably Deves, to prevent German reinforcements from arriving, and also took out a key German artillery battery in a bloody firefight. The British then landed on Sword at 7:25 a.m., around the same time as at Gold, but before Juneau. Although moderate fire greeted them, they soon secured beach exits with the help of the funnies. Moving inland, they connected with the airborne units, but faced relatively strong resistance in farmyards and villages. In a late afternoon counterattack, German forces made it all the way to the beach in one location, only to be turned back. The Allies would not be able to unite all 5 D-Day beaches until June 12th. Let me just say one more thing here. Let me get a quick look. Yes, the camera is right in the way of this one part of this part of the map. Right here, the 6th Airborne Division of the UK. They had the exact same problems as the 82nd Airborne for the U.S. did. Very high winds, very deadly anti-aircraft fire, and flooded areas that were designed to make it difficult for paratroops to move through the areas. Um, and they landed in an area supported by German tanks. They had to fight their way out of that and then get to their objective. Not an easy thing to do, as you can quite imagine. But everybody did their job heroically. And they saved Europe and possibly the world. So remember that today. If you see a veteran, shake his hand, shake her hand. And I recommend, instead of saying thank you for your service, you say, never forget. Because that's what it's all about today. Never forgetting. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, let you all gather your thoughts, and then we'll get started with the George Toscas testimony. I'll be right back. Okay. We're back. Two reasons for the panel on the left being a shot of one of the Omaha Beach advance. You can see that this is Omaha Beach by, if you look into the distance there through the smoke and clouds, you can see the bluff. That is indicative of Omaha Beach. Okay, so if any of you chatted during that preamble and I missed it, I apologize. I don't think you did, though, but I forgot to leave the chat, or pop the chat out, I should say. And I couldn't have left it up anyway. It would have been hidden behind the text. But I just now grabbed it and I didn't see any chats on it, so I guess we're good. All right, so where do we go from here? Well, we get into the more prosaic part of this channel, which is reading these transcripts released by Representative Doug Collins of Georgia. And this particular one is from the Executive Session Committee on the Judiciary, joint with the Committee on Government Reform and Oversight, which is what we've seen for the vast majority of these, is a joint investigation, and they're interviewing George Toscas. Who is George Toscas? George Toscas was a DOJ lawyer at the National Security Division. And as we saw from yesterday's testimony with John Giacalone, he was one of his main contacts with, as the interviewers like to say, the department, as opposed to the Department of Justice. But he was one of his main contacts. So Toscas would have been helping to provide the marching orders supplied by Loretta Lynch down the chain to the mid-year exam FBI team, telling them, you've got to look for intent in order to prove this. In order to charge this, you got to find intent. And that's what she told through her people, John Giacalone, who we read yesterday. And I initially thought Giacalone was actually dissembling when he talked about how he knew he needed to find intent when intent is nowhere in the statute. But there was a section in the questioning near the end of the second round of the Republicans' question period where I can't remember if it was Parmenter or who was the other one? Breitenbach. But it was Breitenbach Democrat. I can't remember now. Anyway, it might have been Parmenter. It might have been Baker. But he one of them asked a question that was so to the point and cut through all of the crap. Pardon my language. And the question was basically, what do you know about the statute that you were working under that the DOJ had given you your guidelines for investigating? And Giacalone is not a lawyer. He was never a lawyer. And so he didn't even know the name of the statute, which is 18 U.S.C. 793F. He was actually confused when the interviewer asked him if intent had not been put on the table by the DOJ, if he would have investigated the Hillary differently, investigated the email scandal differently. And Giacalone, to my recollection, said, yes, I absolutely would have. He was a pawn. He was an absolute pawn. The DOJ took advantage of a very brilliant, earnest man who knows one thing, and that's to do his job to the best of his ability and to make the people around him perform in the same manner. He wasn't a lawyer. That was his downfall. They used him. And when I read that question and answer, I realized all of my earlier comments about him basically not telling the truth were completely almost slanderous to him, if not slanderous. And I apologize. I apologize then, and I apologize now to Mr. Giacalone. If any of your family or friends or neighbors ever, by some odd chance, come across that video and they hear the first part of it, but they don't hear the last part, I pray you contact me, and I'll give you my complete and total supplication. Okay. What to expect? I think the Republicans are going to hammer away at Toscas about the whole intent thing, and they're going to have a pretty good time of it, I imagine. And the Democrats are going to rehabilitate, throw out some Trump tweets against Loretta Lynch. Excuse me, I never did get this piece on my mouse fixed, and it's probably going to come off today, and there's nothing I can do. Haven't had the time. Anyway, so they're going to rehabilitate Loretta Lynch, which is going to be very difficult. Yep, it came out. And rehabilitate Toscas, rehabilitate the Department of Justice, and the FBI probably, and then go after Trump for his tweets. That's how I see it. Let's see how right we are. So, interview of George Toscas, Thursday, August 16, 2018. And remember, all of these are going in chronological order. And the questioning commences at 10:01. We're already at 10:26, so I've put myself in a big hole, but we'll make it up when we go to lunch. Oh, just one more thing. I'm going to read till about 3 and then assess where we're at, because this is 173 pages. I should be able to finish it at 4 with no problem, but if we get to 5 and I'm still not done, if it looks like we're going to get to 5 and I'm still not done, I should say, then at 3 o'clock, I'm probably going to call it, and we'll finish it up Friday at starting at noon, like we did last week. But we'll see. I think I can finish it if I could just shut up and get on with it. Okay. Now, again, this is all boilerplate. I'm going to skip through quite a bit of this. George Toscas introduces himself, Deputy Assistant Attorney General at the National Security Division. Zachary Summers introduces himself. He's Majority Counsel for the House Judiciary Committee. And now everybody introduces themselves. Arthur Baker, Investigative Counsel, House Judiciary Committee, Majority. Robert Parmenter, Chief Counsel for Crime and Terrorism, House Judiciary, Majority. Deep Budharaju, House Oversight, Mr. Gowdy's staff. Megan Green, House Oversight, Majority. Michael Koren, House Oversight, staff member for Mr. Jordan. Emily Green, legal assistant to Mr. Jordan. Ms. H, I'll never be able to pronounce that name, House Judiciary, Minority Counsel. Janet Kim, House Oversight, Minority. Tori Anderson, House Oversight, Minority. Elizabeth McIlvaine. Yes, that's it, McIlvaine. That's a new one. Let me start over again. Elizabeth McIlvaine, Judiciary Staff, Minority. Okay, we're back to Mr. Summers. Going over the guidelines, they'll proceed in rounds, 1 hour at a time for each round. Taking a break at the end of each hour. Now I'm going to just roll through this. You can pause as you need to read it. We're going to introduce Toscas' counsel. That's Brad Weimsheimer, Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Associate Attorney General, excuse me, please. Summers continues. And again, pause if you need to read it. Let's see, false testimony, criminal prosecution, and that it's being transcribed, and that the investigation is not to be spoken about. It's under confidentiality. It applies to everyone in the room, and that's the end of the preamble. Toscas has no questions, so now the time is 10:08, and we will begin our first hour of questioning. And the Republicans start off, of course, because back then they were in the majority. So we'll start with Mr. Baker. Now you'll see this says Baker, and then Q, A, throughout. Q will be Baker, A will be Toscas. At times I may forget who the questioner is. If that happens, I will just say Q or question, so I don't start throwing names out there willy-nilly. So if that happens, now you know why. So, Baker. Good morning, Mr. Toscas. Good morning. For today's appearance, did you review any documents to prepare for your testimony today? I looked through the IG report, which obviously has a thorough accounting of not only the investigation, but the review done by the IG. Okay. Did you speak with anyone to prepare for today's interview? With the gentleman here with me today. Okay. You have indicated your title during Mr. Summers' opening. Could you just briefly go through your career at the department, how long you have worked there, different positions that you have had, the career track that ultimately took you to where you are now? Sure, happy to. I grew up in Chicago, Illinois, not too far south of me, and I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, went to college and law school in Chicago, and was fortunate enough to serve in an internship or an externship, never heard of an externship, in the United States Attorney's Office in the Northern District of Illinois. I pretty much knew I wanted to be a prosecutor early on in my life, so that was sort of the track I was on through college and law school. I got done with law school and was very, very fortunate to obtain a position with the Department of Justice through the Attorney General's Honors Program, which is the way that the department hires new attorneys and judicial clerks. So basically, people without legal expertise yet. And so I started in 1993, almost 25 years ago, with the Department of Justice Criminal Division. I was a trial attorney for a number of years in the General Litigation section and in the Terrorism and Violent Crime section, and eventually the Counterterrorism section, sort of morphed from one to the other over time. And I eventually moved from a trial attorney position. I became a counsel to then Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division, Alice Fisher. I think that was in 2005 or 2006. And then, at the end of 2006, when the National Security Division was stood up and all the national security and counterterrorism functions that were in the Criminal Division moved to the National Security Division, I moved along with that portfolio and was a senior counsel again in the front office of the National Security Division. I was also considered to be a counselor to the Assistant Attorney General for some period of time before I eventually became the acting Deputy Assistant Attorney General, then the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Counterterrorism and Counterespionage. And my duties within my position are to supervise and manage the nationwide portfolios for counterterrorism cases and counterespionage cases. And within the counterespionage realm, it is essentially true espionage, old school espionage, as we know it. I know you have been with the Bureau for a long time, as well as mishandling classified information and things of that nature. Okay, I have to take a quick break. Okay, we're back. Just had to take care of something. It's over now. Okay, Baker. Okay, so you are what is referred to as a career prosecutor as opposed to a political appointee. Yes, I'm a career prosecutor. Could you just very briefly describe the distinction between the two categories of employee? I don't know if I'm well suited to fully describe it. Obviously, folks who devote the majority or a large portion of their career to public service in a variety of settings can be considered career public servants. If you are at the Department of Justice and you are a prosecutor, you are a career prosecutor. That means that your tenure spans the various political changes through the government at the national level, as well as within the Department of Justice. Obviously, the Department of Justice has many, many thousands of career employees, and with every change in DOJ administration and political administration, we have the benefit of working with political appointees throughout the process. My direct boss is a political appointee, the Assistant Attorney General, and as a career employee, your tenure spans, as I said, many different political changes, as opposed to a political appointee who obviously serves at the pleasure of the person who appoints them, in this instance, the Assistant Attorney General, for example, appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate. And then below that level, I'm not really sure how the political appointments work, but obviously I believe they are called Schedule C political appointees within the government who don't go through a confirmation process, but are nonetheless serving at the pleasure of the political leaders at the time. I guess I wasn't quite done. There we go. Toscas continues. So like I said, I have worked with members of both major political parties who have been in charge of the department and the country, and that is the life of a career employee. In the position you occupy now, what is your daily responsibility? What are you responsible for? Yeah, so all of the counterterrorism work that is done in the department obviously is done on a local level by the United States Attorney's offices around the country. We have the counterterrorism section within the National Security Division, and it's the counterterrorism section's job to manage and coordinate all counterterrorism cases in the country. And so I am the Deputy Assistant Attorney General over the counterterrorism section in all aspects of the counterterrorism section's work. I am also the deputy within the office of the Assistant Attorney General that supervises the Office of Justice for victims of overseas terrorism. This is a small office, but an important office that helps victims, U.S. citizen victims of terrorist attacks overseas. So they are cases that are not prosecuted by the U.S., but may be prosecuted or handled by foreign justice systems. And this office helps United States citizen victims navigate their way through those foreign processes. And my role used to be, I managed or supervised what used to be the counter-espionage section, which is now the counterintelligence and export control section. I am no longer the DAAG over that section. We have another DAAG. We restructured a few years ago, and we have another deputy who manages the section. I have maintained, however, through that transition, supervision of one portion of the counterintelligence portfolio, and that is espionage, true espionage, and mishandling and leaks cases, so leaks of classified information. That's one of the longest answers I've ever seen outside of John from yesterday. Now, Picasso Knows came through earlier. I missed it. Again, Picasso Knows, feel free to use an @ to get my attention. An externship is a temporary training program in a workplace, especially when offered to students as part of a course of study. Sounds a lot like an internship to me, but hey, they can call them what they want. They're the feds, right? Back to Baker. In your current position at DOJ and in other positions that you have had, would it be fair to say, in addition to interacting with other entities within Maine Justice, you also have had occasion to interact with the law enforcement components of the Department of Justice? Yes, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned, obviously, a significant portion of my job has to do with interacting with the FBI as the main investigative agency in the country and the agency responsible for all counterterrorism investigations involving U.S. victims, obviously. So there is constant interaction with the FBI as well as other members of the intelligence community. Okay? You are familiar, or are you familiar with a case I believed the FBI named at mid-year exam? Yes. Please don't ask if he knew why they called it mid-year exam. Please. Okay, back to Toscas. Yes. And what was your role in mid-year exam? When did you become aware of mid-year exam? I'm sorry, my mouth is clicking terribly and I can't get it to stop. When did you become aware of mid-year exam? After the intelligence community inspector general made a referral to the FBI, I believe under Section 811, so an 811 referral to the FBI relating to former Secretary Clinton's use of a private email server and the potential that classified information was contained or transmitted through that server. The FBI opened an investigation into that referral, and I was the senior career person supervising the team of prosecutors that investigated that case. Who at the Bureau would you have interacted with? Did you have a main person that you interacted with? How did that work communicating back and forth? Over time, the Bureau personnel changed. People retiring and being promoted and moving on. So the personnel changed over time. But do you want me to list some of the people that I interacted with? Sure. Randy Coleman, who I believe at the time that I became aware of the investigation and became involved in it, was the assistant director of the Counterintelligence Division. He eventually moved on, and Bill Priestap took over that position. I believe Bill took over towards the end of the Clinton investigation. John Giacalone was the executive assistant director for the National Security Branch, so NSB over at the Bureau. He was the EAD, executive assistant director, at the front end of it, and I believe at the end of it was Mike Steinbach was the EAD. Andy McCabe was the deputy director. At some point, he transitioned into or became the deputy director at some point during the course of the investigation. I think he meant to say Andy McCabe was the acting deputy director, and then he became deputy director, something like that. Back to Toscas. So I would have interacted with all of them. I also interacted with Pete Strzok, who I'm not sure what his title was at the start of the investigation, but he was one of the deputy assistant directors within the Counterintelligence Division. Redacted, who sort of led the analytics side of the investigation, I believe. So there were FBI attorneys also that were involved. Redacted was an individual that our team interacted with frequently. At some point along the way, Lisa Page, who I think an assistant or a counsel to Andy McCabe, she became involved. And when I say became involved and had interactions, if we had a meeting, for example, there was an attempt to have sort of a regular meeting. I'm not so sure that it ended up being on a weekly basis, but we would gather at FBI headquarters and sort of, with our team and the FBI team, discuss the next steps, what had occurred up until that point, sort of snapshot of where we have been and what are the next steps and what next needs to be done. So over time, those, I believe, are generally the people that we interacted with. Okay, Mr. Summers steps in. Could I ask you a clarifying question? So you are the top career DOJ official from the beginning of the mid-year exam investigation? From the beginning. From the beginning of NSD's involvement in it, yes. Was there any component of the department, besides the FBI, involved in the mid-year exam investigation before NSD got involved? Other than the Deputy Attorney General's office, if that, Summers interrupts, was the U.S. Attorney's Office involved? And Toscas interrupts, oh no U.S. Attorney's Office was involved until Summers interrupts again, Criminal Division, Toscas, I don't believe so. It's hard for me to say, and I gotta just, let me break mid-sentence there. The Republicans, I have noticed, love to interrupt. They want to keep the witnesses' answers short and sweet. And they will constantly cut off the witness. The Democrats, on the other hand, want to let them soliloquy on. Now, Giacalone yesterday, he was allowed by everybody to answer to the fullest extent he wanted to, except one time. One time he was interrupted by a Republican that he struck back on. I'm not saying he was only interrupted one time. I'm saying one time he struck back, and he said very, very succinctly, do you want to let me finish my answer? Or will you let me finish my answer? Very straight and to the point, like everything else Giacalone did. And it was a thing of beauty. I hate people interrupting other people, and I am extremely guilty of that. I really am, and it's a big character flaw. So I wish the Republicans would cut it out. I mean, they make Sean Hannity look patient. Okay, so Summers, Criminal Division, Toscas, I don't believe so. It's hard for me to say before we were involved. I think at the beginning of the investigation, there was some question about who could or should be involved because there may have been some questions flagged about potential need for recusals because there were different people in email chains that were involved in the investigation. But that, I think, was quickly resolved by the Deputy Attorney General's office, and once NSD was brought into it, which I don't believe took very long, but I can't say for sure how long that period lasted. But once NSD was brought on board, John Carlin, who was then the Assistant Attorney General for National Security, sat us down and said he wanted to lead our team's efforts, and essentially directed me to conduct the investigation. Not that this type of direction is needed, but specifically directed that, follow the evidence wherever this goes. Yeah, except you have to follow it towards um, intent, and you can't go anywhere else. Back to Toscas. It is an important case. It is an important investigation. You know, whatever you may need, obviously, we are here to make sure that the resources that you need and other assistance that is needed in the investigation are there. But follow the facts wherever they go. And the way he designed it was that I would be the lead career person on it. Back to Summers. Okay, and then you mentioned people you worked with, and you mentioned Deputy Director McCabe. But I thought you also, were you indicating that he was involved in the mid-year exam investigation before he became the Deputy Director? No. At some point during the course of the investigation, he became the Deputy Director, and then he became directly involved. Before that, I don't think if I remember correctly, he was the number 3 at the Bureau, so I think it is called the Associate Deputy, or I don't know the exact title, but I think it is the official at the Bureau that sort of runs the administration or the admin part of the Bureau. So he was in that position, he became the Deputy Director, and only then was, as far as I know, did he become involved in this. Mr. Baker. You mentioned some of the FBI attorneys that you were dealing with. Did you interact at all with James Baker, the General Counsel? Yes. Sorry, I should have. Thank you for reminding me. Obviously, Jim Baker, as well as, and Trish Anderson. And we don't, I think I already read Baker, actually, but Trish Anderson's coming up. Jim Baker was the general, back to Toscas. Jim Baker was the general counsel, and Trish Anderson was, I don't know if she was the deputy general counsel, but that's ultimately the title that she obtained. So occasionally we would interact with them as well. Was there any one person at the Bureau that was sort of at your rank that you would reach out to when you needed something done inside the Bureau? I mean, you certainly dealt with the attorneys when it was illegal. Was there anybody that was your liaison contact, for lack of a better word? You know, with the transition at the Bureau, it is hard to say at any particular time who it was. I think that it was a close enough group of people that, depending on what it was, I would interact at times with Redacted and Struck, and at other times I would interact with Randy, although for whatever reason in my own mind, I think Randy's transition happened pretty quickly, or maybe we just didn't have a lot of interaction at that level. And then he eventually moved on. I think he became the EAD for Crim Cyber, or ultimately, when Andy became the deputy director, I would talk to him directly as well. I didn't see it as a, opposite number type of investigation. It was sort of, because it was being handled specifically at the Bureau, it was sort of a tight, small group, and we had a small group, and I don't know if there was ever a time when there was a specific opposite number for any one of us. Also, obviously, because of the way the thing was being managed by me, sometimes were issues that were more at the deputy assistant director level, in which case I or David Loftman, our chief of CES, or our prosecutorial team, could handle that, interact, or we would do it together. And at other times we needed to elevate it, or just, frankly, have discussions with leadership. I also have interactions with bureau leadership, obviously, for a lot of other matters and other regular meetings, and if there were interactions on the heels of those things, it wouldn't have been out of the ordinary either. You just mentioned that it was being handled specially or at the Bureau. What does that mean? Yeah, I guessed he meant that it was a headquarters special. So we'll see what we got here. Toscas, yeah, just that it was an investigation being run out of headquarters, which I think that is a deviation from, the normal type of case that would be assigned to a field office or would be generated from a field and investigated from there. And I think even in the IG report they referred to it, and maybe that's where I got the word special from. I think in recounting sort of the way it was opened, they referred to it in that way, I believe. So I apologize if I'm using a term that I shouldn't have, but I think that's where I got that. Excuse me. Sure. In your tenure at DOJ in any capacity, are you aware of any other cases that were investigated from headquarters as opposed to a field office like this one? Well, ultimately, I think that this was handled by a field office as well, because WFO, the Washington field office, was the one, I believe, where they assigned or brought people from WFO to actually work the matter investigation, dude. Although I have to defer to the Bureau on the admin and management of that. But in the counterintelligence area, I would say it would not necessarily be uncommon for headquarters to play a lead role in investigations, because in a counterintelligence investigation, sometimes it's not obvious where the thing is going to settle. If there is activity going on that the counterintelligence division becomes aware of, it is not necessarily clear up front, for example, that an activity occurred in a particular district or a particular field office. And as a result, investigations in the counterintelligence area, I believe, and I would have to defer to my partners in the Bureau, but I believe it's more common for investigations to reside in headquarters, at least for some period of time, and sometimes for a lengthy period of time, based on the counterintelligence activity that they are looking at. Again, a very long answer. These long answers make these pages take a lot longer to read because there's not so many breaks between questions and answers. So we are going to go slowly here. So in summary, it's not, from your experience, it's not unusual that you would see that kind of investigation headquarters centric, maybe not exclusively. You indicated Washington Field became involved at some point, but it wouldn't be unusual to see headquarters being more involved in that type of matter, you indicated, because you are not really sure where it is going to settle, what field office would ultimately be the office of origin. Yeah, it didn't seem unusual to me at the time, and now, as I sit here, it doesn't seem unusual to me. But I have a hard time answering your other question of, do I have a particular example of another case that was run this way? I don't think I do. As I sit here, I can think more about it, but there was nothing about it that stood out to me as unusual or something that would be harmful or not beneficial to the investigation. You gave a pretty extensive list of some of the Bureau people that were involved, and you indicated that Mr. Carlin selected you to be sort of the point manager for DOJ's team. Who else is on the DOJ team? Excuse me. Going through tea like mad here. Toscas. Within the Department of Justice, below me you had David Loffman, who was the chief of CES, and then we had two attorneys within CES. I'm assuming we can get into names here because this is not public, but otherwise I would not like to disclose names. Redacted was our deputy, one of our deputy chiefs in CES, and Redacted was a line attorney in CES. She is now currently the deputy. Redacted has left, and she has become the deputy, but at that time she was a line attorney. And then we had two EDVA AUSAs, that's the Eastern District of Virginia, Assistant U.S. Attorney. I'm sorry, back to Toscas, who was the chief of the National Security Unit, and Redacted, who was, I believe, their deputy criminal chief, but a longtime veteran. Both Redacted and Redacted were longtime veteran prosecutors. We had a team of 4 attorneys, and that included Redacted as a deputy within CES. The people that were assigned to the U.S. Attorney's Office, did they come up to Main Justice for the duration of mid-year, or did they work from their regular office? They came from the Eastern District of Virginia, so I think the goal was to go with the local office so that we could work together. He's interrupted, sure, continues, without travel and things of that nature. Again, it was unclear where an investigation like this might settle venue-wise, but a decision was made to ask EDVA to help us out with the case, and those were the 2 individuals on the team. It is my understanding, and as well, filled in the blanks a bit, reading the IG report, that, and I would defer to the, I beg your pardon. Let me back up. It is my understanding, and as well, filled in the blanks a bit reading the IG report that, and I would defer to the IG report on this, but they also consulted with their criminal chief and Dana Bente as the U.S. attorneys during the course of this investigation for certain investigative steps or just to bounce ideas off of, I guess, or get guidance. And in some instances, Dana Bente, as the U.S. Attorney for some of the actions, actually signed off on some of the things under the USAM. I think there were some requirements for U.S. Attorney's approval, and AUSA had got Dana's approval for certain of those steps. Mr. Summers steps in. Why the Eastern District of Virginia? Again, just because it was local, and it could have been D.C. or Virginia. I don't think there was anything in particular about. We have a good relationship with both offices, and at the end of the day, we just decided EDVA would be good. The IG's report discusses that Dana Bente may have had some issues with it being assigned to the Eastern District of Virginia. Were you aware of those? Yeah, I talked to Dana about that at the time, and I think it is reflected. The same type of statement is reflected in the IG report. I think essentially, as the IG report lays out, Dana's question was, well, I'm not really sure we have venue in EDVA for this. From our standpoint, we didn't know where venue would eventually settle, which sometimes in investigations, and I think I mentioned this just generally in some of the IG, and it's reflected in the IG report, in cases like this, the counterintelligence cases, as I said, it is not uncommon for the Bureau to hold it for a while at headquarters or to investigate it out of headquarters initially. The same may go for us, because we don't know what the venue may be. So in this instance, I understood what Dana was saying, but we didn't think that venue necessarily was going to end up in EDVA, but we understood that if you can help us, if your attorneys can help us, in addition, not only help with the actual case, the day-to-day review of the case, and review of the evidence, but also have a place from which we can serve process. Ultimately, we want a district involved to be able to do that. It made sense to have someone close by, but with the understanding that if a case is developed, a prosecutable case is developed against anyone, the venue may be someplace else, and you'll either come with us and help us with the case, or if you don't want to, that's fine too. But it was basically understood up front, this isn't a venue selection, it's a selection of one of the local offices that we could work with. Okay. Baker. At a very high level, and I'm sure we're going to drill down into this a little bit deeper later, very high level, your team at DOJ, the Bureau's team, did they get along? Yes, I believe we got along. I'm always more optimistic about our relationships with investigative teams because my entire career I have loved working investigations. It has not always been the friendliest of things through my career, but at the end of the day, you're sort of working toward a common goal, working together. You're the only people in the world working on some particular matters, and it creates a bond. So I would say that, professionally and personally, you definitely develop bonds. But as is common with relationships between prosecutors and agents, there's always some tensions as well. And we had our share of those in this case, but to me, it didn't seem like they were any more serious or numerous than any other sort of headbutting that you might have in other investigations. So my view was there was definitely some bumps in the road, but like family members, at the end of the day, we are all in it together and fighting for the same thing and going for the same goal. Not in this instance, George, if I may add. Okay, back to Baker. The tension between investigators and prosecutors is not unusual, is that correct? I don't think it is unusual. It is pretty common, and I have seen obviously great relationships survive those spats during the course of investigations. Sometimes you are friends with the people you investigate cases with, and sometimes you're just professionally friendly. It can depend. But here I thought that there were definitely some bumps in the road, but I still believed, professionally we have maintained great relationships throughout. And that tension or bumps in the road between prosecutors and investigators, that is not necessarily detrimental to the outcome of a case. It is often healthy. Toscas. Sometimes it can be very healthy. If you might disagree on something, it causes you to chew on it a little more and consider the other person's position, and sort of the debate in and of itself can be helpful. And there is other types of tension that's just is that's tough. And that's what it says. There is other types of tension that just is unhelpful. But here I saw this as a very typical and normal type of back and forth between agents and prosecutors. Baker. Was there any one person at the Bureau that was kind of the lead investigator on it? I mean, I know there is a whole team, but is there anybody from an investigative standpoint that sort of had the point? And from an investigative standpoint that sort had the point, that's what it says, that was the person that would ultimately speak collectively for the investigators. You know, I did not have that much interaction with the line agents, the people who are actually doing the line work, so I can't speak to that. And I don't want to suggest that they were not, in charge of it. In my interactions, I was usually interacting with other people like me who were sort of not involved in the day-to-day decision making, but they're, at a level or levels above that. So depending on the setting, it was a different person. If we were meeting with John Giacalone, the EAD spoke for the Bureau. If he wasn't at a meeting and Pete was the senior-most person, then Pete Strzok would be the person speaking for the Bureau. As the DAD, probably within the Bureau, he was the guy sort of herding the information, coming up from the team and taking it to his management. So oftentimes he would appear to be the voice in the room speaking for the Bureau. But it really depends. It would depend on the issue, and it depended on, the setting and who was present. When you became in mid-year, were you comfortable with, or maybe you had involvement in, the actual classification, how it ended up in the Bureau's Counterintelligence Division, as opposed to maybe some entity on the criminal side of the house? Were you comfortable with the facts that were being looked, or the allegations that were being looked at? Were the violation being looked at, and ultimately the decision it ended up in? Was that appropriate in your view issue? Man, that was tough. View issue? What the hell is a view issue? Okay, Toscas. I think so. And a referral like this, any referral that has to do with classified information, I think it has to, at least, at minimum, be worked by the Counterintelligence Division at the FBI. There might be some aspects of some investigations where you jointly work it with others or other divisions or bureaus within the FBI or branches within the FBI are needed, and that happens as necessary, but here it seemed perfectly appropriate to me. Okay? You had mentioned earlier various meetings and whatnot that you attended. You just mentioned that, whoever was at these meetings was really the spokesperson for the Bureau at that particular meeting. How often were there standing meetings that you attended, meetings you were aware of that you didn't attend? What was the frequency in the interaction with Main Justice and the FBI? Yeah, so the team members, I think, met or communicated all the time. I think that our attorneys spent time physically within the FBI building a lot dealing with issues. For me, I think I said earlier, I went to call it a standing meeting in my own mind. I think the goal was to sort of huddle once a week. That may have fallen off over time, and we didn't technically meet every week, but there may have been periods where we did meet, my cursor was in the way, on a weekly basis. But there was a general understanding that we would come together over at the FBI in their Counterintelligence Division conference room, sort of huddle up, talk about where we have been, where we are going. And like I said, I want to say we were shooting to do it once a week. I don't know if we actually did it every week, and some people could make it to some meetings and other people couldn't. So there was always some mechanism to quickly get people together if needed. And look, let's face it, it was the type of case that if we needed a meeting, we had a meeting. If we needed to get together, we just pulled everyone together. And that's just the way it went. Let me interject here. I believe Mr. Giacalone yesterday was saying that initially they weren't meeting all that often, but as the investigation heated up, they were meeting more and more frequently. I don't remember if he said, though, that it got to be more than once a week. I thought I remembered something about a Tuesday-Thursday schedule, but that may just have been FBI. And then the Friday was the weekly wrap-up with DOJ and everybody else. I'd have to go back and look at that. I do remember something about there being a uptick in tempo as the case went on. I don't remember what McCabe said about it. Baker, you indicated earlier that when you were selected by Mr. Carlin, you were basically told, or your understanding was, follow the evidence wherever it goes. Is that consistent from start to finish? In this case, it was always follow the evidence wherever it goes. Consistent from the beginning. John Carlin, as the AAG, and above, the people we dealt with, redacted, who was the ADAAG, and the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General in the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General Yates, and Attorney General Lynch, all gave the same directive at the different points that I would interact with them, which is, we have confidence in the team. Follow it wherever it goes. If you need anything from us, obviously, if things need to be elevated that we need to decide, bring them. If you have any resources, if you have any resource issues, there should be no resource issues. All appropriate resources will be provided to this. Follow it wherever it goes. And so I said earlier that when John told me that, that's what we do in every case. It was articulated to us very directly. And obviously I'm not naive. I've been around the department. I was a line attorney. I've been a manager. It means something, right? To say, okay, they have a sense that this is a sensitive matter, and follow the evidence where it goes. And so that's what I passed to our team and wanted to instill in our team. Wherever this ends up, that's where it will end up. And we will follow the evidence and follow the law wherever it leads us. But you didn't. You did not follow the law. You made up the law. And I'm not saying that you, in particular, were the genesis of that, Mr. Toscas, but you followed suit. And unlike Gia Colon, you are a lawyer. I'm sure that when things got started, you looked up the pertinent statutes, including 18 U.S.C. 793F, and you were able to determine quite quickly that intent was not a factor in a charging decision under that statute. So what do you got to say for yourself about that? And as far as getting all the resources you need, why wasn't the laptop, or laptops, I should say, that Clinton's lawyers had, why weren't those subpoenaed? Why did the DOJ make them have to go through a consensual process to get them? Same with the server. Why did you not let them subpoena the server all at once and get everything together, as opposed to letting it be trimmed over and over again while they handed pieces of it over to you? Why not that? Why give everyone immunity after they lied to you instead of prosecuting them for lying to the FBI like everybody was prosecuted during the Mueller investigation? Why that? How about that, George? Okay, back to Baker. And you're confident that was done? Absolutely, 100% confident. At some point in the investigation, once things are sorted out and there is a better idea where this is heading and evidence is collected and people are interviewed, at some point there is some discussion about what possible charges, if any. What would your role have been in deciding charges, discussing charges? How did you relate to that? I was waiting to get to this. I don't know if I would. I would say that my role was not to decide things like that. Obviously, we have very, very experienced attorneys and agents working on this, and within our section, and within CES, and within EDVA, the people who are working on this case know the whole suite of potential violations that are relevant. And the ones that were raised and that were reviewed were very straightforward and applicable here. I don't know if there was ever a concern or tension over that. But I think it happens organically. When agents and prosecutors are working on a case, they generally have a sense of what statutes the conduct may implicate. And during the course of the investigation, it sort of shapes up in the form of the types of process that you're going to get. Like if you're going, or the evidence you're trying to collect. What's the purpose for getting the evidence? Well, the evidence may lead to, proving elements of this particular offense. And so over time, it generally happens organically. But in classified information cases, there's, a handful of statutes that routinely are looked at and reviewed and considered, and that was done here. Excuse me. Now Mr. Summers steps in. Does the department provide the FBI a legal analysis as to what a particular statute may require to be proved? You know, sometimes that happens informally during the course of an investigation, but the FBI has its own lawyers as well who potentially opine on such things internally without our involvement. Of course, from my perspective, I would say it's probably best if we all do that together, but I can't say that that's always the case. So, I mean, this is Baker. If you have a statute that's got, or Summers, I'm sorry. See what I meant? Summers. So I mean, if you have a statute that's got certain elements that need to be proved in order to, let's just say, even just to bring a prosecution, because then the prosecution of those elements would have to be proved. Does DOJ, do they have to make that assessment? Does the FBI make their own assessment of what they are looking for? Yeah, I'm trying to think back to my days as a line prosecutor, probably because, as I said, that would ordinarily happen organically. You are working as an agent and a prosecutor together on a case, and as you're accumulating evidence, you're talking to each other about, okay, well, this potentially implicates this statute. In order to prove the statute, this is what you need. We need to see if there's X, there's Y, there's Z. So that, again, I think, happens on a pretty routine basis. I don't think there's a formal mechanism to do that. Obviously, if the Bureau came to us and said, what are the elements of this offense, we would probably pull up a jury instruction to make sure we had it exactly correct and say, here's what it is. But it usually doesn't happen with that level of formality. Do you recall which statutes were at issue were in play for possible prosecution in this investigation? Yeah, the team was looking at 793D, E, and F, which are, under the Espionage Act. That's sort of core. Actually, D and E are sort of the core mishandling statutes that we look at in retention. For example, illegal retention, 1924 is a misdemeanor offense, but used frequently for mishandling of classified information. So those were the ones. 793F, I have to admit, I had little familiarity with myself, but obviously we got to know it through this process. And I believe they're also considering, and obviously I'm wrong about the number, correct me, but I think it's 2071, which was a destruction of federal records, which was something that ordinarily not be within my, area, not the type of statute that I'm used to dealing with or reviewing. But obviously, it's a pretty straightforward one. If I have a number wrong, I apologize. I could flip through this and get it. Okay, I will have to apologize. I have been leaning too heavily on subsection F. 18 U.S.C. 793 would have been more appropriate, and I had forgotten about 1924 altogether. Even though I've brought up that offense quite often. So it just goes to show I am not a lawyer, and y'all can laugh at me for that as much as you desire. So let me, Summers. And then you mentioned 4 attorneys. 2 of these from District of Virginia, 2 with NSG, that were kind of the attorneys that were involved in this. How familiar were they with these, with D, E, and F in 1924? Oh yeah, we do a lot of mishandling and leak cases with EDVA, so all 4 of them were very well aware of it. Again, I can't speak for them as to their familiarity with F, but they definitely, did a lot of research into it and educated me on it. And obviously, their determination depended on an analysis of that statute, and they did a thorough analysis. Can't wait till he gets to the big question. And for the record, what is 793F? Let me, if you don't mind, I don't want to get it wrong. I want to make sure I have it exactly right. Parmeter, I believe we have a code book if you would rather look at that. Toscas, that's all right. I've got it marked here. Obviously, in the course of this inquiry, this is Toscas still, it becomes best known by the gross negligence term, but obviously, someone entrusted with lawful possession of NDI, national defense information, or that relating to national defense, removing it from their proper place of custody or delivery to anyone through gross negligence. And that's the first half of the statute, and the one most applicable here that was looked at. Okay, so now I see where I was going before. 793F is the one that has gross negligence in it. The one that they took away gross negligence out of the declination letter that Comey read on July 5th of 2016 and replaced with extremely careless. And this is also the statute that they labeled needing intent as opposed to just gross negligence. So perhaps 793F was more correct in some of my references than others, but it was not a catch-all, and I was using it as a catch-all, so there's that. Summers. And you don't believe the other four attorneys were very familiar with or hadn't used? Or how would you characterize their familiarity with 793? I don't want to characterize it other than to say it's a statute that obviously doesn't have a lot of usage over time if you look back through the use of it. So the level of familiarity by anybody, I think, would be pretty low. But knowledge of it is probably pretty high on the part of that group. That is, CES, that's a core part of what that section does. And does the department have a position on whether 793F can be used to prosecute someone? Certainly. I don't know if the department has reached any sort of formal declaration or proclamation on it, but yes, under appropriate circumstances, it can be used, which, if I may, completely flies in the face of what Loretta Lynch's team told the FBI from the outset. They told them that 793F was on very shaky legal ground, that was probably unprosecutable on its face, was bad law, and should not be used as a basis for prosecution. So it's nice to get this kind of answer out of George Toscas. Very nice. I can't wait to see how this plays into Loretta Lynch's interview. Summers. What would the appropriate circumstances be? Where the facts meet the elements of the offense. So you have to, really walk through the statute. As with any statute, analyze what you think is needed to establish it, and if those circumstances are present, then certainly it could be used. Is intent an element of 793F? Thank you. Toscas. In looking at the legislative history of the statute, as well as the way the statute has been used, and forgive me, but I assume we are just talking about the gross negligence provision, F1? Yes. So let's stick with that. Make sure we are on the same page. According to the legislative review of some of the past interpretations of the statute, as well as a few times the statute was used historically, it appeared to the team, and they concluded that gross negligence, because it's not a term defined in the statute, so you have to look through all of these things to try to figure out what it means. The determination was, that it would require something close to intent, but it would certainly require the person to have knowledge of the classified information. That's not what DOJ told the FBI. Toscas continues. And so if you had a situation where a person did not have knowledge of the classified information when they mishandled it, whether transmitted it, retained it, passed it, whatever, and never learned later that it was classified while they were in the process of that conduct, the conclusion was that you would need some sort of knowledge of the classified nature of it to survive a vagueness challenge and be able to prove that the person actually violated the statute. Q. But the knowledge element would be on the classified, the knowledge of the information being classified? Yes, I think the way, and forgive me, although I said I reviewed the IG report before I came in, just to sort of remind myself, I think the IG report does a good job of laying out what our team concluded and why they concluded it. But in essence, I think what it boiled down to, at least for me, is that you would, in all the cases where you're looking at where that statute was used or analyzed, you would need a person to know that the information was classified to rise to the level of gross negligence and to violate that statute. You have to know that the information was classified. That's the Hillary was too stupid to break the law defense. Okay, back to Summers, I believe. Okay, so that's on the information side. So there's the information side. The information needs to be classified. Was their intent requirement applied to the removal from its proper place of custody or delivered? So on the retention or dissemination, was there an intent requirement? Yeah, I mean, the legislative history of the statute, it's somewhat helpful, but like all legislative history, it's not definitive. You know, you have to look at the common usage of the term, and in both the legislative history and other common usages of the term, it appeared to be something just shy of actual intent. So almost right up to it. And I really don't know what that looks like, something that gets that close to intent that it's almost intent. But even stepping back from that, the baseline would be knowledge that the information is classified. And then that allows you to determine the actions that the person took with the knowledge that it was classified, whether they knew it when the conduct took place or whether they later learned of it, which the statute also covers. So did the department ever tell the FBI that 793F was not chargeable? I would say during the course of the investigation, and again, this would happen at the line level between agents and prosecutors, I would think that those discussions took place at that level, and in talking it through and trying to determine whether there was an agreement on that point. I can't say sitting here, yes, it actually happened on this particular day, and this person said it to that person, but I would think that that's the type of thing that happens, you know, among the team. I'll show you a chart here. Summers. I'll show you a chart here and see if you have ever seen this document before. We'll mark it as Exhibit 1. Summers. I'm looking at the 793F block of the table and the last bullet point in that block. Can I look at the other side of this? Yeah, you can look at the whole document. I don't know if I've ever seen this. Can you tell me what this is? This, I think, is an analysis done by, this one I have is so redacted, but who sent it? But it is Toscas. It looks like someone from OGC to Pete. Yeah, Summers. FBI documents going through the three, I think, main possible statutes that could be charged. All I'm asking you about is the note there. It says, note, DOJ not willing to charge this. Only known cases are military, cases when accused lost the information. I just want to know if, in your mind, is that an accurate statement that DOJ was not willing to charge 793F? Toscas, is this a chart discussing this case? Yes. Okay, so I don't know if I have ever seen this. I don't know if I would characterize it this way. Yes, that's my question. I don't know if I would characterize it this way. Being a veteran of the relationships between the DOJ and FBI for years and years and years now, I know that sometimes words conveyed in one way are recounted in another way. I would think that what this was an attempt to capture from someone who was not capturing it fully and accurately some discussions where there was someone talked through the potential vagueness claims that a defendant might raise when using 793F1 and the need for solid information showing knowledge of the classified information. So whether that's someone's own characterization of it, I don't know. But to me, it doesn't seem like it accurately captures the nuance that you would have to be described and explained if you're going to talk through potential 793F1 analysis in this particular case. Barometer. We've got a few minutes left. We're going to let Mr. Jordan take it from here. Woohoo! Jim Jordan rocks! Sorry. Okay, Jordan. Thank you, guys. Mr. Toscas, I'm going to switch here a little bit. Did you ever communicate with Christopher Steele? No. Do you know Christopher Steele? No. Did you ever communicate with Glenn Simpson? Who? Glenn Simpson. No. Do you know him? No. No communication. Jordan continues. When did you learn, or did you know, that Christopher Steele was working with the FBI on the... Well, just leave it there. Did you know that Christopher Steele was working with the FBI? Sir, no. And most of what I've heard, if not all that I've heard, I've just seen in public reporting. I have no knowledge of any of that information. Okay. When did the department learn that? If you didn't know, when did the department learn Christopher Steele was working for the FBI? I don't know, sir. When did you know? Was that only through press accounts, media accounts that you knew Chris Steele was working with the FBI? Sir, I'm struggling here because how do I say this? I've seen things in public reporting. It's hard. Go ahead, finish up. Yeah, so I don't believe that name was a name that I discussed as part of any of my duties at any point. Tell me your involvement then in the Russian investigation. Tell me what your role was. Yeah, that it was pretty limited prior to the appointment of the special counsel. I recall that at some point our boss, the Assistant Attorney General, mentioned that there was, or talked to me and others in our front office, said the FBI was conducting an investigation. Jordan. Before the Mueller team was named, before the special counsel was named, yes. What date was that? I would say this is in is it 16? Late 2016? Before the election or after the election? I think before the election. So before the election, you knew the FBI had launched this Trump-Russia investigation. Toscas. I'm trying to piece together historically, sir, for you. There was an investigation into Russian attempts to influence the election and whether there was any connection to the campaign. So, Jordan, the Trump campaign? Yes. And you learned that about that you're saying late 2016, right before the election. Is that accurate? Mr. Weimsheimer, can I have a second? Jordan, Discussion off the record. Toscas comes back. What I recall is at some point I said late 2016, it's in the August time frame. Our AAG sat us down and said that there is a sensitive matter or investigation being conducted, and he wanted the career folks to be on it, and to manage it from our standpoint. It was unclear what direction it would go in, so it's unclear. Jordan interrupts. I just want to be clear. So it wasn't late 2016, it was August of 2016, the summer of 2016. You were told by your AAG, and for the record, that is who? Your Assistant Attorney General, John Carlin. Jordan, John Carlin told you there is an investigation the FBI has started on Russia and potential relationship to the Trump campaign. You learned of that in August of 2016. Yeah, and sir, I don't know what word to use to describe what the FBI was doing. Jordan, yeah. Toscas, what he flagged for us was that there was a sensitive matter that the Bureau was working on, and he wanted the career folks to be on it. And we didn't know what direction it was going to go. So I and others in our National Security Division front office were to reach out to the FBI and have them tell us what this was. Jordan, tell me about that. Sorry, Jordan interrupted. Tell me about that. Toscas continues, and what they needed from us. Jordan, and then you subsequently reached out to them. Toscas, one of us called the Bureau to set up a meeting, and shortly thereafter, Jordan interrupts. When you say us, who is the us? I can't say with certainty as I sit here, but I think the us would have been myself and two other Deputy Assistant Attorneys General in our front office, Stu Evans, who ran our Office of Intelligence, and Adam Hickey, who was the Jordan. Stu Evans and Adam Hickey. Who did the reaching out? I can't recall. It may have been me. Okay, that was my next question. Did you reach out to the FBI about the matter that Mr. Carlin told you about in August of 2016? And if you did, who did you reach out to? Toscas, I don't recall who I reached out to. Well, someone reached out to someone, right? Yeah. So who did you start working with, and who did you start talking with? Honestly, I don't recall who we reached out to. We ended up meeting, a few days after that, maybe even the next day. What did they tell you this investigation was about? Honestly, I don't even know how it was characterized to me in the first instance. It was just, there was a sensitive matter that, Jordan, tell me the substance. He interrupts again. Tell me the next meet where they talked about this, where Mr. Carlin or someone talked about this and what reaching out and what work you did with the FBI on the Trump-Russia investigation. Yeah, so the best of my recollection, what we got from sitting down with the FBI was, Jordan interrupts. Okay, you sat down with the FBI. Who did you sit down with? Numerous people. I don't recall who they were. Did you sit down with Andy McCabe? I don't believe Andy was there. Did you sit down with Peter Strzok? I think Pete for sure was. Jordan interrupts. Pete Strzok was there. I'm almost positive of it. I can't say with certainty. Was this in August of 2016? I believe it would have been in August. August of 2016. Was Lisa Page there? I'm not sure. Peter Strzok was there. Was James Comey there? No. Who else was there? We know Strzok was. Maybe McCabe, maybe Page, we don't know. Comey, you said no. Who else? And then this is Jordan being the jackhammer that he always is. And I don't like people being interrupted, but it's obvious why he's interrupting him, because he doesn't have a lot of time. He doesn't want Toscas going off on these soliloquies like he has with other questioners. He needs this stuff answered, and he needs it answered now. That's Jordan's style. You may not like it, you may not appreciate it, but that is how he handles things. And you have to admit, he has been really effective in what he's done so far. Okay, so Jordan said, Comey, you said no. Who else? Toscas, I don't recall by name other people who were there. There were numerous FBI people present, I believe, at this first meeting, and I say, Jordan interrupts. What did you learn at that first meeting? I can't say with certainty what was covered at that first meeting, but what I generally learned from this meeting, and let me just say the meeting was followed by other similar meetings at the FBI, so it's hard for me to remember precisely what happened on the first occasion. But what I got from the meetings with the FBI was that they were conducting a counterintelligence investigation. I don't know if it was an investigation at the time or an inquiry, or whether they had officially opened it, but what I understood is that eventually what became a counterintelligence investigation to determine, looking at the potential Russian influence on the election, and then the possibility of any contact between Russian actors and members of the campaign. So did the name Christopher Steele come up in any of these numerous meetings with you and your team, meetings you and your team had with folks at the FBI, including Peter Strzok? I don't recall. How involved were you in the FISA process for the Russia investigation? Not involved. I may have received or heard information about it, but it's outside my area of responsibility. You don't review FISA applications? You don't weigh in on those? You don't read them before they go forward, before the affiant signs them? You don't do any of that stuff? No, I may have access or heard about information, but I have no role in that. Did you read any of the FISA applications before they were taken to the FISA court? I don't believe I read any of the applications before they went. And I say that only because I may have had access to them, but I don't recall ever looking at any of those materials. Tell me about the dossier. When did you first start talking about the dossier? Did that come up in this first August meeting? I don't believe so, and I don't recall having discussions. From my seat where I sat, and what's within my area of responsibility, I don't recall having a conversation about a dossier. But did the dossier come up in any of these meetings? It's possible, but I do not recall. A lot of I don't recalls happening now. A lot of them. A lot of them. Jordan, did you know who was paying for the dossier? Did you or the Department of Justice? When did you first learn who was financing the dossier? Jordan's not giving up this bone. Toscas, I don't know anything about that, sir. Okay, how about Bruce Orr? What kind of relationship do you with have Bruce Orr? I swear that's what it says. Do you know Bruce? I know Bruce. Before you came in, sir, I told everyone else I have been with the department for 25 years. So I have known Bruce as a DOJ colleague for years, but I have no relationship with him, very little work interaction with him, and frankly, I don't think I have even spoken to Bruce for years. So Mr. Orr was not at any of those meetings you had just described? No. Okay, when did the department, to your knowledge, when did the department learn that Mr. Steele was leaking information to the press? Do you know anything about that? I don't. How about Mr. Orr? Toscas interrupts. Obviously, again, my head is full of some things that I see in public reporting, but no, I don't recall any of that as far as, part of my work responsibilities. Why was Bruce Orr demoted? I have no idea. He no longer has the role he had previously. Is that right? I don't even know that. I have no idea. Okay. Toscas, I don't know what his role is, or I recall years ago when I met him, he was in the organized crime section, and then I knew that he went to ODAG, but I don't know what his roles or responsibilities were or are. And so you did not participate in any of the interviews of Mr. Orr related to his interactions with Mr. Steele and Mr. Simpson. Did you participate in any of those interviews? If any took place, I have no idea, and I did not participate in them. Let me go back to the FISA process for a second, if I could. You're saying you weren't involved directly in the FISA process related to the Russia investigation. Is that right? Correct. Are you involved in any of the FISA processes for any other cases? No. Our Office of Intelligence is made up of, terrific career public servants who control and work that whole process. I'm aware of the FISA process, obviously. I do a lot of work in both counterterrorism and some on the counterespionage side. So I'm well aware of how it works and have access to materials. But I don't supervise it. I don't review things. I may have access to them, but I don't weigh in on that. They have an entire process. Okay. Couldn't remember if I'd closed the door or not. I had. Jordan, have you read the dossier? I have not. You know what? I haven't either. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I mean, there's nothing in there that's true. At least nothing that matters. There might be some small tidbit of factual information that has nothing to do with anything else. But I don't know. I know it's late in the ball game, but the FISA IG report's coming up, and that's going to talk about the Steele dossier quite a bit. So if any of you think I should read the Steele dossier into the record, let me know. I'd be happy to do it. I wouldn't have a problem at all. I don't remember how long it is. I don't think it's terribly long. It shouldn't take more than a day, even part of a day, really. But please give me some tips on what you think about that. I'd really like to know. Okay, so Jordan. Okay, the interviews that took place with Mr. Orr, my understanding is, according to things that the Intelligence Committee chairman has stated, like a dozen interviews of Mr. Orr with 302s in all. Do you know who conducted those? I have no idea. You don't know who at the DOJ sat down with Bruce Orr and did those interviews? I know nothing about those, sir. Okay, all right. I know we are out of time. I will have some more later. Parmeter, we are out of time for this hour. We will take a break and come back, and it will be the minority's turn to question. Now there's a recess. This ought to be interesting, because obviously Jordan came up with a complete blank on his questioning. So I think the Democrats are really going to have to hammer after 793F, and especially 793F1, concerning the intent part of reading in the intent part into that section talking about gross negligence. And they're probably going to have to go after the fact that their narrative is that Hillary had no idea that any of those documents were classified, confidential, or op. Now remember, in Hillary's interview, this came out, that they asked her why she didn't notice a document was confidential when a paragraph was clearly marked with a C. And she said, I thought that was just lettering for the order of the paragraphs. No one asked her why she didn't notice there was no A or B before that C, and why that would lend her to believe that the C was part of a ordering process for those paragraphs. No one mentioned that. Too stupid to commit a crime. So let's see what we get here. Okay, they're back at 11:18. It is 11:39, so we're still 20 minutes behind, but we're staying pretty much on target, so we're doing good. Harahan. Whatever. Ms. H. So I just wanted to start with a caveat. Some of these questions, they may seem repetitive. They may seem really obvious. We just want to make it very clear for the record, especially since there aren't members here. In any event, we do a report or this goes public, just like very clear. I can't stand how the Democrats beat the horse until it's a pile of dust. They do this every time, and it drives me insane. But here we go. So I just want to quickly go back to what Mr. Jordan was talking about, and kind of go from there. So you made it clear that it was approximately August 2016 when you became aware of the Russia investigation. Yes. Okay. Do you know, Toscas interrupts her, what became the Russia investigation? What became, excuse me. Toscas, what became the Russia investigation? Yes. I don't know how it was characterized, and that's why I was taking my time there, because I really don't know the particular words that were used at the time, but yes. A counterintelligence investigation, this is H, a counterintelligence investigation into potential election activities. Yes, potential Russian interference with the election. Okay? Approximately how many other DOJ officials were aware of this before November 2016? I'm not the person to say. I don't know how many. Obviously, the people I mentioned within the National Security Division were aware. It's hard for me to piece together time periods, so I don't want to guess. But it would not surprise me if people above Carlin were aware of it as well. But I can't say with certainty as I sit here. You got to give the guy a break. It was 2 years ago. Um, I wouldn't. I don't remember if I was sick at this time last year or not. And those are very horrible episodes. So, who knows? Okay, time for some more tea. Let me mark this. I'll be right back. I just have to fill it up from the thermos that's right here. It's not like I'm going to go into the kitchen and make some or anything like that. This will just take a minute. Okay. Sorry, it took a little longer than I had anticipated. The tea's still really hot in the thermos, so I had to pour it rather slowly to keep from splashing it all over my hands and screaming out loud. Because I am a little girl when it comes to pain. Not really, not really. Actually, I have a very high tolerance for pain, but it sounded like something to say at the time. Okay, back to H, Ms. H. So, just to clarify, so Carlin was aware. Yeah, right. Redacted was aware? I would think Redacted, ODAG, and OAG, so Office of Deputy Attorney General and Office of Attorney General, would have been generally aware. So that would be Ms. Yates' office and Ms. Lynch's office. Yes. And again, as I sit here, I'm sort of going out and saying I assume it because it seems like that would be the case. But as I sit here, I can't say with a certainty that, I talked to particular people. It's been a couple of years. I get it. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Then let's quickly, from what you remember with regards to the FBI, then did Director Comey know, to the best of your knowledge, or Mr. McCabe? McCabe had to know, right? Because I think Mr. Jordan asked who was at the first meeting. I can't really recall that, but ultimately, I remember Pete being there, and I remember Lisa being there, and if Lisa is there, then Andy is aware because Lisa works for Andy. Was Mr. Priestap? Yes, yes. As head of the counterintelligence division? Yes. And there were components of this that went beyond counterintelligence. Obviously, cyber was a big part of it, so there were other people involved. But I don't know who all of the people were. I don't have Didn't have working relationships. Wow, didn't have working relationships with all the other people who were present. Are you aware of any DOJ officials leaking any of this information prior to the election about the investigation, whatever form of it? Not aware of any such thing. Did you or anyone at DOJ make any disclosures about this investigation at any point? DOJ, no. I think at some point the director made a statement about it, and that was, that was coordinated, I think, with folks in our building. H. So it was in March 2017 that Director Comey testified into the investigation. Was Department of Justice leadership made aware of his decision to disclose it publicly prior to his testimony? I don't know who all in DOJ it was, but I believe that was coordinated with people within DOJ. And in fact, I think a statement actually said, I've been authorized by the department to say. So in addition, that's just, I don't know if that's leading me to believe that, or whether at that time I was aware he coordinated it. Let me do something here. There we go. H. And to quickly jump back, when I asked about any DOJ officials leaking information, does that include, are you aware of any FBI officials leaking information prior to the election? No. When you say that, I assume you mean, am I aware of people who leaked, as opposed to, am I aware that information was leaked? Because if something was in the public way at the time, I would have said, oh, well, obviously someone leaked this. Right. But was I aware of who may have done it? No. And I'm not aware of who may have done it. If someone at the department or the Bureau was trying to prevent Donald Trump from being elected president, do you think they would have publicly disclosed that his campaign was under investigation for a potential conspiracy with Russian government actors? I can't speak to that. I think we're starting to get a little out of the scope there. Well, no. I take that back, because the scope of this investigation, at least as it related to the last couple questioners, so it should this one too, is that you can ask about the Trump investigation as long as it relates to why the Hillary investigation was released while it was ongoing with the FBI, but the Trump during the campaign, but the Trump investigation was not released during the campaign. We've discussed over and over again why I feel that's the case, and if you want me to make that case again, throw it up in the chat or ask me in the comments, and I'll do it in the next video. But if you've watched any of these at all, you're pretty well aware of my position on that. Let's see. So I can't speak to that. H, would you consider that as strong evidence? I'm sorry. Let me say that again. Are you aware of a deep state conspiracy at the Department of Justice or the FBI against Donald Trump? I don't even know how to define that, but from the little I understand of it, no. But if either the DOJ or the FBI had leaked that type of information about the investigation prior to the election, would that be considered? Scratch that. So she saw where she was going, and she stopped. Probably got a little high sign from Toscas' counsel. And so now Kim steps in. Kim's not as bad as Shirley Jackson Lee, but she can get as bad, and it is hair-rippingly bad. Here we go. So I just want to recap what you've told my colleagues here. To your knowledge, you're not aware of any specific official from the DOJ or the FBI who knew about the investigation that Director Comey publicly announced in March 2017, disclosing any facts about the investigation publicly before the election. Is that correct? No, I'm not aware of any such thing. Picasso says, I think the scope rules were only related to the James Rybicki testimony. Okay, possible. There wasn't any note of it in the preamble. So I'm just going by an assumption, since this is basically the same type of questioning, but you're probably right that that's not the same thing. Although in my favor, the fact that Ms. H pulled back on that last question, which would have been outside of the scope of the Rubicki questioning, I think that maybe there is something in place close to that, if not the exact same thing. But maybe it'll get brought up. Probably will get brought up because the Democrats always cross the line. The Republicans sometimes do. So we'll see where we're at here. But thank you. That's a very good point. Okay, so I'm not aware of any such thing, Kim. And if information about that investigation had been disclosed publicly, would that have been detrimental to Donald Trump's electoral prospects? I can't speak to that. Thank you. She continues. I'd like to take you back to the mid-year investigation. There was a brief sidebar with my colleague from the majority about how the case was run out of headquarters. Did the fact that the case was run out of headquarters change any of the substantive decisions made in the Clinton investigation? No. These are all questions from Rubicki yesterday. Did it change the thoroughness of the Clinton investigation? Some might argue it made it more thorough because it's getting high-level attention. But I believe that we conduct all of our investigations thoroughly. So that should be conduct. So regardless of where it's housed or who's running it, I expect all investigations to be thorough, and this one was. The FBI also designated this case as a sensitive, investigative matter. I understand that's a label used when the individual being investigated is under particular public scrutiny, like a priest or political figure. Are you aware of that designation? I saw it in the IG report, but I'm not an expert in it, or I don't deal with it enough to be able to speak knowledgeably about it. So is it accurate to say that the SIM designation, the Sensitive Investigative Matter designation, did not, to your knowledge, change any of the substantive investigative decisions in the Clinton investigation? I don't think anything affected our substantive decision-making throughout the process. Again, having higher level attention on a case may make people focus on it more within the chain of command at the Bureau. But again, like I said, I expect all investigations to be thorough. And in my investigation, in my experience here, was like it has been in many other cases, that it was a very thorough investigation. I'd like to ask you about the way that this investigation was structured. The Inspector General's report is very clear that you were the highest level career department employee involved, and that while those above you, like Mr. Carlin, Mr. Redacted, Ms. Yates, and Ms. Lynch, received briefings that you were the senior most day-to-day manager. Is that correct? Yes. Why did the senior DOJ officials that I just mentioned receive briefings from you, but decline to participate in the day-to-day management of the Clinton case? Maybe because they were too busy? Okay, Toscas answers, I don't know if they declined to participate, but the leadership does not participate in day-to-day management of any cases. That is common for all cases. But in this instance, they would. You asked why they would receive briefings. I would apprise them of, important steps that were being taken in the case, using my judgment as to making sure that they're generally aware of certain steps so that they're not blindsided by things that may become public or steps that someone may raise with them. So it's basically, making sure at the wave tops I'm giving them any updates that I think are necessary for them to have at particular times. I've heard it, though, from different witnesses we've had in this case, that the structure to have you as the senior-most day-to-day manager was related to the fact that you are a career employee at the Department of Justice and that deliberate steps were taken to minimize the amount of political interference that was seen as influencing the case. Is that correct? That may be the motivation of the people above us, but the way investigations are run ordinarily is that career people work on them. And the department has a long history of being able to conduct thorough, independent investigations, even when the political people in the department are very actively involved in cases. So this part right here of Toscas' answer blows the whole Trump was trying to obstruct the investigation by firing Comey narrative completely out of the water. Here's a senior DOJ official who says flat out, no matter what the top people are doing, the people below them can get the job done. That completely denies the narrative that the Democrats have been pushing since the Comey firing. The narrative that kick-started Mueller onto the obstruction train. Pathetic. I know I keep using that word, and I know I keep saying I keep using that word. You know what? Let's take a little quick look. Let me try and come up with a better word. Let's see. The thesaurus.com. Oops, 1A in pathetic, Steve. Well, you know who I am now. You know who I am. You got my first name. Unless I lied. Okay, deplorable. Of course, that's a good one. But that's really Hillary's, so I'm not going to take it. Pitiful. That's a good one. Woeful. I don't like feeble so much. Let's go with either miserable or pitiful. Okay, let's keep those in mind. Miserable or pitiful. Toscas continues. So in this instance, there may have been a greater desire by folks in leadership positions to sort of make sure it was clear that they were entrusting this to a career team to work it no matter where it went. But frankly, that's the way all investigations go forward. Thank you. When he was interviewed by the Inspector General, Redacted told the Inspector General's office that he met with you at the outset of the investigation. Is that correct? I don't recall a particular meeting, but I saw what he said, and it all made sense to me. I'd like to read his quote into the record. So he stated, quote, "We were going to have sort of a lighter touch from the leadership offices than we might on a sort of high-profile case. In other words, we were there for him for whatever he needed, but we weren't going to be sort of checking in day to day or week to week for updates or briefings. And when I say a lighter touch, I don't mean that folks weren't engaged or paying attention. I mean we wanted to give them the space they needed to do whatever they thought necessary in the investigation. So that at the end, I just wanted to make sure that any allegation that there was some sort of political interference with this investigation wouldn't hold water." Does that ring true with your day-to-day experience on the case? It does. Now, let's go back to that part about that description of 793F where they introduced intent and you weren't understanding why they would do that. Let's go back to that. Okay, does that ring true with your day-to-day experience on this case? It does. Is it consistent with your experience on the case that there was, in fact, no improper political interference with the investigation? There was not. And it's consistent with your experience that the case was investigated by the book? Yes. Was this a thoroughly investigated case? It was. Did anyone political appointees at DOJ, I guess that should be any, intervene in our attempt to intervene in the mid-year exam? Wait a minute. Did anyone political appointees at DOJ intervene in our attempt to intervene in the mid-year investigation? I'm not even going to go through that answer. The question makes no sense. Like I said, Kim is just incoherent sometimes. Kim, did any political appointees at DOJ give inappropriate instructions or attempt to give inappropriate instructions about the conduct of the investigation? No. Did any political appointees at DOJ or any member of the investigative team ever attempt to interject improper considerations like political bias into the conduct of the investigation? No. So we're rehashing the entire IG report here. Are you aware of any conduct by DOJ officials or prosecutors that had the effect of invalidating the outcome of the investigation? No. Well, that is a lie. The question is a falsehood. If you don't answer that yes, then the question's just flat out bogus. Again, Toscas may not have known, may not have been aware of it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But for Kim to ask that question and expecting anything other than a no answer is purely disingenuous. Q. Kim, and are you aware of any conduct by FBI officials or investigators that had the effect of invalidating the outcome of the investigation? No. In your view, did the Justice Department take all necessary and prudent investigative steps in this investigation? I believe we did. And did you ever feel that DOJ had to compromise on its investigative strategy because of time pressure or political pressure in this case? I don't. Can you estimate for me the number of mishandling of classified information cases that you've worked on? I don't know if I could give you a number. Many. I mean, I only started working on the counterintelligence side in my current role, so I think that's almost 10 years. And so I can't say how many, investigation and cases. Numerous. Numerous. If my math is correct, were you at the NSD when David Petraeus' case came before NSD? Yes. And what was your role in the investigation of David Petraeus? That's General Petraeus to you, Chicky Poo. Same role as a Deputy Assistant Attorney General over what then was probably the counter-espionage section. I don't think the name had changed then. And so they in our section and the U.S. Attorney's Office was responsible for investigating and prosecuting that case. And my role was the same as Deputy Assistant Attorney General supervising the matter. And in your assessment, did Secretary Clinton get any special treatment in the application of law to her facts that David Petraeus did not get in his case? I don't want to talk about particular people. I'll say that every person that's investigated gets the same treatment from us. We look at everybody the same way, we analyze the facts, the law, and we make our determinations. And obviously, the two people you mentioned are very high-ranking government officials at different points of their careers, and that is part of our job, to look at people equally and uniformly, and we do. And it doesn't matter who they are, what rank they've held, what position they're in. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we follow it where it goes. So Toscas has the very same outlook as Giacalone for the most part. Very straightforward guy. And you would expect that from a career prosecutor. You really would. Unless he was a complete and utter political hack, which would not be the case for most of the career people, I would imagine. Although certainly some, I would guess. If that wasn't the case, then there would be no such thing as a deep state. Did you have any role in the investigation of former FBI agent redacted for mishandling classified information? I don't recall that name. Do you know when that was? I believe the acts in question occurred in 2003, but I don't know when the prosecution was brought. I would not have had anything to do with that then. Understood. She continues. So, given the length of time in which you've served in this capacity, is it accurate to say you're quite familiar with the statutes governing the mishandling of classified information? I'm not an expert the way our team in CES is, but I'm familiar with them, yes. And you would say that the other DOJ prosecutors staffing this case under you were experts in the laws governing the mishandling of classified information? Without question. Among a small group of people who have expertise in this area, it's a very specialized thing, and these are great lawyers who are experts in these areas. And do you have any doubts about their ability to apply the law neutrally to the facts before them? Absolutely not. These are professionals working very, very important investigations, and they do it extremely and extraordinarily well. You gonna get to the chart, Kim? Huh? You gonna get to the chart? You gonna ask any specific questions? Kim, You said that earlier, that in general, when your team is evaluating what statute should apply to a certain set of facts, that process is organic. Is that right? I think over time, as part of an investigation, the agents and prosecutors generally know what the conduct is and what statutes it may implicate. And there might be some statutes added along the way or tossed to the side along the way based on the conduct and the knowledge of the statutes, but I think that's part of any investigation. That's what I meant when I said it happens organically. Sometimes it can be very formal, but in most instances, my experience has been, when you start with a case that has potentially involves mishandling of classified information, you sort of know what area of the code book you're going to be looking at. And what's the role that precedent plays in whether prosecutors choose to apply a certain statutory provision or not? So different types of precedent, right? You have legal precedent, which constrains us. So it guides us. It says here are the guidelines and the road markers that you have to stay within because courts have told us this is what the cases or the statutes mean. You also have precedent in the way we conduct our investigations, and you want, and I believe the American people expect, consistency in the way we apply statutes. And so from my perspective, the institutional and legal precedents are very, very important. It doesn't mean that we've constrained. It doesn't mean that in certain instances there might not be a case where you push the boundary of the precedent. There's always that possibility. And as public servants, we have to remain open to that. But at the same time, we as prosecutors and the American public deserves to know that we're applying things consistently. So the way we apply statutes historically and the way we interpret them historically is very important to prosecutors. I understand from the Inspector General's report that that's what's become known as the gross negligence provision of 793 has some precedential baggage associated with it. Perhaps that's the way I'll say it. The Inspector General's report characterizes the department's concerns about unconstitutional vagueness, also expresses a concern that the provision, had been used by the department once in 99 years. Are you familiar with those accessory concerns to the gross negligence provision? I am. And what role did those facts play in the prosecutor's deliberations over what law to apply to this case? The prosecutors in this case, these are obviously, as I mentioned, professional attorneys. They're very smart. They know what they're doing. They're experts in this area. And with respect to 793F, they did what we would expect any good lawyer to do. They went and looked at the statute, they looked at the legislative history, they looked at the case law, although limited, and they looked at how the department has applied the statute in the past. And if I may add, they also listened to Lynch's cronies say, you can't charge this without intent, even though it's not part of the statute. But you're not going to bring that up, are you? Back to Toscas. It's exactly what we would want any of our prosecutors to do. That's what they did here. And they came to conclusions and made determinations that the IG report goes through, I think, in pretty good detail. Do you remember if there was any significant disagreement among your team of prosecutors about which statute should apply to the alleged misconduct? I don't recall any disputes. I could be wrong about that. By the way, don't think I didn't choke on the word alleged in front of misconduct. Back to Toscas. Maybe there was at the lower level, they may have haggled over it, but I don't recall any concern. Do you remember any significant disagreement between the FBI and the DOJ teams about what law applied to the facts in question? No, I don't recall. And again, maybe at a line level, as I said, things happen organically. There may have been, some discussions about it. But certainly, I don't recall anyone ever expressing any concern. For example, I think what the question wants to get at is, did someone in the FBI say, hey, what about this statute? We think the statute was violated and you guys won't consider it. Of course, I don't recall anyone ever, anything getting even close to that. So I don't recall any disputes over which statutes were looked at. It seems like, in the same way the prosecutors are professional attorneys, the agents are professional investigators, and in this area, it's a very unique and specialized area. So they come to know the statutes and what's required for the statutes very well, just like the prosecutors do. So I don't recall any disputes. Did any political appointee at DOJ direct your team to use or refrain from using a particular statute in this matter? No. They just told you how to use it. Kim. So I think that brings us then to the way that the investigation was actually conducted. Is it safe to say that you and the FBI team were looking for evidence of intent early on in the case? Yes. So that would mean from the initial document reviews of the emails on the server and in the initial interviews about how the server was set up. Is that correct? Yes. Yeah. I mean, the agents and the prosecutors, it became pretty clear pretty quickly that you want to know why people are doing things, what their knowledge is, and what their intent is behind their actions, separate from any statutory requirements. You want to know what people know. You want to know what did people know and what did they mean to do when they were taking these steps. And so that was a basic part of this, and certainly it became a key part as the IG report focuses on. Kim, and in those early stages, did the FBI uncover any evidence of intent on the part of Secretary Clinton? I just don't want to use the word intent very generally like that. What folks were looking at was, did people who were on the email chains, including Secretary Clinton, have knowledge that classified information was in those emails, was being transmitted over those systems, and in addition, similarly to did they have knowledge of classified information being on it? Did they have any intent to transmit it or mishandle it or convey it or retain it improperly? So these are questions that apply to everybody. Thank you for the precision. I think that's important. Did the FBI, Toscas interrupts, I'm sorry, the one other thing that the team was looking at was, separate from individual emails was, is there some suggestion the entire email server was designed for a purpose related to transmission of classified information? So that's why I wanted to clarify that intent and knowledge went into all of those things. I understand that. And across those different prongs of knowledge and intent that the team was looking for, did the team at any point in the investigation find any smoking gun documentary evidence of knowledge or intent to commit a crime? I'm sorry, that drives me crazy. She set up an illegal server. She destroyed evidence that was under a protection order through various destructive means. She didn't just hide them. She physically destroyed them, either digitally or with a hammer. Come on. Toscas, no. The most basic first thing that the team looked at, and I think the IG report goes through this in detail, is classification markings. Obviously, when we're doing investigations of mishandling of any type of classified information, the first thing you want to know is, are the things marked and are they marked properly, and things of that nature. And you know why none of them were marked properly? Because the people who were transmitting them skimmed all of that off so they could have plausible deniability if they ever got caught. Those were not perfect reproductions of the documents that came off the State Department servers. They were manipulated copies. Toscas continues. So there were no documents with proper classification markings on them. There were, as it turned out, a small number, I believe 3 emails or email chains, that included a parentheses C and parentheses, which would have indicated or would have been a classification marking for confidential information. However, those documents were not properly marked as you might expect a classified document. If you guys handle classified information, you know you have the headers and the footers that clearly mark that. So the first thing you do when you look at a document is you look at that header and footer. So you know that was important, and those 3 particular emails or email chains that with that parenthetical were important to us too, because that would suggest to a person looking closely that it potentially contained classified information. So we focused in on that. But as far as a quote-unquote smoking gun, as you put it, of knowledge or intent, no, I don't think. And I think the IG report lays it out pretty clearly. There just wasn't anything that rose to the level of a smoking gun. Nor did there need to be. Nor did there need to be, George. Okay, back to Kim. I think the Inspector General's report also concludes that the team did not find any smoking gun testamentary evidence about knowledge or intent, as you laid it out earlier. Is that correct? George, what did... Kim, pardon me. Toscas, sorry, I didn't hear. Kim, I'll ask you one more time. George, I have no reason to call him George. I'm not a friend of his. Sorry, Toscas. Kim, the Inspector General's report, I was just commenting, noted also that in addition to lacking smoking gun documentary evidence, as you just went through, there was no smoking gun testamentary evidence from the different individuals that the team interviewed. I have never seen that word before, and now I've seen it twice in just a few sentences. Leave it to lawyers. Back to Kim. Is that correct? Certainly. During the course of the interviews, correct, there was no such information obtained. And to be clear, you don't necessarily need a smoking gun. We can prove a case without a smoking gun if the evidence supports it. So separate from just a smoking gun, we're looking at the entirety of the evidence, whether it would support, satisfy, whether it would support a prosecution by satisfying the elements of the offense. So even separate from that, we just weren't looking for one smoking gun. We were looking at everything. And did you find evidence, direct or circumstantial, that would have supported a charge in this case? Obviously, with the conclusion being to decline prosecution, no. Okay, I put a little bit of insouciance into that answer. I apologize. That was me editorializing. I'm sure, I almost did it again. I'm sure Toscas meant that just quite flatly. Kim, and if you had found such evidence, is it your belief that the Justice Department would have brought a charge against Secretary Clinton? It wasn't left up to the Justice Department, though, was it? It was Comey took the step to say we're not going to prosecute, and then Lynch just rubber stamped it the next day because she was in the clear. And if she had said, no, we are going to prosecute, all hell would have been to pay, and she might have wound up, Clinton. Answer. There is no doubt in my mind that if we found evidence of a crime and proposed charging any individual in this investigation, we would have charged that individual. I say that from my seat where I sit, there's no doubt in my mind. So at any point in the investigation, did anyone on the team attempt to ignore or bury relevant probative evidence that would have relevant probative evidence, period, actually? No. In fact, I think the IG report comments in detail that the team continued to take investigative steps even when it was pretty clear to the professionals working the case what direction it was headed in. We continued turning over every stone that we possibly can to see what's under it, when the likelihood of success going in, you may not think that you're going to get very much from it, from an investigative step, and the team continued to turn those stones over. So there was no discouragement to pursue any relevant evidence. If there was the belief that there was relevant evidence out there, this team went after it. Thank you. Mr. Toscas? Kim continues. Mr. Toscas, we have spoken with many of your colleagues from the FBI team, and they have described the FBI and DOJ as having a subtle cultural difference in the approach to the collection of evidence through compulsory process. I don't believe they use the word subtle, Kim. Certainly not with Strzok and Page. Kim continues. So it has been characterized to us that generally FBI investigators tend to be more aggressive in seeking evidence and want to use compulsory process more often, and that the Justice Department prosecutors are more conservative in when they ought to use compulsory process. Is that generally accurate in your experience? In general, I think agents would always characterize themselves as more aggressive than prosecutors. Whether that comes to use of compulsory process or otherwise, probably has the same they have the same view. But I don't think it can be painted that broadly about everybody. DOJ policy advises prosecutors to consider alternatives to subpoenas when practicable. Is that right? Yes. And why is that the DOJ's policy? I don't know if I'm the best person to get into the rationale for it, but it seems the policy, seems to me to be largely uncontroversial, appears to be a good one based on very good, sound, institutional long-term practices. So, I don't know what the original rationale for it was. Was for it, but it's usually not a controversial topic. In the mid-year exam investigation, were there disagreements between the Justice Department and the FBI on when to use compulsory process? There may have been disagreements between people, but I don't want to say it was between DOJ and FBI institutionally. But those disagreements, I think, a little bit like what we were saying earlier, sometimes they're healthy to sort of walk through. It's good for everyone to understand what the other person wants and what they're looking for and why they think it's important. And so the fact of the matter is that sometimes taking away the method that's being discussed or argued about and getting toward behind the method and finding out what it is, the reason why the person wants to use it. And I think when you peel that back, the disputes in this case had to do with timing. It's like, let's use process because it's faster. Let's use search warrants because they're faster. And that just isn't true. It turns out to be quite the opposite, that sometimes that route takes much, much longer. And so it's a bit unfortunate that there's so much discussion still between the entities about this and the disagreements over it, especially, and the IG report spent a lot of time on it, obviously because the IG felt that it was a big issue. But at the end of the day, what I get from the IG report, my God, this goes on forever, excuse me. I normally don't try to take drink breaks in answers, but this is going to go on for another page, it looks like. Excuse me, one more. There we go. Continuing with Toscas. But at the end of the day, what I get from the IG report is what you see from the FBI folks, including former Director Comey, is almost an across-the-board acknowledgement that some of the particular agents, I wouldn't say the institution, but the agents who wanted to be more aggressive in the use of warrants and the like, all ultimately agreed that the process or that route would have taken so much longer, and that they were very pleased at the end of the day, notwithstanding the sort of disputes along the way, that we got the things the way we got them. So it's a little more difficult to talk about because in actuality the people, I think, who were pushing very hard to be more aggressive in that other way ultimately came back around and told the IG that we ended up with everything they wanted and much more quickly than they probably would have gotten it if they had gone a different route. So we might have disputes over it, but the fact is, we try to peel away, the method, look at what the purpose is, and then come to an agreement that, this is the best way forward for the needs in this particular case. And I think that at the end of the day, everybody's basically very, very happy with what they, as investigators and prosecutors, were able to obtain. There's no way whatsoever that George Toscas is spouting a party line here, is there? There's no way he could be keeping his story straight that they had worked on in that period of time between May and July when they knew they weren't going to prosecute and everyone had to line up in order to make it believable that they did everything they could do. Now, I don't remember a lot about the IG report anymore. So I had thought that the IG report actually leaned on that part about intent in the statute. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn it made a point of saying that intent was not required. But it could not make a recommendation as to charging or not charging Hillary, because that's not within the scope of the IG's job. And I respect them for that. But if I'm right, then everybody's missing that entirely, except for the Republicans when they brought out that chart. Remember, that chart's been referenced before, and it was worked on after July 5th. Someone in the DOJ was continuing to put together pieces of the narrative outside the bounds of the, let's just say, terms of service that the DOJ and FBI came to observe regarding mid-year. And someone said, you got to stop doing that. People have got to stop going through this and coming up with more reasons why it should have been charged. Let's see if they ever get to that. I doubt it. Kim, so it's your experience that when there were disagreements among different members of the team regarding whether you should pursue compulsory process or seek consent, that those disagreements were based in legitimate strategic differences. Yeah, sometimes, and I think A.G. Lynch, former A.G. Lynch, said this in the IG report, it's just common that agents sometimes hold themselves out as being more aggressive and want to do things more aggressively. Sometimes it's not a good faith dispute. It's just like, look, let's get out there and do this. Let's get the warrant and go forward. But, we had very good discussions talking through the nuances of a lot of the, the hurdles here. In other words, bending over backwards for the Hillary team. Sorry, that's just me. Toscas continues. And at the end of the day, I take satisfaction in the fact that in retrospect, almost every one of those people told the IG that they were pleased that we got everything that we got and made comments that would indicate that we got more than we would have gotten had we gone a different route. So I think it turned out pretty well on that front. I don't believe that for a second. Kim, in your experience on the mid-year case, did political bias ever into the discussion of whether compulsory process should be used or not? No. And did any senior political leaders at DOJ intervene in the team's decision to seek or not seek compulsory process? No. So I just want to make clear, A.G. Lynch, D.A.G. Yates, Mr. Redacted, and Mr. Carlin, none of these individuals improperly interfered with the team's discussions on whether compulsory process was warranted. Never. And it didn't play a role in those decisions at all. If they learned about them at all, they learned about them after we told them this is what we're going to do. Peter Strzok, this is Kim. Peter Strzok has been described to us by the IG report and by other witnesses as an aggressive advocate for compulsory process. Was that also your experience on the matter? In certain instances, yes. We were also told that Lisa Page, the Inspector General, found that Lisa Page was also a fairly aggressive advocate for compulsory process. Was that consistent with your experience? Yes. I think the IG report captures that, and in particular instances, right? I mean, we're talking about mainly where the IG report focuses on process. It's with respect to attempting to get the laptops in the investigation. And the server, too, I might add. And the IG notes that both of them were, strong advocates for process. After reviewing it at great length, the different disputes over compelling evidence or seeking it by consent, the Inspector General concluded, quote, this is Kim, by the way, we found these explanations from the prosecutors about why they were shyer about using compulsory process to be supported by Department and FBI policy and practice, and that the disputes between the agents and the prosecutors about how aggressively to pursue certain evidence were good faith disagreements. Is that conclusion consistent with your experience? Yes. I mean, the most important part about this is that we are trying to get evidence. At the end of the day, that's the goal. Get evidence. And so there might be different ways to do it. And if a search warrant would have gotten us the evidence more quickly, we could meet the standards for getting a search warrant. We would have gone and gotten a search warrant. Tough sentence. But you can't just look at the road ahead by using a search warrant and see all these hurdles in front of you and just blindly say, let's go get this warrant. You have to step back and be good lawyers and professionals and look at the hurdles and say, okay, how are we going to clear each one of those hurdles? And is there another route that we could take that will get us the information more quickly? Let me just ask something here. I keep hearing, get the information more quickly, as if that's the only reason to ask for a compulsory process in getting the evidence. What about getting it before it's disguised or disjointed, torn apart, redacted, whatever you want to say, where pieces of that evidence are taken away before you can get it? So is it more important to just get it quickly, or is it more important to get it in toto? I'm really seeing a lot of people emphasizing quickly way too much. It was like yesterday with Gia Colon, where he said the fact that it took them 3 tries to get all of Clinton's server actually helped them because they wouldn't have been able to sort through all the emails if they had gotten them all at once. And especially if they had gotten all 60,000 instead of just the 30,000 they received. And that's insane. That's absolutely insane. They could have put more people on the process. And they were putting themselves under a time constraint because of the election, which I understand. But if you do have that kind of time constraint hanging over you like the sword of Damocles, then put more people on it. That's what the FBI does. It's what they're supposed to do. So give me a break with all this quickly stuff. Come on. Back to Toscas. And so what the professionals in this case did was they pursued both of these tracks simultaneously, piece by piece, getting over the hurdles that we needed to get over if we were going to go down the warrant route, while at the same time trying to negotiate the same result. So we were doing both at the same time. And you just can't put blinders on and try to pick one. You have to be professional and analyze it. There are significant impediments and nuances to it that maybe some of the agents that raise some of these issues didn't understand. But we did our best to explain it. And again, I take satisfaction in the fact that at the end of the day, almost every one of those people apparently told the IG they were very happy with the way it played out. Almost everyone. Kim, Mr. Toscas, in your experience, is it common for prosecutors and investigators to discuss where the outcome of a case is headed, even before the last witness has been interviewed and the last piece of evidence has been examined? Certainly. And why do prosecutors and investigators discuss where a case could end up before the fact-finding is complete? I mean, just in the ordinary sense, you're human beings. You're working on the matter together and you're seeing the strengths or the weaknesses or both as you move along. And so it's not uncommon to develop, as you're moving forward, a sense that it's going in one direction or another, and it's good to have those discussions so that you could talk about whether there's steps that could be taken, that's what it says, could be taken on the firm. I'm going to read it exactly as it is. I'm not going to try to parse it. It says, so that you could talk about whether there's steps that could be taken on the firm up some of the weaknesses, whether there's things that you could do to bolster some of the strengths, and also to understand what this means. And again, it's going to be a long answer, so excuse me. Leftist tears. Leftist tears. $99 a year, dailywire.com. At the end of the day, depending on where we end up, what is the result? What does that mean for us? And are we going to be satisfied that we've taken all the steps necessary to complete it? So those are the things that happen I would think, in every type of investigation. It's obviously highlighted here where you have a 500-page IG report after the fact, some sort of going through every detail of it. Well, I might add, very well, I might add. But I would think in any investigation at any level of the criminality or any level of government, those discussions are going to happen between agents and prosecutors, and they're going to have a sense of what direction they're headed in. There may be people who want it. You might be doing a murder investigation and you very, very much want to get to the end and find the person who's accountable. And so you're obviously focused very intently on getting to that because, there's a victim in this case and a family that has suffered gravely and greatly. So you're saying, let's get to that end game. And it's not uncommon during the course of an investigation like that to have a sense that you're going to get there or you're not going to get there. You've fallen short or you're going to hit the finish line. And that's what agents and prosecutors do all the time. What would be your response to criticism that discussing the potential outcome of a case before it's concluded constitutes prejudging the outcome of the case? I don't believe it's prejudging the outcome. I don't want to comment on what people did in this particular case. Obviously, there's different ways of doing it, and in retrospect, I'm sure people could see that there's some better ways and some worse ways, to go about by going about doing that. What could have been a worse way, Toscas? Several months before they interviewed the final and most important witness, they were writing an exoneration letter specifically to get her off, without writing another letter that was taking into account the fact that maybe Clinton was going to spill the beans during her interview. Unlikely, but still, she's a skilled liar. But still, she could have screwed up, and then you would have been left holding the bag, scrambling to write a charging letter. Does that make sense to you? No, it doesn't. That your answer shows it doesn't make sense to you. You're just waffling. Toscas continues. But in a big investigation of any kind, I would think that the people who are ultimately responsible for it are going to be thinking about what that end game looks like, depending on which way it may end up. And I do think that we are professional enough to have a sense of where an investigation is going to end up realistically, but still thoroughly and zealously continue to take the investigative steps that you think are necessary and fully willing to change course if it turns out that the judgment you thought you were headed towards changes. Kim. So he interrupts. It's harder, I think, for outsiders looking at it to understand that, and it is difficult, more difficult, to explain when there's draft documents months in advance of an announcement. I think a citizen looking at it understandably would be concerned about it. But within, investigations and prosecutions, people are professional enough to have the flexibility to say, I believe this may end up this way, so let me prepare for it, while not concluding with certainty, then that's where it's going to end up. And again, Mr. Toscas, if they haven't concluded it with certainty, why didn't they write a letter with the opposite result in mind? Answer that. But they're not going to ask it. Kim, are you aware of anyone in the core DOJ or FBI mid-year team that disagreed with the ultimate decision not to charge Hillary Clinton with a crime? No. From what I could tell, it was unanimous across the board. The Inspector General's report has several discussions of how DOJ and FBI officials did exactly what you described. They discussed where the case was headed. An important time point that the Inspector General focuses on is the spring of 2016, when his report states that it was the general understanding the case appeared to be headed towards a declination. Is that consistent with your experience on the case? I think the IG report has that right, and he has a much better view than I did because he talked to everybody across the board. But I think that's right. Why did the case appear to be headed towards a declination as of spring of 2016? Ultimately, for the same reason that the case was declined. The IG report goes into the, details about that, and I don't want to rehash them all. but by that point it seemed that on the issues of knowledge and intent, the evidence was coming up short on that front. But as you said, the conclusion to the case was not locked in. Is that correct? Absolutely not. It was not locked in until the final recommendation was made. And again, this is Toscas continuing. I get why from an outside perspective that might be difficult to see, accept, and swallow, but from within the ranks of prosecutors and agents, until that final recommendation is made, it's not final. And do you have any comments at all, Mr. Toscas, on why James Comey made that final recommendation, that final statement that they're not going to prosecute Hillary? It wasn't even a recommendation. It was a statement that they weren't going to prosecute Hillary because she was too dumb to have committed those crimes, and they let her off, and Loretta Lynch just rubber stamped it. Any comment on that? Kim. And does that mean that even late in the spring of 2016, right before Director Comey's announcement was made, you personally were open to any evidence that might emerge supporting the prosecution of Secretary Clinton? Prosecution of anyone within the scope of this investigation? Yes. I don't know of anybody working on this case that would not have been open to charging course depending on evidence that we gathered. We were gathering as much evidence as we could figure out how to finally assess and make a final determination here. And if we gathered evidence that took us in a different direction, we would have turned in that different direction. We literally were committed, and I'm confident of this across the board. We are committed to following the evidence wherever it leads us. Kim. In spring of 2016, it appears that senior DOJ and FBI officials started to have discussions about how to announce the conclusion of the case. Why in this case was there concern about how to announce the conclusion of the case? I don't know if I'd say concern, just a discussion of how to do it and the appropriate way to do it and who should be involved in that. So if those rose to a level of concerns, that's what it says, possibly they did, but that was, I think, the goal behind it. Well, I'll posit to you that it's not normal operating procedure for the FBI director to stand up and announce that the department should not pursue charges against an individual. So it appears that this was exceptional, at least in some ways. Why did senior leadership of the DOJ and FBI decide that this case warranted maybe different treatment from a standard case where a declination decision would be reached and the next step would just be silence? No charge would be brought and the case would be quietly closed. Why wasn't that process followed? Why wasn't that the process followed here? See, once again, Comey's their great guy. Comey's their scapegoat. And here it is after he was fired. They can't decide. It's both, especially during these mid-year exam testimonies. The Democrats hate him for what he did to Hillary, but they love him because he put the screws to Trump by getting the information leaked about his made-up memos published in the New York Times, and then getting his way and having a special prosecutor office opened up. And they'll never be, I don't know if they'll ever decide which they want. Although it seems to me lately he's been pretty well rehabilitated. And I think the thing that I lean on most to prove my point on that is the fact that he got a town hall meeting on CNN on the anniversary of his firing. This guy could well be under criminal investigation within a few weeks, if not already, just under seal. And CNN is fading him like a hero. I think he's been rehabilitated in the eyes of the Democrats. Because, I mean, the CNN is the broadcast arm of the Democrat Party. So, there you go. So why wasn't that the process followed here? Toscas. The process that was followed was one, as the IG report goes into incredible detail about, was the one that was chosen by former Director Comey. It wasn't the product of deliberation or decision-making within DOJ. he made it quite clear that he not only decided to do it, but decided to do it without telling us. And so I'll leave it to the IG's conclusion with respect to the view of that. But that was not something that we agreed upon by design. It was not agreed upon. So in spring of 2016, when DOJ and FBI started having preliminary discussions about what a declination might look like, there was no explicit or final joint decision reached by DOJ and FBI. There wasn't. And I wasn't a party to most of this, so a lot of the information comes from the IG report, which recounts conversations with other people. But my limited role in it, and I think the IG report captures some of that, was I had a general sense that the leadership of both buildings were talking about what the end game might look like, and always with the understanding that things could change. Literally, the whole course of this could change depending on the continuing evidence collection, but talking about what that end game might look like. And I had a sense that they had either discussed or had some preliminary understanding, maybe not an agreement, but a preliminary understanding that this would be done jointly. And the IG report recounts that. I thought that was a good thing. I thought that this was something that having the FBI and DOJ together on this, which we obviously were on the actual conclusions, we were together. But I thought it was important for the American people to see us standing jointly together, whether it was physically standing together or jointly making a statement about it. And so I had a general sense that that was the track we were on. And it's hard to piece it back together now after the fact, but even some of the IG's collection of through interviews or emails suggests that both Loftman and I had some sense that we were headed towards some sort of joint statement, whether that was, physically in front of people or in written form with the Bureau. So I don't know why or how exactly we came to that understanding, but that was generally our understanding at the end, that we could do this together. And I thought that was a good thing. I just thought it was good to have both buildings together on this as we were through the entire investigation. I don't know why that changed. It's better. I gotta save it. Okay, Kim. But in fact, there was no joint announcement. That's right? That's correct. Director Comey made his public statement on July 5th recommending to the Justice Department that no charges be brought. Did Director Comey or anyone else on the FBI team discuss the content of the public statement with you before Director Comey made his announcement? No, by design. He said that, he was going to. Now we know from the IG report and his other statements that he decided that it would be best, and again, I'm not going to talk about the propriety of that decision-making, but he's laid out his decision-making, that he thought it would be the best to do this on his own. And the IG report and his public testimony and other public statements lay that out. I will say, and the IG report discusses it, apparently, as you saw in the IG report, they actually had a roster of people to call to notify that morning. And my call was coming from the Deputy Director, Andy McCabe, and he didn't reach me, and he shot me an email. And then when I called him back, I think I conveyed shortly thereafter to the team that essentially he just said that the director is going to, say something about the conclusion of the mid-year investigation, but they did not go into detail about what he was going to say. Excuse me. Kim, that makes sense. So that chapter concludes with Director Comey's announcement. So the time frame brings us to October 2016. The Inspector General's report found that when you found out about the existence of the Clinton emails on the Wiener laptop, you personally took immediate action to understand what the FBI was doing to investigate the emails. But the report also stated that you strongly disagreed with Director Comey's decision to write a letter to Congress to inform them about the newly discovered emails. I'll quote you from the report. You said, quote, "I was really upset and I basically said, this is BS. We don't talk about our stuff publicly. We don't announce things. We do things quietly. Is that an accurate statement? If you're reading it right from the IG report, I think it is. But I can't remember who I was talking to when I said that to. I think it was either Pete Strzok or Jim Rybicki. I think it was Pete Strzok, but I can't be sure. Maybe I was clear when the IG interviewed me or his folks interviewed me. And can you explain why you disagreed with the decision to send the letter to Congress? Because it's uncommon to prosecutors and agents to tell people investigative steps that we intend to take, just that simply. Just that simply. So I don't know if there's anything more to say than that. We usually do our work quietly, as I did. Is it a departure from DOJ policy to comment on an ongoing investigation so publicly? We have a practice, a long-standing practice of not commenting on ongoing investigations. In this instance, I acknowledge that this investigation had been announced as being closed, so it caused, you can read for yourself and see for yourself the director's rationale for the former director's rationale for feeling the need to advise Congress of a change in his prior testimony that the case had been closed. But my sentiment that it was what it was, that in my discussions with the Bureau, I just thought we should take whatever appropriate steps we think we should take and do it as we otherwise ordinarily would, quietly. In your discussion with the Inspector General, you also expressed that, Toscas interrupts, also let me, if I could. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes. No, of course. And also, whereas other people may have been factoring in proximity to elections, I can't say that that's what was driving my statement. My statement applied no matter what the timing was. We take investigative steps, and we do them quietly. I know that others may have been more specifically been talking about the time period we were at, but to me my statement applies no matter what. Understood. Thank you. Kim continues. I'll read to you another quote from the Inspector General that you gave. It stated, quote, I do remember at some point on our side feeling like, sorry, let me give you a little bit more context to it. This is about your perception of the phrasing of Director Comey's letter. You were expressing disagreements about some of the phrasing in the letter he ultimately sent to Congress. So you said, quote, I do remember at some point on our side feeling like if you're going to say it, there's a way to just sort of lay it out a little bit more clearly that ticks off some of the natural suspicions that are going to be created by less clear, less specific, and more ambiguous language. Can you explain that comment? It's hard to hear someone read my words back to me because I recall saying something like that. But I think what I was talking about was just that if you're going to explain it, just explain it. And trying to sort of make it pithy or, do it in summary fashion, and trying to do that, it opens doors to people to try to read more into it than actually is there potentially. So it's a little difficult to talk about it in that context at that stage, and I think the IG report captured this too, it felt like, look, we oppose this. But if you're going to do it, or if he's going to do it, why not just lay out more of the details and remove what we all know will be suspicions or people reading into the ambiguities created by less clarity? I tried to create a new word there, ambiguities. Didn't work. Okay, back to Toscas. So I don't know. I guess at that time I just thought, explain with more detail what it is if you're going to do it. And it's that the people then receiving it don't have to read much more into it. I guess that's what I meant. And as I sit here now, that's what I remember I meant. To the best of your recollection, what were some of the specific details you thought should be surfaced as opposed to being glossed over with imprecise language? I don't really remember all of them as I sit here, but one thing that sort of I have some memory of was, just more of the details of the individual, The fact of this other investigation being conducted resulted in a spouse's laptop being recovered, that spouse being, a person's laptop being recovered that may include the spouse's material. The spouse's material, is potentially relevant. That's what stands out to me, just more context to what was actually being put out there. Would the fact that the FBI had not yet reviewed any of the material on the laptop have been a relevant factum to include in that letter? I don't know. I guess possibly seeing that they had, well, I can't say that. I don't know if that would have been accurate because the FBI had reviewed some of the contents of it legitimately for another purpose, for another criminal investigation. So it's possible. Honestly, I don't know all. I can't remember all of the things that could have been added. It just to me, that comment captures and reminds me that essentially what I meant at the time was the less ambiguous it could be made, the less questions it raises, and the less suspicion it raises and public churn over what it is that you're doing. Until, like I said, ordinarily we have opposed any such statement, but if it's going to be made, a little more context or information may make it may raise less inquiry about it. Okay, I think that concludes our hour. We will now be going off the record. It is 12:19. Yeah, I've fallen pretty far behind here. They go back on the record at 12:23. So I picked up a whole 4 minutes. Thank you. There will be lunch, so we will get better. Parmenter. This is the Republicans now. Sir, I want to follow up on a couple of things we discussed in the first hour and then also last hour with our Democratic colleagues. They asked you about intent, whether there was a smoking gun with respect to the discussions over whether to charge Secretary Clinton with violating 793F. Do you know, or were you a part of any discussions internal to the department about that statute in particular, and what the gross negligence standard means? Other than with our team? No. But you were involved in discussions with the team about it. Our team discussed it with me, yes. Okay. Did anyone discuss whether or not, sort of, I think the Black's Law definition of blatant disregard of a legal duty or willful blindness or anything else applied in this situation? I don't recall, but it's possible that those types of terms were discussed. Excuse me. When you don't feel your tailbone anymore, you need to shift. Let's see. Okay, this is Parmenter still. But you don't recall whether or not, anyone in particular advocated for or against them or, anything of that nature. No. Our team did an analysis of the statute based on the legislative, the language of the statute, the legislative history of prior usage, and some case law, and, conducted their analysis and shared it with me, and it seemed right to me. Okay. When you say your team, are you referring just to the prosecutors in the NSD you were supervising? No, when I say the team, I mean all 4 individuals. But I don't know. It's not like I have specific recollection of who was talking. The ones you mentioned earlier, though, Toscas interrupts. Yes? Parmenter continues. The 2 line prosecutors from NSD and the 2 from EDVA. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, those 4. Do you ever recall? I believe the IG report refers to, and it was the PADAG, redacted, who said that they relied on you to give, and by they, I mean him and the Deputy Attorney General Yates, relied on you during the quote-unquote skinny down sessions to provide them with information. Did you do that on this subject? No, I don't think so. Okay. In those sort of skinny down sessions, was it solely Mr. Redacted and Ms. Yates that were present? And, I added that word. Let me back up a little bit. Was it solely Mr. Redacted and Ms. Yates that were present and you, or were others present? It's a term that's come to be used, the skinny down. It's just at the end of a larger meeting, more sensitive matters, so others, both in NSD and in the relevant leadership offices, could leave. And it wasn't, skinny down didn't only apply to this case. They applied to a variety of different topics. A new phrase, skinny down. Hadn't heard that one before. Parmenter. But in this context, skinny downs were about, the MYE investigation and occurred after, I believe, I hear you saying, they occurred after a larger meeting about MYE. Yeah. So just to give you some context, I don't know how we initially even started calling them. We don't refer to them as a noun, a skinny down, but during the course of a larger meeting with leadership offices, with NSD or with the Bureau, it doesn't really matter at the end of it if you're moving on from more general topics that everybody in the room can discuss to a more sensitive topic. We'd say, hey, let's skinny down and just get the people who are, or, let's keep and you in here. And so that's all the skinny down meant. And that was something, and it's still something that happens when you're in a larger group and then you want to talk about something more sensitive. It just means reducing the number of people in the room. So we would do that for a variety of sensitive topics. This was one of those topics. And so in general, the only people that would remain would be the people who are relevant to those particular topics or topic. And in this instance, with respect to this matter, this investigation, please. Okay, sorry, I interrupted Toscas. It would most likely be myself, John Carlin for NSD, occasionally our principal deputy, Mary McCord, and then from the DAG's office, redacted, and the DAG, the deputy, Deputy Yates, and then from the AG's office, to the extent it was an AG meeting, the Attorney General and her counsel for national security, which I can't remember if it spanned two different councils, but whoever the counsel was. On occasion, there might be another person or two from ODAG or OAG present, but not necessarily, directly involved in this. Let me take just a break for a second to discuss Deputy Yates, Sally Yates. You might remember that she was made acting Attorney General after the Obama administration left and Loretta Lynch was asked to step down under a cloud of suspicion, I might add. So Sally Yates is in the office, and one of Trump's first actions was to release his initial travel ban, one that was ultimately upheld by the Supreme Court. Sally Yates defiantly refused to enforce it and said so as much in public. She got a text, I believe, or an email, I don't remember which, but she got a communication from a person who said, "You're my hero," and other words to that effect, that she was doing a great thing by not doing her job. And the person who sent her that message was Andrew Weissman, chief deputy of the Mueller probe, and I believe, most likely, the person who wrote Volume 2. It just reads like Weissman material. So that's your Deputy Yates being directly involved in this investigation. You tell me the fix wasn't in. Okay, we come back at 1228 by Mr. Parmenter. Because generally, in your experience, someone from ODAG oversees the various components. Yes. Toscas interrupts. Yes. Parmenter continues for the DAG's office. Toscas, yes. For purposes of this investigation, who was that person for NSD? Redacted. It was redacted? I would say redacted. Was there another Associate Deputy Attorney General who was involved with NSD? Yes. Our direct ADAG is Tashina Gower. I'm going to say Gower. But I remember in the limited instances where we would have discussions, she may have been present for some of them, but redacted with the main ODAG point of contact. Parmenter, I believe Mr. Jordan wants to ask you a few questions. Toscas, absolutely. Jordan, thank you. Let's see if the jackhammer comes back. Thank you again, Mr. Toscas, for being here. I want to go back to what we talked about a couple of hours ago. You said Mr. Carlin came to you in August of 2016 and said FBI is opening an investigation in Trump Russia, and you need to go over and talk with those folks. Is that right? I don't recall, sir, exactly what he said, and I don't think it would have been phrased the way you did. Obviously now, Jordan interrupts. Phrase it how you want to. Say it again. Phrase it however you want to then. Yeah, I just don't recall how he would have said it, whether it was there's a sensitive matter that I want you to sit down with the Bureau, figure out what it's about, and I want the career folks to work on this. I'm not sure what direction it will go in, but sit down with them and get as much information as you can. Got it. Who was that team again? You, Mr. Evans, and who else? You mentioned 3 names the last time we talked. I can't remember specifically whether all 3 of us were involved at the very beginning, but it would have been myself, Stu Evans, and Adam Hickey. All 3 are Deputy Assistant Attorneys General. Okay, Adam Hickey. Adam Hickey does our cyber, mainly our cyber portfolio, but our broader counterintelligence portfolio. So whether he was there right at the beginning or not, he would definitely have been relevant to this once it got started out. Been relevant to this once it started out. Okay, so Mr. Carlin, your boss, gets the 3 of you together and says, FBI has started an important investigation, counterintelligence investigation. You guys need to go over there and talk to them and figure out what's going on, and you're going to be our point people on that investigation. Is that right? Yeah, figure out what it is and where it's going and what they need from us, if anything. Okay. But then you also said last hour when I asked you questions, you said you weren't involved with the FISA at all. So the FISA is pretty important in this Russia investigation. You are the point people for DOJ working with FBI, and yet you didn't have any involvement whatsoever with FISA? I don't, because it's not in my lane. Did Mr. Hickey or Mr. Evans have any involvement with FISA? Yes. Which one, or both, or how? So again, as I said, the FISA matters may be discussed and materials may even been shared with us, but Jordan interrupts. I got that. Who wrote the FISA? I mean, who put it together? Excuse me. So the people who are in charge of FISA within NSD and DOJ are in the Office of Intelligence, and Stu Evans is the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Intelligence. So I'm not really sure who Jordan interrupts. So if I had to, is it fair to say Mr. Evans was the point person for DOJ on the FISA application? As the manager within NSD, yes. Okay. And in the hierarchy of things, refresh my memory, is Mr. Evans the same level as you? Exactly. We do not have an Evans on the list, but again, there are another 45 or so of these things to come out. So at least, let's keep our eyes peeled. Let's see. Is Mr. Evans the same level as you? Exactly. There's no difference. And you all report to Mr. Carlin. We all report to Mr. Carlin. He probably wishes he was just a little bit higher than me. Mr. Toscas' first real joke. I like it. Jordan. Yeah, I know the feeling. So Mr. Evans put together the FISA? I'm not really sure who worked on it, but he is the person in our front office who manages that. Jordan interrupts. Is it fair to say that Mr. Evans would have read the FISA? Yes. Okay. And he would have read the renewals as well? Yes. So all 4 of them. Again, I'm assuming this, but he is the person who manages the whole program. Do you know if any exculpatory information that may have come to you, all relative to the FISA, was it substantively shared, tough word, with the FISA court? Anything that committees and Congress may have picked up on, any information you got, do you know if that was subsequently shared with the FISA court? Come on, Jordan, you're kind of going down the same road you went over with him earlier, that he doesn't know any of this stuff. I wish you'd back off. Toscas, sir, I don't know anything about those type of details. I'm just not the person who deals with that. Well, how much did they share? This is what I'm trying to figure out. If Mr. Carlin comes to you all and says, you 3 are the guys, you're going to work with Mr. Strzok and whoever FBI has working on this, it seemed to me it was Miss Page, Mr. Strzok, Mr. McCabe, Mr. Baker, Mr. Rubicki, those names we've all talked about. You are the 3 that he sent over to work with them. And a key part of this, a central part of this, a critically important part of this is the FISA. You are the 3 people, but yet you didn't do anything on the FISA, only Mr. Evans and Mr. Hickey did. They didn't share that with you, or Toscas, not Mr. Hickey, Jordan, just Mr. Evans, right. So the extent that there was anything relating to the FISA, even if Adam Hickey and I and others in NSD heard about it or saw parts or materials relating to it, we have nothing to do with the recreation of it, the management of it, the movement of it. That's all handled the way the division is designed. It's all designed, or the division is designed, to have the Office of Intelligence handles all of that FISA material. It doesn't mean we're not aware of things, because we are. We have to be in certain instances. Okay, I get it. We need to talk to Mr. Evans. I get that. How often did the three of you meet with the folks, I guess for lack of a better term, your counterparts over in the FBI who were working on the Russia investigation? Weekly? I think that initially there was an attempt to do it weekly, but like with the other meetings we discussed earlier, you were not here on that other matter. I don't know if it actually happened every week. Is it fair to say often? In my mind, I have a sense that what they tried to do was do it weekly, just to sort of update where we are at. Okay? And yet, when I talked to you previously in those weekly, or at least oftentimes where you had those meetings, you said you didn't talk about the dossier. Sir, the dossier may have been mentioned at those meetings. I don't recall ever dealing with that. Yeah, I don't know how it couldn't have been, frankly. I mean, it's the key document. I just don't recall. Now we're getting into the disingenuousness here. Again, it was close to 2 years ago. It was almost literally 2 years ago from when that happened to this hearing. And with all the talk about the dossier since then, I suppose your memory could get pretty well blurred. But I don't know, I just think there'd be something that would stand out. Again, I could be wrong. That's the way it strikes me. So Toscas, again, I just don't recall. Jordan, no discussions, no comments on who was providing the dossier to them, no comments about who wrote the dossier. None of that came up in these weekly meetings you were having. It's not what he said, Jordan. Come on. Toscas, it may have. I just don't recall it, sir. Okay, I want you to look at this. I'm just curious. We have all kinds of text messages, but one where you're specifically mentioned. I don't know how we're doing this if you've already got a list of those things you have given Mr. Toscas. I will read it to you, and then I will let you look at it. It's got all kinds of things on it because some things were redacted and notes have been made. This is, quote, I remember when it was. Toscas already told Stu Evans everything. Redacted called to set up the meeting. He already knew campaign individuals foreign. And thanks. End quote. I'm just curious. Any idea? This is about the time, I think, when it's August 10th, 2016. Any clue what Toscas already told Stu everything? Anything you can get from this context? Again, I understand this is not you. This is Miss Page texting Mr. Strzok. Toscas, yeah, I remember seeing that, sir. And I think what they are talking about, and again, that's them, so they would have to answer for it. I think what they are talking about is actually what I was mentioning, that when Carlin basically said, hey, get with the Bureau and figure out, sit down and figure out what this is about, when Mr. Carlin said that, it was, I would have immediately either talked to Stu, or Stu would have been pulled into that meeting with him, and that's what they are referring to. And I think very shortly after that, we then had a meeting with the FBI so they could lay out what this was about so that we could hear it. Jordan, any idea what? It says, Toscas told Stu Evans everything. Any idea what the everything relates to? I just assume it meant that. What I assume happened is that either Carlin told me, and then I told Stu, or Carlin told Stu and I together. There's some sensitive matter at the Bureau. That the Bureau. I got it wrong twice. Let me start over. There's some sensitive matter the Bureau is working on. Sit down with them and figure out what's going on. I told Stu that. And then at the same time, the Bureau, either I told Stu that or Carlin told Stu, it could be either way, and then the Bureau simultaneously or shortly thereafter reaches out to Stu with the sensitive matter they want to discuss with them. And Stu says, I know, I've already heard about it. We've talked about it, and so let's set up the meeting. I'm gleaning a lot from that, but that's what I assume happened. Excuse me. Jordan, okay, this is August 10th, so obviously you were told by Mr. Carlin about the Russia investigation before August 10th. Toscas, it could be that same day, frankly. It's just, I remember when I first saw that, and I think when it came out publicly, I saw it. Obviously, where it mentions us, I wanted to look at it, but I think that's what that meant. I dare anyone else to read that quickly. At the same time, they were reaching out to Stu to set up a meeting to talk about stuff. I had already, or Carlin had already told us. Get with them and figure out what's going on. And that's sort of the text that is happening at that same time. Jordan, okay, let's go back to Toscas interrupts. Again, that's my guess, but that's my best guess. Jordan, just real quick, because I do have to get to the airport. Sure. Let's go back to Bruce Orr. You said you have known him a long time because you've both worked at Justice for a long time, but you did not have any interaction with him regarding the Russia investigation. No. When is the last time you talked to Bruce Orr? Years ago. You haven't talked to him in a couple of years, 3, 4 years, 1 year? I don't recall the last time I talked to him. The last time I talked to him was probably walking by him on the street or in the hallway and saying, "Hi, Bruce." I can't even put a number on it. It's probably been years. Do you know his wife? I do not. You never anything Steele and or Glenn Simpson. Let me just add, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, speed read and I read by context. So I read in phrases and I don't read all the words. I fill in words where I feel they need to be and I take out words where I don't need them. And it's hard for me to read text out loud without tripping up because my brain is processing the words faster than my mouth and tongue can process them. And I also said yesterday that's the exact opposite of how I work in public. My mouth and tongue move much faster than my brain, which results in my being known in some circles as the master of the inappropriate comment. In fact, I want that on my tombstone, if I have one. We'll have to see about that. There may not be burials by the time I die. We may shoot everyone into space by then. We'll have to see. So was there talk about Christopher Steele and or Glenn Simpson? Asked and answered, Jordan. Come on. You said you were out of time almost, and you're asking this over and over again. Toscas, I just don't recall. I don't recall. The names that you're saying, I recall from seeing in public reporting. I don't know. I don't recall. So just to be clear, the 3 people from Justice assigned to work with the key people at FBI on the Russia investigation having weekly meetings starting, it looks like, the second week of August, based on the August 10th communication, weekly meetings, and the investigation goes from August, starts July 31st, and we all know that's a lie. And that's me interjecting. Continuing with Jordan. You're brought up to speed or informed about it in early August. You start weekly meetings with the folks at the FBI. It goes all the way till May 17th, until at which time it is turned over to special counsel. And in all that time, you never once were in a meeting where you talked about the dossier and or Chris Steele, the guy who wrote it, and or Glenn Simpson, the guy who paid for it. He's going to tell you he doesn't recall it, Jim. He's you know what he's going to say. Come on. I know you're trying to nail him down, but he's jello on this question. There's no way you're going to get anything out of him. Toscas, I don't recall. It's possible that the dossier, as it's referred to, was discussed. I just don't recall it. And with respect to the people, I don't recall these people's names. There may have been discussions relating to them that didn't use their names, and that meant something to other people, but it would have meant nothing to me. So I just don't recall any of it. I don't recall those topics, and it may be a product, unfortunately, of the fact that I no longer have anything to do with that, and there's been public reporting at different times, so it's hard for me to piece together my memory. So I don't want to sit here and say to you definitively, it was never discussed in my presence. It may have been, I just don't recall. And that's that emphasis added by me. Added by me. And again, I know what Jordan's doing because his answers don't pass the smell test. The I don't recall has been the refuge of the disingenuous for the entire run of these hearings and will, I'm sure, be for the rest of them. But, he obviously had his answer and he wasn't going to budge. Um, I don't know. Maybe it was his job to keep pushing. So I'm being too naive, but it's just how I see it. Okay, Jordan. In meetings and work you did on this investigation, this is the last question. In the course of this, whether in meetings where you're meeting with FBI folks, or just meetings you're having, or work you're doing on this investigation, did you communicate with the State Department? I did not. Did anyone on your team communicate with the State Department? I don't recall hearing anybody. Did any of your team communicate with an individual, Sidney Blumenthal or Cody Shearer? Do you know those names? Blumenthal, I know the name from the Clinton investigation. For those of you who don't remember or aren't familiar, Sidney Blumenthal is one of the main hatchet men for the Clinton Foundation and Hillary Clinton in particular. Um, in fact, I don't even know if I should say Clinton Foundation. He's definitely one of Clinton's hatchet men. He was part of the presidential campaign, and he was pretty good at putting out misinformation, if not outright fake news, about the Trump campaign to try to slow down their candidacy. Um, and he's also a bag man and just really an all-around bad guy. He, in some sense, is if you put together Michael Cohen, um, Tom Hayden from The Godfather, and Al Pacino from Heat, with a dash of Roy Cohn, you would have Sidney Blumenthal, in my opinion. Toscas. Blumenthal, I know the name from the Clinton investigation. I'm talking Russia investigation. Yeah, no, I don't recall that at all. Okay, thank you, Mr. Toscas. I appreciate it. Thank you. Summers. Just staying on the Trump-Russia investigation, how did Wood Your, this is what it says, folks, how did Wood Your describe your role in the Trump-Russia investigation? I would say to be available to the FBI in case something was needed that was within our lane. Jordan, can I follow up on that? Jordan! Who was the point person? Who was the key agent, lead agent, at the Department of Justice on the Russia investigation? I can't say who the point person was. The three of you? Say that again. Was it all three of you? Mr. Evans, yourself? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said the lead agent. Not agent, lead lawyer. Excuse me. Who is the lead guy at Justice? Like we know the lead guy at the FBI was Peter Strzok. Mr. Horowitz has told us that. Who is the lead guy at Justice? Toscas. I don't think it formed to the level of being in any particular lane where we had a lead. Summers. What is your understanding of what Stu Evans' role was on the Trump-Russia investigation? Stu's entire portfolio is running the Office of Intelligence, so the entire FISA process, he manages the FISA process. To whatever extent there is anything FISA related, that's his role. You're in charge of CTS, one small portion of CES. One small portion of CES. Yeah, not the entire. That's right. And so, as I mentioned earlier, but I will remind you because I know we have gone through a lot of stuff, my small little corner of CES that I remain involved in is old school, true core espionage in leaks and mishandling of information. Everything else in CES, which is a massive amount of stuff, export control, economic espionage, FARA violations, cyber, all of that is my colleague Adam Hickey. He's the DAAG for CES. We work together pretty seamlessly because, we know how to carve out that one small little portion, but he does all the other stuff. But then the FISA process is handled through Stu Evans and, Toscas interrupts, that's right, Summers. So the U.S. Attorney's Manual says CES must be consulted before a search warrant, for instance, it is issued in a national security case. But FISA is not sort of lumped in with the search warrant in the U.S. Attorney's Manual sense. No, FISA is a totally separate process, and everything goes through the Office of Intelligence. So I think it's clear that Stu Evans' role, just to put it on the record, was much greater than yours on Trump-Russia. I wouldn't say that. To the extent that there was FISA-related stuff, That would have been his responsibility. Could you give us some examples of some things that were your responsibility on Trump Russia? I'm not getting a clear picture exactly what your role is. I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe, maybe's example, it says maybe's, Maybes, example, is the best way to get at it. It's probably fair since it wasn't really a solid, fully formed role. But as I said, our goal was to, as the FBI ran this counterintelligence investigation, to be available if anything that required DOJ involvement was needed, and whatever that may be, to provide that assistance as may be appropriate. So they looked, as they conducted their investigation, which as a counterintelligence investigation didn't really implicate criminal tools at the front end of it, very little role, and then as other aspects of the investigation proceeded, and there was potential review of potential criminal I'm reading too fast. And there was potential review of potential criminal violations by anybody, that's when we would have become more involved. However, I don't think I can go into any details about what those may have been because all of them were then taken over by the special counsel's office. And your involvement ceased when the special counsel, Toscas interrupts, it did, Summers took over, it did. Stu Evans' involvement, did NSD's involvement cease when the special counsel took over? I can't say for sure because obviously, if there is anything FISA related, there's no special counsel for FISA, right? So if there's FISA related stuff, that remains always, no matter what, within the Office of Intelligence. So I just can't say for sure whether the entire division was removed from it. It's a pretty good question. Parmeter. So, sir, just to try to draw this distinction a little more clearly, you said earlier, I think we talked about it in the first hour, that you were the top person at the DOJ for the mid-year exam investigation. But it seems like from what we have been discussing for the last few minutes, that there really wasn't, like Assistant Attorney General Carlin had assigned you, sat you down, and told you you were going to be the top career, you were going to run the mid-year exam investigation for DOJ. It seems like a similar thing did not happen for the Russia investigation. Toscas, somewhat similar. What he said was, we're going to do it the same way. We're going to have career folks in charge of it. But it wasn't clear to any of us what direction it was going to go in. And so the three of us, Adam, Stu, and I, were involved just to see where it went. It could, as you might imagine, it could go into a variety of directions that could implicate our portfolios. So you're quite right, there wasn't a single person. But I think that I know his intent was to do it in the same way, to have the career folks sort of calling the shots on it. Excuse me. Okay, let me take a look here. We're at page 101. So we've got 72 to go, because let me make sure my math is correct here. Yeah, 173 page document, so 102 to go. I'm sorry, 72 to go. And we're at 130. So I've done 72 pages, 100 pages. Let's just round it to 100 pages. I've done 100 pages in, let's see, let's just say we started at 10:30 because of the D-Day memorial. If we start at 10:30, then that's 3.5 hours for 100 pages. So let's call that another 2.5 hours for the rest of this. So that would put us at 4 o'clock. Good. We can do the rest of it in one shot. Okay. That was darn it. Excuse me a second. I just screwed up the back of the chair. I'll be right with you. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Um, yeah, just real quickly, I love this chair. It's it's a really great chair. It's incredibly adjustable. The one thing is though, the adjustment on the back, where if I have it where I need it, and I scoot up in the chair with my back against the back of the chair, especially the lumbar support, it'll jack up the chair one more level. And when it goes up one more level, that's the reset level. And then the only thing it'll do, it won't hold its position for very long. If you move around, it'll reset to the very bottom, like your headrest in your car. If you want to adjust it, it starts all the way back, and then you can pull it a click forward at a time. And if you want to reset it, you have to move your head and then pull it all the way forward, and then it releases the cam, and then you let it go back all the way, and then you can keep pulling it forward again. That's pretty much the standard. Hopefully your car does that, because that's all the cars I have do that. But anyway, that's the one thing I don't like about the chair. I can't lock the back into position. I've been checking and checking, and I can't figure out a way to do it. So every now and then I have to interrupt the stream because I screw up the back. I apologize. Okay, let me see here. We're pretty long answer there. Um, the last bit of Toscas' answer, but I think that I know his intent was to do it the same way, to have the career folks sort of calling the shots on it, and that it refers to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Summers. Does the sort of decentralization have anything to do with the criminal versus counterintelligence investigation? I mean, I think in the IG report, you say fairly frequently that you considered the MYE investigation to be a criminal investigation, whereas the Russia investigation may be started as a counterintelligence investigation. Can you attribute some of the decentralization to that? There wasn't a specific criminal target at that point. No, I don't know. But let me try it this way. The mid-year came in as a referral, right? And that referral is pretty specific. It's there. This is what it says. There's a potential compromise of or mishandling of classified information. That seems pretty discreet, and to be able to say, okay, the person who does this stuff is Toscas. And again, I don't want to interrupt a answer, but to continue with he threw me off for a second because he referred to himself um, in the by name, and I started to think that I was reading a question instead of an answer. So forgive me for the delay. Okay, the Russia inquiry initially, this is Tosca still. However, the FBI phrased it initially. I don't think that it's a potential interference with our electoral process, and it's unclear at that stage which of our areas it may implicate. So the same model, I know he was trying to use the same model, which was, we're going to have the career folks doing it, but we don't know what direction it's going to go in. So all three of, get briefed up on it and see what's happening with it. Okay? And who actually, I guess, authorized you're saying that they told you to get briefed? All three of you to get briefed up on it. Who was the one who authorized DOJ to begin participating in the Russia investigation? I don't know. I mean, we were told to do this by our Assistant Attorney General. By Mr. Carlin? Yeah. Okay. You mentioned another person, Toscas. I say that only because that's the person who told us this. Whether other people above him had interactions with him, I have no idea. All right? So you wouldn't know whether anyone at ODAG talked to the Assistant Attorney General about this. It wouldn't shock me if they did, but I can't sit here and say I know that happened. Summers. Did you report up to anybody as the investigation went along, other than Mr. Carlin? Or did you report to Mr. Carlin back with the results? Yeah, I guess. Sorry, Toscas interrupts. Yeah, I guess. And Summers continues, things that came up. Again, it's hard to piece this together. It's hard to piece together this long ago. But I guess, yes, we did. We would have updated, sort of like, this is what we are hearing. How far up the chain it went, I can't really recall right now. But with certainty, I recall when Dana Bente became the acting DAAG, I recall sitting down with him, with folks I even think the Bureau may have come over, and sort of walking him through the progress of the stage of the various different lines that were being pursued, all of which obviously ultimately went to the special counsel. So I recall specifically that, so there may have been, prior to that, there may also been briefing up. Just as I sit here, I can't recall it. And Summers. And I think Mr. Jordan kind of closed the loop on this. Who at the FBI, not just, I think he was talking more at the beginning, sort of the first meeting, who were the main contacts at any point in time at the FBI. I would say, and I can't come up with names. Earlier, when you were asking me, sir, I couldn't come up with names. Some people I just don't know. I know sort of. We were in meetings together, but I just don't know them well enough to say their names. But in general, I would say from the folks that I knew, Priestap, so he's the assistant director, Peter Strzok, who was a DAD, Lisa Page was present for some of them, and there were other counterintelligence division people and cyber division people there, because there were cyber aspects to this, who I just don't recall all of their names. But the main people in my mind from the Bureau, and I hope I have this right, would be Priestap, Strzok, Page, and individuals from these others, not only from counterintel, but from cybercrime. Actually, it says cybercrim. So is cybercriminal? Is that the, I don't know. Excuse me. Summers. You mentioned redacted earlier on the mid-year exam. Was he involved, at least from your awareness, in this? You know, I want to say yes, but my memory, I just can't. I may be crossing over my meetings in that room. He may have been. I'm sorry, I can't recall. And then I just wasn't clear when you said this. So Carlin comes in and says, there's some sensitive matter that the FBI has. And I didn't know whether to take you literally, or, I mean, did he just say some sensitive matter, or did he tell you what it was about? Yeah, I can't remember exactly what he told me, but whether he described it as, hey, this is what the deal is, or there's potential Russian interference with the election and the Bureau is going to look into that, or whether he simply said there's a sensitive thing related to Russia and the election, I just don't remember what it was. There was some detail. It wasn't as vague as just, Toscas interrupts, yes, there would have been something more to it, which allowed me then to either me to go grab Stu and tell him and convey what John wanted me to convey, or pull Stu in and say, tell us both whatever this is. I just can't remember what it is. Stu may have a better recollection of it. John may. I just don't know. Parmeter. They've got to call Carlin. I mean, Stu maybe, but Carlin's got to come in. And so you don't know whether or not, like during that, I mean, realizing that maybe the details are a little sketchy, whether or not you were told by Mr. Carlin at the time that he had been directed by someone above him to tell you about the sensitive matter, or whether he had gotten it on his own from the Bureau, or, you know, whether it was with Mr. Redacted, Ms. Gower from the Deputy Attorney General's office. Were any of those names mentioned during that interaction? No. And frankly, I just can't recall now that we are going through this. I can't recall whether this is John telling me it, or whether maybe someone from the Bureau told John and I together. I just don't recall how it initially started. What I do recall is John saying, we are going to do this the same way. I want the career folks running whatever train we have here to be involved and to be running this for NSD, so figure out what this is, go get briefed by the Bureau, and get the details. And I apologize that I don't know exactly how that information first came to me, but I leave open the possibility that the Bureau may have told me and John. I just can't recall. Summers. So along those lines, you are going to do this the same way. You did report up either through the Assistant Attorney General Carlin or directly to department leadership, like political leadership, to the PADAG, to Tashina Gar. uh, Gower. Yeah, I don't recall as I sit here specifically doing that, but it would not have surprised me at all if it would have been done that way. Okay? And I think you mentioned that she was the ADAG, speaking again about Ms. Gower, who oversaw NSD directly. She was the ADAG within the Office of the Deputy Attorney General with the National Security Portfolio. So all aspects of NTSB. I'm an airplane nut, so NTSB is kind of one of my things. Um, anyway, so all aspects of NSD would go through Tash. And as far as you are aware, did she have sort of the same role in mid-year as she did in the Russia investigation? I don't know if you were here earlier when I said this. I don't really recall her having any particular role in mid-year. There was a very limited need to know for any role. There was a very limited need for any role above me. I recall, I leave open the possibility that in some of the skinny down, she was present for some of the discussions, but on the mid-year stuff I basically dealt with, or John and I basically dealt with redacted directly in ODAG. So she may have been present for some of that. Exactly how at the beginning stages of the Russia in related investigation, what role she played, I can't say as I sit here, but it would not have been unusual for her to have been the ODAG go-between NSD and the leadership offices. Okay? So for example, if there was a major decision, whether it's, and I'm not even talking about the declination, but whether to seek a subpoena, search warrant, whether to give someone immunity, would you have consulted with Mr. Redacted, with Ms. Gower on those questions, or did you generally do that through, your channels? We would make those decisions, and to the extent it was relevant or important enough to tell folks up the chain, we would tell Redacted. Or if we were in with the ADAG or the AG, and we had a high level, hey, this is what's going on, we are going to start interviews, we are pursuing laptops. We may have just been very high level wave top updates, but it could be either to Redacted or them directly in a skinny down. Excuse me. Lots of reading in this one, lots of reading. I hope it's going well for everybody. I hope you're hanging in there. We're moving along. Coming up on a lunch break, so we'll catch up on time. Mr. Baker, I have just a couple of random things to start with. It seems to me years ago, you've mentioned the Office of Intelligence a couple of times and their exclusive role in the FISA process. There used to be an office, I think, Office of Intelligence Policy Review. Toscas, that's right. Is that no longer there, and what became of it? Where did their jobs go? So I will give you the thumbnail version, and hopefully this will do the trick. And if I've got it wrong, I apologize. OIPR was, what you're referring to, was a standalone, sort of almost a standalone component within the department that, I think, that reported directly to the DAG's office. When NSD was created, the WMD report recommended that a National Security Division be created at the Department of Justice and bring within its umbrella all aspects of national security work within the department. And so the counterintelligence section came in, the counterespionage section came in, OIPR came in. It eventually was renamed the Office of Intelligence and restructured. I believe under Matt Olson when he was the DAAG, under Ken Weinstein. So OIPR became an office, the Office of Intelligence, within NSD. A little crooked here. There we go. Question. It's my understanding that the General Counsel at the FBI, during both of these cases, prior to him becoming the General Counsel at the FBI, and there may have been some steps in between, but he at one time worked in the Office of Intelligence Policy Review. And I think he was the head of OIPR, if I'm not mistaken, Jim Baker. Right. So as the General Counsel, he, I'm assuming, was pretty conversant in national security law based on where he has come from and experiences he brought to the Bureau. I think so, and certainly conversant in OIPR, Office of Intelligence topics for sure. And that would include FISA? Yes. He would be very versed in that. He would, certainly. That was his job. You mentioned at least twice, and I just want to clarify what it is. Old school, true core espionage. Sorry? To the extent that we can in an unclassified setting, what exactly is that you're responsible for? Sorry, when I say old school espionage, I say it only because obviously the espionage has morphed over the years, but actual human beings committing espionage, whether foreign or on our own citizens. Okay, so Mr. Baker, as the general counsel, would be conversant in that sort of thing too, as far as the laws go, in prosecuting people that violate that sort of thing. Jim was never a prosecutor, I don't believe, so I would not say that his experience, his prior experience, would lend itself to an expertise in statutes. But as the general counsel, I'm sure he, as needed, familiarized himself with any statutes as, to the extent the issues were before him. But I would not necessarily think that he would have any particular expertise of criminal statutes. Okay, you mentioned a little while ago when this sensitive matter came to your attention, Mr. Carlin telling you or exactly what was told you. When you were clear on what was going on, either in subsequent briefings with the Bureau, or as you got more information from the original notification to touch base with the Bureau, find out what is going on, or whatever, based on your background in old school true core espionage, was what you heard, what the allegations were in your training, knowledge, expertise, was it pretty serious stuff? Excuse me, sit up again. Avoid screwing up the back. There we go. Good. Was it pretty serious stuff? Back off the microphone a little bit. If I can find it. There we go. Okay. Don't want to grab the microphone directly, of course, but it's still hard to not to make thumping sounds when you're grabbing the arm, and I know that's very irritating. So my apologies. So, what the allegations were in your training, knowledge, expertise, was it pretty serious stuff? The counterintelligence investigation that the Bureau was looking at dealt with potential Russian influence in our electoral process and the question of whether anybody affiliated, there was any connections between anyone affiliated with the U.S. campaign and the Russians. So yeah, it's very serious. Both aspects of it are incredibly serious. Was this the first time, if you can say this setting, will this have been the first time that a case involving that sort of activity was brought forth, or was this a practice and pattern that had already been known to the intelligence community? Weisheimer: I don't think that's something he can talk about. Baker: okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a fair point. And I think Picasso knows is right. This is a different scope than yesterday's Gia Cologne hearing. She had it on the nose. Had it on the nose. Baker: I want to switch back to mid-year for a second. I know we jump around. You had mentioned early on that we talked a little bit about the dynamic of tension between the prosecutor and investigators. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, but oftentimes it's healthy. It's a healthy dynamic. You mentioned that there were certainly some bumps in the road, I think, in this investigation. It's my understanding that one of the bumps in the road, and I will let you correct me if this is not true, there was a disagreement, I believe, between the Bureau and the Department as to who should be in some of the interviews, that maybe as some interviews had gone along, a certain number of people or certain types of people were in the interviews, and then in some interviews, and I believe in particular the interview of Secretary Clinton, there was a change-up in who would be in the interview or who should be. I don't think anybody was taken out of interviews that had previously been in, but I think maybe people were put in. Could you comment on that? Yeah, again, thank you, Picasso knows. Yeah, again, I don't want to say that there was a dispute between the Bureau and DOJ, like the institutions were sort of in different places. So I just want to make clear the people involved may have had some disagreement over this, but at the end of the day, I understood all sides of it. There's some people who think people in an interview, there should be few people, just a few people in an interview. There's other settings where you could have a number of people. Those settings, George, are called depositions. FBI interviews, you have a couple of FBI agents and the subject, if you can help it. If they wind up bringing a lawyer, not as great for the FBI, but still, they want to keep it simple. And the DOJ specifically created a mass panic in the, I shouldn't use the word panic, that's incorrect, but they created a mass of confusion by throwing in all of those extra people into the Clinton interview. They loaded up the room, made it very difficult for the FBI agents to stay on point, and they also allowed at least one witness in the investigation, one interviewee, to act as Clinton's lawyer. I believe it was Cheryl Mills. You tell me that there wasn't a difference between the Bureau and the DOJ on that one. What was the word you used? That there was a dispute? Like the institutions were sort of in different places, quote unquote? That's right here. Dude, that's exactly what it was. Strzok and Page's testimony absolutely laid that out. Silly you. Okay, to continue with Toscas. And it's just a matter of whatever is needed for that particular case and the particular issues that are going to be discussed and what you're pursuing. In this instance, I was very much deferential to our chief and CES to determine who should be there, and I left it up to them and the agents to work that out. So there definitely was, apparently, and obviously, the IG report reveals stuff to us that we otherwise may not have even been aware of, and that there was some churn on the FBI side about the number of people there. And you had David Loffman, who is head of our section and ultimately is going to be, a significant voice in the recommendation to be made in this case, no matter what it is. And he had decided that he was going to participate in some of the bigger interviews, basically the higher level aides and of former Secretary Clinton. And I was fine with that. I don't even think it needed to be something that I decided or weighed in on, but I supported him in doing that. And what we see now from the IG report is that you essentially had on the other side Pete Strzok saying, well, if Loffman is there, then I guess I need to be there. And anytime you have that sort of dialogue happening, then the numbers are going to immediately multiply. From what I understand, at least with what would be considered the bigger interviews, the senior aides and former Secretary Clinton, it sounded to me like it was the same group. It was some assortment of or all of the four prosecutors, Loffman, Strzok, and the interviewing agents. Dude, can you not see how insane that is? Couldn't you, as the lead from the DOJ, have stepped in and told Loffman, you can't do this? I mean, it escalated everything when he did that. It became a circus. How could you not have stepped in? I don't understand it. Okay, continuing with Toscas. And so I get now, after the fact, in reading this, that there may have been some churn and heartburn over this. But anytime I was asked about it, I said, look, let's leave this up to the team to figure out. That's not leadership, man. That's not leadership. That's a bad play. I'm not one to totally buy into this dynamic that there is a magic number and that people are more open if you have 2 or 1 or 3. Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes you're at a table like this and a person has 12 people with them. It's like, what difference does it make? It makes all the difference in the world. You know that. What was important to me, this is back to Toscas. What was important to me was that the interviews be conducted in a, competent professional manner. And resoundingly, people reported back that that was certainly the case, that everyone felt that the interviewing agents did a really, really good job in their interviews, and that to the extent the lawyers ever weighed in or piped up with any questions, that they were good questions, and the investigators and prosecutors did well together. So at the end of the day, again, there may have been some churn over it, but it was much ado at the end of the day about nothing, I think. That's 2 Shakespeare quotes in 24 hours. Pretty good. And yet it was nothing that had been objected to or raised to you. You have learned about it sounds like, from the IG report. There was. I remember having some conversations about it, but I can't remember whether I talked to Priestap or McCabe about it at some point, and my thinking was really, let's just let the team figure out what they want to do. There's a lot of people who obviously have put a lot of work on this, and we can let the team decide who should be there. And to the extent the Bureau wants to do a if him then me, or if him then her, fine. Deal with it. But let's let the team figure that out, and that's the way I left it. Shoot, I already forgot I should have left that open. Okay, history. There we go. What was my synonym? Pitiful. Yes. Or woeful. That was a woeful way to deal with it. A pitiful way to deal with it. I'm going to leave that up from now on. Let's see. So that's where I left it. And back to the question. While we were on the topic of the interviews, what was your role in deciding that Mills and Samuelson, as potential fact witnesses, could sit in on the interviews? Okay, so it was Mills and Samuelson. Okay. I always thought it was both of them, and then recently I thought I heard it was just Cheryl Mills, so I'd changed my outlook on it. Now my original's been backed up. Yeah, so could sit in on the interview. Toscas, yeah, there were definitely views expressed about this from a variety of folks. I made my views known that it's not ideal, to have fact witnesses in an interview of another witness. However, again, it's me saying that, I gave significant deference to our team. This was the final interview. They had already raised the issue with her counsel. He pushed back on that and said that she had the lawyer she wanted in the room with her. And so my concern was to ensure that if that's the way this was going to go, that the team be prepared to put an end to any type of attempted or actual interference by these people in a way that would adversely affect the interview. My voice cracked. And the team told me, or I think the team, I can't remember who I talked to, but for certain, Loftman at a minimum, I spoke to, had said that they had a plan in place to ensure that if at any stage it appeared that there was any sort of consultation or interference, that they would stop the interview and address it with counsel at that time. So in other words, they'd be able to do it, and then you'd be mad at them for it. Great. Well played. And at the end of the day, continuing with Toscas, I deferred to that judgment. And when we heard back afterwards, as the IG report points out, everyone was comfortable that there was literally no impact at all and no attempt to interfere or to interject. So you got lucky. Toscas continues, so the team, we flagged it, we discussed it. The team had a plan in place to deal with it. They were ready to implement it. It was not needed, and people were satisfied. Mr. Parmenter, just to briefly jump in, sir. You referred to her counsel. Who are you referring to? I'm sorry, the former secretary's counsel? Yes. David Kendall was, who I think we all interpreted or saw as her main counsel. But Mills and Samuelson she considered to be her attorneys as well. No way I would have let them in that room. No way. Right. Did you speak directly to Mr. Kendall about the request to have Ms. Mills and Ms. Samuelson present in the room? I did not. Do you know who did? Was it Mr. Loftman or someone else on the team? I would think it would have been redacted. Okay, and do you know what was said during that conversation? I don't. I just know I heard back that they raised the concern that these two individuals are separate fact witnesses. And from what we heard back, and maybe I'm getting shaded a bit by what the IG report says, but I think the word they used, and they quoted as saying, Kendall pushed back hard on that point. And as I recall talking to Loftman about it and saying, look, the fact is, and this is just at a bare minimum, there's no dispute about this. If there's any adverse inference, if there's anything that happens in this interview, the inference, an adverse inference, is going to be drawn against not only the Secretary Clinton, but them, right? It's going to be like, look, if there's some suggestion and some issue that is seriously in dispute, you are creating a situation where the inference is directly going to be made against you for some sort of interference with the interview. But the team was prepared to address it immediately if any steps were taken to interfere or interject. And as it turned out, from what I understand and recounted in here, there was no such interference or even interjection by them. Baker. So it sounds to me you really walked through the potential for things going off the rails with this and had a plan to get it back on track. I think the team said they were prepared that if there was anything out of the ordinary that occurred, they would pull a sidebar with Kendall and others and say, we've got to change this up. You indicated last hour to our minority colleagues that many of the decisions were strategy-based. And these are my words, but it seems to me that what you were saying was, looking back on them, sort of Monday morning quarterbacking, maybe some of them didn't make sense, but everything was done for a strategic reason. Would this be one of those strategic reasons you thought there was more to gain from letting them be in the room? It sounds like you certainly had a plan to get it back on track, but was this a tactical decision made based on who the interviewee was, where you were on the timeline? I think, you've got to look at it with all of the facts and circumstances at the time. And sometimes when you look at it in retrospect, and you are Monday morning quarterbacking, all of those are obvious, and other times, it's hard to piece them all back together. I think the IG report does a good job, sort of, collecting all those circumstances back into the present to sort of relook at it. But, it's at the end of a long investigation. The agents, first of all, the first thing that you would want to know, if the agents are absolutely opposed to something like that, that's going to drive a lot of it, right? You're going to say, okay, there's discomfort here. Let's actually take that all the way through. The agents didn't seem to be bothered by it from their standpoint, and I think former Director Comey said something like, look, we have already checked them off, so it's not like there is some concern of actual interference here. Yeah, we all know how completely accurate and on point Comey's instincts were on all of this. Right. Toscas continues. At the end of the day, the plan, or the team saying they had a plan that if anything came up, they would deal with it, I think that, they talked it through. They had a plan amongst all the entire team, FBI and DOJ, and as it turned out, there was no interference. Could people have done it differently? Could decisions have been made differently? Sure. Almost every decision we make on a daily basis, we could go back and say it could have been done differently. Here you had a couple of paths to take. They took the one that was reasonable. The team felt comfortable with it. At the final stage, I think time was of the essence. People wanted to say, okay, we finally get the schedule. She's at that stage, not the easiest person to schedule events with, obviously. So I'm sure all the agents are thinking, let's just move forward. We have a plan in place to deal with it, and under different circumstances, maybe people would have made different decisions. But I think they had a good plan. It was a unique circumstance. There was really no guidebook for this with counsel, with a witness who was a counsel. You don't need a guidebook. It's completely inappropriate. She was already represented by Kendall. Why would she need 3 lawyers, 2 of whom were fact witnesses? Kendall pushed against it hard because he knew you guys were on a timeline and he had the upper hand. You guys put this restraint on yourself and you allowed yourself to get pushed around by Clinton's lawyer, and she wound up shoving her face in the dirt. Good plan. Weimsheimer, can I have a minute? Baker, sure. Discussion off the record. Toscas, yeah. So I think they said this in the IG report, but it is good, important to flag. I think the IG report talks through like, well, there was a potential option of just subpoenaing her. Just say, look, we're pulling the plug. We're not doing with them in the room. First of all, I think that you really had to assess, is their presence really that significant that you would take that extraordinary step? And again, you would expect the agents and line prosecutors to be the ones that would be telling you that it is that significant, and they weren't saying that because the decision had already been made. But the other thing is, and some of this may be a bit of, Monday morning analysis as well, but that other alternative would have been to put her in a grand jury where the FBI does not have the ability to ask the questions that they want to ask. That's a big thing. The FBI being able to directly question a person is always significant, right? So they couldn't propose questions to the DA who would be leading the grand jury. Propose. He wouldn't have to use them, but he could use them as a guideline. And number two, to the extent we were doing that, we would have done that to avoid interference by these two individuals with her. The interview allowed the agents and prosecutors to sit in a room with them and actually see if these other people interfered with her or guided her or coached her in any way. A grand jury appearance would have given the witness, it would have given her the opportunity to take a break and talk to her counsel, whoever she wants as counsel, outside and private, and we would have no idea whatsoever whether there was any sort of coaching or passage of information or helping. Oh boy. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to attack this argument, but it seems pretty facile to me. So even though that was a potential option, and the IG flags as a potential option, even in retrospect, I don't think that that was an ideal one under the circumstances. I think that the path that was taken was a good one for the reasons I stated. Yeah, and you got nothing out of her, did you? Zero. She lied through her teeth. You guys took it in stride and then absolved her of any wrongdoing because she's too stupid to break the law. Baker. So again, the reasons for the choice was looking through a strategy lens. If they had gotten that far, what I said just now, I don't know if anyone actually even thought it through. The fact that the FBI would not be present, that's known to everybody. We don't even need to think about that. The agents know we put someone in the grand jury, they're out. But as to the other piece, I just think, in retrospect, looking back at it, to the extent we are going to do a sort of Monday morning analysis of it, even that other option, this downsides. I would say it's supposed to be that other option has downsides. And I think that the path we took that the team took was a good one. One last thing on this. One last thing. If that's the case about the FBI agents not being in the room when the grand jury is convened and the DA is asking questions, then what you're saying is the FBI would never use a grand jury because of that reasoning. Or at least they would use it incredibly infrequently because it would take the questions out of the mouths of the FBI agents and put it in the mouth of the DA. I don't think that's the way it works, Mr. Toscas. Summers. Was there a general strategy to avoid a compulsory process? I mean, the IG report discusses that there was some compulsory process used. There were some search warrant issues that should be issued. There were some grand jury subpoenas issued. But I think they also document that prosecutors, meaning DOJ, was not as interested in using compulsory process and preferred cooperation. Was that a strategic decision? I think over time, and especially, obviously, when I have the benefit of reading what people have said to the IG, certainly there's not only was some strategic choices there, but the guidance that prosecutors have from experience and from the USAM is to obtain evidence without the use of processes as frequently as you can. And so in this instance, I think, obviously the IG wanted, or the IG responded to a concern that was being publicly that was publicly stated out there that, oh, we didn't use a grand jury and there was no process at all. And obviously, that turned out not to be the case. But where you could obtain those things without process, where there were hurdles in the way of using process, then, to be able to obtain things through consent, not only does that give the FBI more access to the material directly, but it also frees up what the FBI can do with it and what they can then, for example, the IG points out, the IG would not be able to say much of what the report says if the grand jury and some of this stuff came in through the grand jury. Yeah, but if it came in through the grand jury, Mr. Toscas, you might have had a completely different result, and there would not have been an IG investigation into mid-year exam at all. What about that? Summers. But that did cause, I believe we're still with Summers, but that did cause, the IG also does report that at least it caused frustration on the FBI, the prosecutors. Quote, witnesses told us this caused frustration within the FBI, which preferred obtaining evidence with search warrants and subpoenas. So was this one of the areas of friction? I think you indicated that. Yeah, in the last hour, I talked about that at length. Question. One comment I find interesting, a sentence in the IG's report. It says, the prosecutors stated that, in their view, consent is more efficient than process when witnesses are cooperative, and, as Prosecutor 4 noted, there is no concern that evidence will be destroyed to obstruct an investigation. Yeah, no concern that evidence will be destroyed. Dude, Toscas, evidence was destroyed left and right in this process, and you seem to have no compunction to question it whatsoever. Continues. I'm curious as to how that second clause could possibly apply to this case. Quote, when there is no concern that evidence will be destroyed to obstruct an investigation, unquote. Wasn't there specific evidence that was destroyed in this investigation using bleach bit technology? Toscas, certainly there were items in this case that one of the computer IT people used bleach bit to remove things, but maybe not in a way that the question suggested that, it was done to destroy evidence. Hello, Jason Lord Surratt. Yes, hammer time. Oh, Obi, don't. You can't touch her. Oh, Obi, don't. Clinton goes on and skates through the day. They'll never catch her. She won't be president anyway. Sorry. Sorry. Back to normal. Toscas last part there. But maybe not in the way the question suggested that, it was done to destroy evidence. But you still think it is fair to view this as an area where, let's back up. So, a factor in going with cooperation route instead of the compulsion route is destruction of evidence. Is that correct? It's one of the factors, yeah. And in this case, do you think it was fair to characterize the destruction of evidence was not a concern? Yes, because what he's talking about here, I think, in the context, is obtaining the two laptops, the Mills and Samuelson laptops, and they are possession of a lawyer. And with respects to, for example, the servers and things like that, and other materials that David Kendall had, they are in the possession of David Kendall and Williams and Connolly, and the other stuff was in the possession of Beth Wilkinson. And further on in the report, Prosecutor 4 says, these are smart lawyers, and you may not trust all of the lawyers, but these are smart attorneys who are not going to screw around with the destruction of things that they are telling us they are maintaining. So in that sense, I think that is the most appropriate context for that comment, which was FBI wants. The IG report goes through much about the FBI wanting to use search warrants to go get the two laptops, and there was the concern over destruction of evidence as non-existent. It is very low when you are analyzing that. What about the use of search warrants to get evidence that could replace the destroyed evidence? So if there's alternative methods, there's a sentence in here, quote, for example, as described in Section 2 of this chapter, the mid-year team was never able to locate the archive laptop and the archive thumb drive, both of which, according to Hanley and others, contained a complete copy of Clinton's archived emails. Before that, It indicates there was some frustration on the FBI's part about not using search warrants to go after the archive laptop and the archive thumb drive, Toscas. And the report goes on to say that the FBI ultimately acknowledged that you can't just issue a search warrant for the world. We don't know where it is, that people are saying they don't know where these items are, where the items are located. That's a very fair point. Toscas continues. So at the very basic level, you have to establish probable cause that the item is going to be in a particular place. And no agents, the agents and prosecutors, were ever able to develop that. Certainly, you are keying in on something that, for certain, of course, there was interest on everybody's part in identifying and finding those things. Sorry, I lost my place. But we were told that, from the people who would know, that they didn't know where they were. Question. Was there any hesitancy because of who the location of the possible backups could be the home of a former President of the United States, former Secretary of State? Was there any concern there that is why we wouldn't use a search warrant? Absolutely not. If we thought items of evidentiary interest were in a particular location and the best way to get it was using a search warrant, we would have gotten a warrant. If we had a PC to get it, we would have gotten a warrant and gone and gotten it. PC, probable cause. Parmenter. Sir, I think we're just about out of time, but very quickly, you mentioned that when my colleague Mr. Baker was asking you about the interview, it was fairly unique circumstances. You're a career prosecutor. I believe our colleagues on the other side, you said to them you've handled numerous mishandling cases. Do you recall a case in the past where fact witnesses acted as counsel for, during an interview for the subject of an investigation? I don't. I don't think any, the IG may have gone through this with everybody. I think it was a unique circumstance for everybody involved. One other thing that the IG did say, you had said earlier that, you were confident that the team had a plan for the interview, and that if there were interference, if there were coaching of the witness, they would be able to deal with it right then. The IG report notes the fact that there were two fact witnesses at the interview who could have I completely screwed that up. Let me start over. The IG report notes that the fact that there were two fact witnesses at the interview could have negatively impacted, unquote, and I'm quoting here, quote, subsequent FBI investigative efforts or a subsequent trial, close quote. What's your perspective on that? It's possible. You have a fact witness present during another fact witness's statement. To the extent you have a subsequent prosecution and trial, there is a potential negative impact of it. There's no question about it. And it's one of the factors that I think the team took into account, the likelihood of that happening. And they assessed that the likelihood was low that it would have an impact. But if they saw anything during the course of it, they would have put an end to it. So I appreciate the IG's, very professional work on all this. I appreciate that comment, and I share the concern. But at the time, we were dealing with a unique situation, and alternatives were not as attractive as they might seem now. Parmenter, I think we're out of time. Let's go off the record. And there's a recess. And they come back at 2:04 p.m., so they had a lunch. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I got to refill my tea. I think I'm going to have enough to get through the rest of this, so my executive producer won't have to fire up the Keurig to make some more. But I just have to take care of one quick thing, and I'll be right back. So give me, let's just take a 5-minute break, everybody. Just 5 minutes. We'll be back at 25 past the hour. And we're back, as Johnny Carson used to say so eloquently. Hope everybody put their time to good use, because we're in it for the long haul now. We've got another 50 pages to go. Well, actually, 47 pages to go. So life is good. Okay, now we're back on the record at 2:04 p.m. So we're 20 minutes behind, basically. And we made up a lot of time there. Ms. Haraharan, Harry Haraharan, is back to start the questioning for the Democrats. Ms. H. So I just want to go over some general DOJ practices and policies so we can get an understanding of how this investigation impacts the independence of the department and just the general work that you are all trying to do. I opened up the second window, so the road noise might be a little higher. Will be a little more higher. A little more higher? Will be higher. So if it's distracting or covering me up, please put it in the chat and I'll close it. But it's in the 60s out there. That's why I'm wearing a sweater. Honestly, we have not had more than one day over 80 since spring started. Okay, back to my job. And just the general work you're all trying to do. H continues. So the U.S. Attorney's Manual instructs department personnel not to, quote, respond to questions about the existence of an ongoing investigation or comment on its nature or progress, end quote. Man, they are so salty over that. Can you explain why that policy exists? Again, I don't know if I'm the best person to talk about the rationale for the policy, but I would think that it's undergirded by the notion that our work should be done privately and quietly and should only be made public in the form of court documents. And so if a matter or investigation results in a criminal case, that's how the public becomes aware of it, so that citizens can know that they can live freely, and if they become under scrutiny of the government, that the mere scrutiny doesn't harm them in some way if the public becomes aware of it. So that, at its foundation, I think, is the basis for it. But I'm sure there's, a couple hundred years of institutional knowledge that goes behind it as well. Has the department asked you that you adhere to that practice today? I would, without anyone asking me, I would adhere to it. But in this instance, when you have a 500-page report talking about the investigation, I think that opens the door a little bit to it in this instance. I'm glad you flagged the report. I just wanted to put a quote from yours in the record. It's a long one, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. George Toscas having a long quote? I don't believe it. Back to Ms. H. But it's on page 355 when discussing the decision to write a letter to Congress in October 2016 by Director Comey. You said, quote, the institution has principles, and there's always an urge when something important or different pops up to say we should do it differently, or those principles or those protocols, we might want to deviate because this is so different. And once you deviate, even in a minor way, you're always going to want to deviate. It's always going to be something important and some big deal that makes you think, oh, let's do this a little differently. But once you do that, you have removed yourself from the comfort of saying this institution has a way of doing things, and then every decision is another ad hoc decision that may be informed by our policy and our protocol and principles, but it is never going to be squarely with them. You know what? I remember that part of the report very, very, very well. That's one of the things that stuck out to me was Toscas's really, really brilliant answer on that point. This is what a career employee can do for an institution. He has institutional memory, and he can keep things from spinning off, as he said, into an ad hoc direction or an ad hoc decision. That is one of the best principled statements I have seen in any of this documentation so far. Gia Colon did a great job, but this is a top statement right here. H finishes with, do you still stand by that? I do. I would if I knew it was going to be quoted at length like this. I would have said it a little bit more articulately, But yeah, I stand by it. In your view, is it still important for the Justice Department to adhere to its norms and protocols when it comes to disclosing information about ongoing criminal investigations? Yes, and this applies to that principle and many others within DOJ. And so, for context, in the various interviews we've had, there has been, that's what it says, there has been a lot of questions directed at witnesses about ongoing investigations beyond what is discussed in the IG report. So that's why we're doing this. In your view, what roles do these, well, actually, you may have already kind of answered this, but what roles do these norms and protocols play in preserving the independence and integrity of the department? Yeah, it protects the public, but I think it also protects the institution. The people within the institution know that they can do their work professionally, that they can be candid with each other in the course of an investigation and sharing views and ideas, and that every single step of the way is not going to be scrutinized in an unreasonable way. And frankly, when there's a political angle mixed into it, obviously, that could chill people from sharing full, honest, and frank information and giving candid advice. And we never want our employees at any level to feel as though there's any influence whatsoever, politically or otherwise, perceived or actual. We're a little late on that. So, a lot of these things protect the public, but they also, assist our workforce in understanding the principles that will also protect their work. Q. Has there been any impact on the work, to the best of your knowledge, on the work of the National Security Division by this break in protocol that occurred in the mid-year investigation, or that has since with the disclosures by Congress on the Russia issue? Like, has there been any adverse impacts on your division's work that you can speak to in this context? With respect to mid-year, I don't know if I can answer that. I think that impact is something that's going to have to be judged in the future, looking back as to how it all actually played out. And George, that's going on right now. Thank you very much. With respect to mid-year, the breaks in protocol have resulted in intense scrutiny, obviously. You end up with a document like this and the need for, a review that was very professionally done by the IG. And there may have been other aspects of it that required, the IG to look at it. But, those significant deviations obviously got a lot of attention, and I think were the basis for the initial referral to the IG. So there is an impact. Long term, I don't know what it will be. We'll have to, we're a large institution, and we're just going to have to see how things play out. Obviously, as a leader within the Department of Justice, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us who are leaders within, who have the great honor and privilege to be leaders within the department, we continue to, talk to our workforce and make sure they understand that our principles mean everything to us and we need to adhere to them. I'm sorry, another Hemingway novel here. Excuse me. And we need to adhere to them. Toscas continues. And I think that, where there's human beings involved, there's always, we're by nature going to be flawed in many different ways. So we're going to have missteps on things here and there. But, our workforce has to understand that we have to make it through those times and continue doing our work professionally. And I have every confidence in the men and women of the Department of Justice, including the FBI, that, they will continue to do great work professionally and free from interference. I'm going to jump over to the discussion of human sources that Mr. Jordan had raised. And I'm not going into the details of the Steele dossier, but just broadly speaking. In previous testimony to Congress, Director Wray explained the importance of protecting confidential human sources. And he said, quote, "The day we can't protect human sources is the day the American people start becoming less safe," end quote. Understanding again that you're on the DOJ side, not necessarily the investigative side, do you agree with Director Wray? Yes, in general, those statements, I agree with them. Question. During Mr. Strzok's and Ms. Page's lengthy transcribed interviews, Republican members repeatedly asked about confidential human sources involving the Russia investigation. For one example, a member asked, quote, "In the month of July, was there any information from confidential human sources given to you as it relates to the Russia investigation?" End quote. What's the problem with that question? Doesn't ask for the name of the source. Doesn't ask for where the source came from. So it's not defining nationality or even sex. Maybe one of you can see it differently, but I see no problem with that question. There's no sources and methods being delivered in an honest answer to that. So she continues. What is the Department of Justice policy against revealing information from confidential human sources during an ongoing criminal investigation to the best of your knowledge? I don't think I'm the person to answer that. I would say that from my seat and my limited view, the principle of not talking about ongoing investigations is one that sort of covers that whole landscape. So if it's part of an ongoing investigation, I think that, our normal protocol is that we don't discuss it. But I don't want to get into the specifics of that particular question or that particular issue. I do agree with what Director Ray said earlier. I think that's indisputable. So I feel comfortable saying I agree with it. Okay, we're going to jump to another subject. As I'm sure you have heard in the media, there has been a litany of attacks accusing the Department of Justice and the FBI of conducting investigations driven by political bias. I mean, that's part of the reason there is a 500-page report. So just these are, again, very clearly for the record. Yeah, once the Mueller report comes in, sweetie, you're going to know that that was true all the way through. She continues. Have you been part of any Justice Department investigation motivated by political bias? No. Have you witnessed any FBI investigation motivated by political bias? Have you personally? No. On February 2nd, 2018, here we go, President Trump tweeted, "I'm sorry, you're asking me personally in my experience. Obviously, history has stories of investigations," she interrupts, correct. He continues, "and cases where that may not have been the case. But with my eyes and ears, no, not while I've been working. Thank you." She continues. On February 2nd, 2018, President Trump tweeted, quote, "The top leadership and investigators of the FBI and the Justice Department have politicized the sacred investigative process in favor of Democrats and against Republicans, something which would have been unthinkable just a short time ago. Rank and file are great people." End quote. Do you agree that top leadership at the Department of Justice have politicized the investigative process in favor of a particular political party? My ordinary instincts would be to say I don't want to comment on such a thing, but as a 25-year veteran of the department, I feel compelled to say no, I don't agree with that. And just you wait, George. Just you wait. On May 22nd, 2018, the Republican caucus members of the Republican caucus introduced House Resolution 907, which requested the Attorney General to appoint a second special counsel to investigate misconduct at the DOJ and FBI. And generally speaking, it's saying that there is inherent bias at the FBI and DOJ, which relates to FISA, which relates to the mid-year investigation, as well as the Russia investigation. Do you think there was any inherent bias at the highest, quote, highest levels, unquote, of the Department of Justice and the FBI regarding FISA abuse and the FISA process? I understand that you don't cover that issue, but I don't. Are you aware of any evidence of inherent bias displayed at the highest levels of DOJ and FBI regarding how and why the Hillary Clinton email probe ended? Your question is, am I aware? Yes, I'm not aware of any such thing. Very, very diplomatic of you. Question. Have you ever discussed, sorry, I got that wrong. Have you ever witnessed or are you aware of any evidence of inherent bias displayed at the highest level of the department or the Bureau against Donald Trump as part of the Trump-Russia probe, the Russia investigation in general? I have not. I have not seen signs of such things with respect to any investigation. Have you ever witnessed any actions taken to personally target President Trump at the highest levels of the department or the Bureau? I have not. I will say I have not with respect to anybody. I want to bring up a couple of the main characters that have been not only the focus of the IG report, but a lot, just general chatter in the media about with regards to the Department of Justice and the FBI. To follow up on the previous question, have you witnessed James Comey take any actions biased in favor of Clinton or biased against President Trump? Let me just say this. I have not seen anybody that works on any matter that I've been involved with behave with an improper political or other improper motive on any investigative step or action. That is something that in any context would stand out to us as prosecutors and agents. And with respect to all of my work, I have not seen any signs of that. So, let me back up a little bit here. Why would he know anything about James Comey doing anything? He's not present when Comey makes decisions. Comey doesn't confide in him when he makes decisions. That is asking him, it's asking him to be present in Comey's presence. Sorry, that's a tautology almost. He's asking him to be present with Comey when Comey does things. He doesn't work with Comey. He doesn't work in Comey's office. That is a woeful and pitiful question. So with respect to all my work, I have not seen any signs of that. Thank you. And just to be very clear, that would include then Peter Strzok in your general statement. During the course of the mid-year investigation, if we're going to go specifically to that, I did not see any signs that any improper motive, political or otherwise, influenced or impacted any decision-making during the course of the investigation or the conclusions that we reached. I understand we're all humans. We have views on things. Becoming a prosecutor or becoming an agent doesn't change the fact that we have opinions about certain things. However, it would stand out significantly to people working on an investigation if someone attempted to steer something in a particular direction or away from a particular direction based on an improper motive. If evidence was going one direction and a person was flowing the other direction, they would stand out. And so these are things that, we're not constantly on guard for them as if they occur all the time. But if they occurred, they would stand out. They would be noticed, and they would be addressed. So I saw no such interference or involvement of those types of motives that affected any decisions or determinations in the case. So you weren't paying attention to your superiors or the people working with you on your same level who told the FBI that they had to look for intent in order to charge Hillary under 793F. That never came up. The fact that you weren't hitting her for obstruction of justice never came up. The fact that you guys weren't subpoenaing, is that the way to pronounce it? Objects that could be and most likely were, and in some cases were definitely destroyed, modified, whatever, to shield information from investigators, that never came up. Yes, Strzok didn't put his finger on the scale in mid-year. That's obvious. Neither did Page. That's obvious. Even though they were in the bag against Trump and heavily for Clinton, they obviously wanted to pursue that case to the proper end. Crossfire Hurricane is an entirely different matter. But you're not asked to comment on that, so that's fine. So, Kim, Mr. Toscas, you said that if anyone were to try to steer a case according to personal bias, or anyone were to try to inject investigative decisions with political bias, that would stand out to you. Is that also faith you have in the Department of Justice colleagues you have worked with, that it would stand out to them? Yes. I don't mean just me. Agents and prosecutors that work, that do great, that have the honor and privilege of doing the great work that we do, it would stand out immediately to people. And obviously, we would expect and openly say to people that, number one, it can't play a role, and number two, if you see it playing a role, you have obligations to report it. And so a single person's view on one particular matter or decision likely would not carry the day anyway, because we do things with multiple people and multiple layers and a whole lot of folks involved. But I meant it across the board. I think folks at DOJ and FBI are honest, hardworking professionals, and they understand that there's no place for that in the decision-making processes. Ms. H. That actually dovetails well into the next question, which is, as you said, DOJ, FBI, we're all human. They have opinions. When the department staffs a politically sensitive case, for example, a public corruption case, oh God, here it goes. I'm so tired of this question. I'm so absolutely freaking tired of this question. To continue, does the department consider the personal political persuasions of the attorneys or the agents when it makes those staffing decisions? I don't work on public corruption cases, so I can't speak to that. Or within your own, within ours, but even within my knowledge of just how the way DOJ works, such things don't play a role. If someone is wearing their political beliefs on their sleeve as a career employee, they will stand out. People have no idea what each other's political views and leanings are, because in the proper context, you don't discuss those things. They don't come into play with your respect to your work. And even if people share their views on such things outside of the context of work, it does not make its way and should never make its way into the decision making. And if it were to do that, I think many people would take note of it and it would be addressed. Kim. Mr. Toscas, in the last round, Mr. Jordan and my colleagues for the majority asked you about an individual in the office of the Deputy Attorney General, Tashina Gahar. Are you familiar with this individual? Tashina Gahar? Yes. Is she a career employee of the Department of Justice? She certainly is, yes. And what is her job responsibility in the office of the Deputy Attorney General? She handles the national security portfolio for the office of the Deputy Attorney General. So for the deputy, she handles that portfolio, so anything national security related, she would be the liaison for. She may have other responsibilities too, I'm not sure, but I do know that she's our main liaison with ODAG. And she formerly worked at NSD. She formerly was the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Intelligence. So I mentioned Stu Evans earlier. Tashina Gahar was the DAAG in our front office before Stu. And question. And Ms. Gahar served in the ODAG in that portfolio under Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, as well as current Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. Is that correct? Yeah, there's another couple people who really acted appropriately when given a choice to side with the law or side with their own feelings. Especially Yates, we discussed that earlier. But we all know what Rosenstein did, so whatever you want to call it. Coup is nice. Is that correct? Toscas. I think even prior to that, Deputy Attorney General Cole, possibly. So for all three of them, I believe. I know she was in the office. I don't know if she was an ADAG at the time, but she has served in ODAG under all three of those deputies, I believe. Have you witnessed any evidence of political bias or other improper considerations affecting Ms. Gahar's work? No, absolutely not. Would you consider her an impartial expert on national security affairs who serves her country faithfully? Yes. The confused look on my face is that I didn't. I wasn't aware that there was any question about that. But absolutely I do. And yeah, I'd like to know where that's coming from as well, because I've never even heard of her before today. I would have remembered that name, most definitely. That's a bizarre name. And it sticks out because I'm not even sure how to pronounce it. I'm winging it. I've never heard of her, either by Trish or Trishana or whatever. That's never come up. So, Mr. Toscas, I absolutely mirror your confused look. But absolutely I do. Thank you. I think that is significant, and I wanted to make sure that we had the chance to ask you those questions. Kim, I think we are ready for us to wrap up our portion of this hour-long questioning. Let's go off the record. It's 2:28. Recess. Baker, we're back on the record at 2:32. So now we're 28 minutes behind. Not so bad. You've mentioned this is Baker. You've mentioned this a couple of times, and without regard to any specific case or investigation, could you just briefly explain what the FISA process is? It's more than just one person initiating a FISA or some authority under FISA, is my understanding. Could you just explain what the FISA process is, how something starts, where it travels, and who it ends up with, to the best that you can? Yeah, I'll do it the best I can. I am not that person who could give it to you with every step A to Z, but I could tell you generally. He's interrupted. Sure, he continues, my understanding of it, because I definitely have a working knowledge of it, and it plays a role in many of the investigations that I work on. But obviously, the purpose of FISA collection is to collect intelligence, and the way the process would ordinarily start is with the Bureau or some component of the intelligence community identifying a person or facility, whether email, phone number, of interest, of working within the Bureau and with the Office of Intelligence to determine whether the statutory factors are met to be able to get a warrant for surveillance of the particular person and or facility or facilities. And it goes through my understanding of it is a rigorous process within both the Bureau and on the DOJ side, resulting in an application to the FISC, to the FISA court, for the surveillance and then a ruling from the FISA court as to whether to grant the application or not. In the ordinary course, I think that very generally at the wave tops is the way the process works. As between Main Justice and the FBI, and actually splitting the FBI between headquarters and a field office where a case may have its genesis, it's my understanding there's a lot of back and forth before any package is ultimately presented to the FISA court. There's a lot of back and forth between the department and FBI headquarters, and maybe between FBI headquarters and the field. Is that your understanding? That's my understanding, yes. Generally, I agree with that. So a lot of corrections, enhancements, improvements to a FISA package as it's coming along through the process is likely made before anything ever goes to the FISA court. Yes. And additions of information if, time is passing and other information is coming to light, possibly, so yes. And I assume, it's my understanding, there's a lot of approval levels along the way. As it's coming out of a field office, there's several levels of approval. As it's going through FBI headquarters, there's several levels of approval, and I imagine the same is true at Main Justice. Is that Toscas? I agree with that. Again, I don't know all of the specifics of it, but that's my understanding as well. So you had indicated in the last hour with our minority colleagues something to the effect that it would be impossible or it would stand out if any actor, whether it was a prosecutor, an investigator, if anybody tried to steer something to a direction that wasn't dictated by the evidence, it would stand out. In general, I believe that if evidence is flowing in one direction, then someone not adhering to what the evidence is showing, but adhering to some other motive or desire suggests a different direction, it would stand out. It doesn't mean it's improper. Maybe they're just off base. Maybe they're onto something and there's a reason to deviate. But it would stand out if you think the evidence is going in one direction. So yes, that was my intent. Q. And it would stand out because no one person is really calling the shots on any investigative technique, whether something is going to be employed on opening an investigation, whether something is even going to be looked at prosecuting something. There's no one person doing that. Toscas, I agree. I think it's, especially in the type of complex work that I usually do, the idea that one person would be able to turn the whole ship in a different direction, I just can't imagine that happening. There are so many people involved in some of these investigations that I just don't see how one person would be able to do it. Q. And an individual person that might do it or be accused of doing it, I assume that there's people above them that would notice some impropriety. And there's probably, in most cases, people below them, as far as somebody that's approving or not approving something that they should approve or not approve. There's people below them that have sent whatever it is up through a chain. So there's people above and below somebody that are certainly going to be aware if there's some impropriety. I would think so. Whether it's improper or whether it's just off base, I think it would attract the attention of people all around that person. Okay, I hope this is where they're going. I don't know, but I hope. I hope what they're doing is saying, okay, so when the FBI was pushing back on you guys for compulsory processes to get evidence, to get witnesses to the table, and the DOJ was mainly, if not always, pushing back on that, except for what I understand to be a couple of instances. And almost everybody was given immunity after their testimony anyway. You didn't think that there was something going on with the upper people at DOJ. You didn't think with their introduction of intent into 793F that there was something going on. I mean, Toscas, I'm saying you to Toscas. Toscas, you even testified to the fact that there was no intent in 793F, but there was a possible shading of it, depending on knowledge. And you never brought up the fact that none of those documents that you found were facsimiles, and not true facsimiles of the actual confidential documents. And you seem to have forgotten how many of those documents were actually discovered. I believe yesterday, Gia Colon said it was somewhere around, 200 or 2,000? I think it was 200. Something like that. So anyway, let's catch up with Picasso real quickly. Tashina Gahar is a Department of Justice attorney who was deeply involved in applications to the FISA court, which were used to spy on the Trump campaign using the dossier. Gahar was also one of the few people to see or be notified of the existence of missing Hillary Clinton emails found on Anthony Weiner's computer. Gahar and Andrew McCabe sat on those emails in a cursory investigation led by anti-Trump FBI agent Peter Strzok. Was only conducted when FBI field agents in New York threatened to go public. Aha! I had no idea Gahar was associated with FISA. That's one thing. So she's going to come up when the IG comes out. She's definitely going to come up. So the Democrats were pretty prescient in this regard. They saw it coming. But the fact that she knew, along with McCabe, about the Weiner laptop at the New York field office, that's significant. That's very significant. Thank you, Picasso. Thank you. That's some really good stuff. I really appreciate your digging that out. Digging it up, digging it, whatever. That's awesome. Gahar later played a role in recommending former Attorney General Jeff Sessions' recusal from overseeing Mueller probe. The Federalist. Okay. Thank you for yes, thank you for the link. I was just going to ask for that. Thank you so much for the link. So anyone watching this or picking up on it later, the chat replays during this when you watch it on YouTube after it posts. Look for Picasso Knows at 258 right there, and she has the link to the Federalist article that describes all that. This is why she's executive producer, folks. This is why, because she helps this stream so much every day. And she doesn't have to sit here and listen to this. She has a life too. She can go out and do things. But she chooses to stay here and help me while I ramble on and on and on. God love her. Thank you again, Picasso Knows. Thank you. Okay. I think it would attract the attention of people all around that person. Summers. Besides the FBI, is the Department of Justice involved in defensive briefings that are given to candidates or current office holders to warn them about national security concerns? I don't think so. I guess it's possible that in certain instances, historically, maybe DOJ participated in some of them, but in the ordinary course, I would say no. It would be the Bureau and maybe relevant IC partners. Parmeter. So on page, I guess it's page 166, but it's in the IG report. It refers to a meeting between presumably DOJ prosecutors and NS, well, the line prosecutors and the supervisors to discuss the sort of lack of evidence supporting prosecution. I'll let you find that. Okay. Did you attend that meeting? I would think so. When I saw this, I believe I was at the meeting. Okay. The Inspector General, I believe, in the report, published notes from the meeting, and one of them says, this is a quote, "want to insulate DOJ from criticism about how we did this work." Do you remember who wrote that? I don't. It usually would note who wrote the notes, but no, I don't know who wrote that. Summers. Do you know who discussed it at the... These are notes of a meeting, I take it. Do you recall that topic coming up at the meeting? Let me look at this. I believe the general discussion would have been, so I don't see a prosecutable case at this point. That would have been the team telling me or us that. The next thing appears to be the same thing, sort of reporting up. Want to insulate DOJ from criticism about how we did this work. No daylight between FBI management and investigative team agents regarding view of criminal liability. I don't really know the specifics of that, but to me, and just in context and knowing the type of interaction we might have, it may have been a discussion of, are we on the same page with the Bureau? Are the agents seeing it the same way the team, the DOJ folks, are seeing it? And if I may interrupt, like I said earlier, getting your story straight, getting the narrative lined up. To continue with Toscas. And in that context, there may be how you get rid of that third line of, want to insulate DOJ from criticism about how we did this work. I don't know if that's someone's thoughts that they're writing or whether that was specifically stated, but the general sense I get from this was a conversation about your reporting this. Is the Bureau in the same place? We want to make sure, if people are all rowing in the same direction, that's fine. But if not, if there's some other view that we're not aware of, that as well. And more along the lines of what I was saying earlier, that at the end of the day, I firmly believe that we were in the best position possible if DOJ and FBI were in agreement. And I'm so sorry about that. I didn't think I was that close to the desk. If DOJ and FBI were in agreement, and we were satisfied with not only the steps that we had taken, the decisions we made, and the final determination. Q. So is that a general concern, though? I mean, this was a high-profile case. Maybe it's a concern in all high-profile cases, but that you would get criticism? I mean, was that going throughout this investigation? Was there a backdrop of, are we going to get criticized? Look, realistically, in this line of work, especially with high-level people, I think people will generally always at least have some concern or thought about, the quote-unquote blowback you might get depending on what direction you go in. And there's some that, no matter what, there's going to be people who are unhappy on one side of the equation or the other. So I think that there's a general understanding of that, and a healthy one, not one that sort of affects or impacts how the actual decisions that you make, but understanding that, there's obviously going to be a consequence to whatever decision is made at the end. Excuse me just a moment. Lips were dry. Now they're not. This is pretty good stuff. Let me just do an unpaid advertisement. This is called Sky Bomb. You can get it through Dollar Shave Club, which I highly recommend for everybody out there. Great products, great prices, awesome delivery. They're really on top of their stuff. I've been using them for years. They're Their shave cream is incredible. I think they call it's either shave cream or shave butter. It's amazingly good. Their razors are top end, really really high end razors. I use the executive, the 5 or 6 blade razor, um, and they have great body wash, facial wash, just all kinds of really terrific stuff. So, dollarshaveclub.com. Check into it. I think actually the address is here. Let me look it up real quick because I think this is really important. If you're not in it already, you should check into it. I think it's DSC. No, yeah, it might be DSC.com. Let me check here. No, it's somebody else. So yeah, go to just do a search for Dollar Shave Club. That's all you need to do, and I think you will be very very happy with that decision. Just saying. And again, unpaid advertisement. These people do not sponsor me in the least. The only sponsorship I have is through the ads on the videos, and through Super Chat, and through my PayPal Me account that's in the description. I don't have any standard sponsors. So anything I talk about, like Daily Wire, things like that, um, that's just me talking, giving you my personal recommendation. No strings attached. So there's obviously going to be a consequence to whatever decision is made at the end. Parmeter. So this meeting, where's my mouse? There it is. Parmeter. So this meeting took place in January of 2016. In previous interviews with previous witnesses, we've talked a lot about how Director Comey circulated a draft statement essentially exonerating Secretary Clinton as early as May. This appears to show that at least as early as January, prosecutors were talking about a lack of evidence. Were they talking about it prior to that as well, or is that the first time you remember talking about it? Well, you would start out, depending on where you start out in an investigation, you're starting out from a position ordinarily where you don't have evidence one way or the other. So you're starting from a situation where you don't necessarily have a prosecutable case right off the bat, because you don't know whether the evidence exists or who the potential subjects are. And as that goes, that meter starts to move, potentially starts to shift. And where the needle is not shifting, it's sort of, you're not getting to the point where you're developing enough to where you see an obvious case coming together for a particular charge or against particular people. So I don't know if this was necessarily a conclusion that was reached. It was just based on what they were seeing so far. It just wasn't developing into something that looked like, obviously at that stage, what they were seeing as a prosecutable case yet. But certainly at this stage, it was still, continue collecting as much evidence as we can. We understood that that's the snapshot of where we're at, but it's only one snapshot of many, so continue gathering. Knowing that you were looking at a number of statutes, including 793F, which you've talked about, there was a view that intent was required at that point, January of 2016. Were you? Well, let me ask you this a different way. Do you know how many witnesses had not been interviewed by the FBI as of January 2016? I don't know. Do you think it was more than 20? I honestly don't know. I don't know. The second line suggests to me that this is based on a review of material, but possibly also interviews of those people who are in the chains, literal email chains, and in chains of command, but I don't know. If you're, as a prosecutor, if you're looking for evidence of intent, how valuable is actually interviewing witnesses to determine that, whether it's the subject or just, fact witnesses? It depends on the case. Sometimes you can find good evidence of intent based on other evidence, documentary or otherwise, and sometimes it's based on statements, and sometimes it's a combination of it. But as you might imagine, with respect to some interviews, if what you're banking on is the person to say that they intended to commit a crime, most agents and prosecutors are not going into interviews thinking that that's the type of admission people are going to make, just in the run-of-the-mill case. Fast forwarding to Hillary Clinton interview. At that point, the sort of general consensus consensus hadn't really changed. Do you think that basically the only thing that could have changed their minds was if Secretary Clinton had essentially admitted to passing classified information through an unsecure server or something along those lines? Would that have been, something that changed their minds of whether or not to bring charges? With respect to the mishandling, he's interrupted, yes. Toscas continues, offenses, those suite of offenses that were considered, I think former Director Comey has said, and it's recounted in here, that, to get to that point, and absent a confession at that table, it's probably not going to move the needle on this. But it doesn't mean that there may not be some other avenue. For example, if there's a false statement made, or something significantly inconsistent that a false statement or a lie is made, then that's a different avenue. And of course, that's always available in every interview. Okay, can I follow up a little bit on we talked a little bit about criticism. A Toscas Exhibit 2 is marked in for identification. Parameter. I'm going to show you an email. Do you recognize this? I think I do, yeah. What is that document? I think this is some of the legislative history. Okay, what's the first page of the document? It's an email from me to Rybicki, Jim Rybicki, yes. July 6, 10:34 p.m. What's significant about that date, the July 6th date? Is that the day after the director delivered his statement? It's the day after he made his statement, and it's after our meeting with the Attorney General where the unanimous recommendation was accepted, and possibly prior to congressional activity that then Director Comey, was involved in. Okay, so why did you send that email? I can't remember if it was Jim or somebody else. I'm assuming in discussions with Jim Rybicki in follow-up to the discussion with the briefing, meeting with the Attorney General on the 6th. The prosecutors had referenced some of the legislative history, and he had asked for it. So I'd asked the prosecutors for it, and I forwarded it to him. And in your mind, was it prayer? Was it to... This is what it says. And in your mind, was it to prayer, talking points for the director? I believe they meant prior. Yeah, that would have had to have been prior. Was it to prepare testimony? Was it to respond to public, critiques of the FBI activity? No, I thought that... I shouldn't say no. Are you guys going to read this into the record? I shouldn't say no. I'll just tell you what I thought. I thought that this was in response to the director hearing the DOJ team talk about the statute and the legislative history. I thought this was a request coming from him because he's, a smart guy and probably just wanted to put his eyes on the actual legislative history after hearing more about it. And whether that was going to then be used by him as some sort of talking points or as part of his testimony or public statements, maybe. But the way I saw it, it was a good lawyer having their interest piqued by some of the discussion and saying, hey, can I see some of that with my own eyes? Okay, obviously, legislative history isn't the most exciting thing in the world to read, but he wanted to see it and we passed it along. Sometimes it's not the most interesting. Okay, I get what's going on here. It's just they're referring to the subject of it. They're not going to need to read the actual text of it because it's a piece of very dry legislative history and there's no reason to read it into the record. The important part is that he sent legislative history to Comey or to Rybicki, one of the two, or through Rybicki to Comey. I got it now. Not all that sharp all the time. Okay, so question, sometimes. So to your knowledge, you just mentioned maybe it was the director. Did anyone specific at the FBI contact DOJ after the statement related to gross negligence and ask about, for background information on that? Again, to the best of my recollection, this is after the meeting with the AG, with the Attorney General, and after hearing what the team had to say about the history, legislative history, and other aspects of 793F. Jim Rybicki saying, hey, does the team have any of that material that the director can look at? Whether the director asked him for that or whether as his chief of staff, as the director's chief of staff, he thought this might be good for me to look at or for the director to see, I'm not really sure. Sometimes you don't know whether the principal is asking for it or not. But either way, I thought it's just a follow-up to what they had heard at the meeting. Excuse me. I've got, I think, moisture air coming through the window because the wind's right off the lake. And I live very close to Lake Michigan. So I think that's helping keep my mouth from drying out as quickly as it had been previously before I opened the window. Okay, so Toscas, I thought it's just a follow-up to what they had heard at the meeting. Question, okay, we talked a little earlier about your role as the Deputy Assistant Attorney General overseeing CTS and a section of CES. Would it be fair to say that in that section of CES, the mishandling cases, the decision whether to charge or not charge ultimately is with you or with someone else? I would definitely play a role in the decision. In most instances, our chief and deputy chief in CES are terrific, professionals and experts at this. So they would develop a case with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and if it reached the point of charging and they thought it should be charged, yes, they would make the recommendation. It would come either to me or through me, depending on, the particular AAG involved and the approval level that they may or may not want. But I would play a role in it, whether it's simply to defer to them and accept their recommendation, or to, decide some aspect of it myself. Maybe we should charge it this way as opposed to that way, or charge these counts and not that count. And in other instances, it would go to the AAG for discussion. And in some cases, I would say that, depending on who's in charge, potentially we would not make a charging decision until we fully briefed department leadership, depending on the type of case. Is that what happened in the mid-year exam case? Mid-year exam, it's a little different than a prosecution, and I think sometimes it gets lost in the review with all the review of this. A declination decision is different from a prosecution decision, in my mind. If prosecutors and agents working on a case think that a case should not be brought, I think it's highly, highly unlikely that anybody in any supervisory position above them is going to say, no, 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 no. You experts who know the facts best, you're wrong, charge the case. So a declination decision is not so much, to me, a decision. It's a concurrence or an acceptance of the career folks' determination, as opposed to a prosecution decision, which is, hey, this one might be a close call, or this one should be charged, and, we're talking about charging it this way or that way. That may require the folks up the chain to say, yes, you should do it. You're approved to move forward. Let's do it this way. Let's not change that count. Maybe we don't change that count now, things like that. There's more of an actual decision-making role. I'm sorry, my leg is just itching like mad. Okay. There's more of an actual decision-making role for people above. But with the declination, I hope my explanation was clear. I think it would be very, very strange for people above to sort of reverse the decision or the recommendation if it's a recommendation for a straight declination. Baker, was that the case in mid-year? It was an across-the-board unanimous decision? Toscas interrupts. Yes, Baker, for declination, it was. Baker, do you know if that was an easy vote for the folks that had input into it, or was there a back and forth bringing people that thought it should go forward to the side of declination, or was it pretty easily a declination for everybody involved? My understanding is that it was reached without any sort of contentiousness. There was from what I understood, no alternative or contrary view among the team meaning both FBI and DOJ folks working on it. So as indicated in the report and in the statement that the AG ultimately released, she accepted the unanimous recommendation, and that's the way I saw it from everything that I experienced with the team. Okay? This is a random question, not even a question. I want your opinion on a statement. The notion that there is a deep state conspiracy about anything is laughable. And I'll just add, this is my adding, this is in reference to a deep state conspiracy at DOJ or FBI. The statement is, The notion that there is a deep state conspiracy about anything, and I'm adding at the FBI or DOJ, that was the context, is laughable. So, unquote. What is your thought or opinion on that? Without knowing who made the statement, not that that would matter, honestly, I don't even know what deep state means. It may mean different things to different people. But oftentimes when I hear the phrase, it is my general understanding of it, what I've come to understand is that it's long-term public servants who have been around a long time, who hold certain, private, silent views and shape the inner workings of the institution based on them. I mean, that's my general understanding of what this means. Obviously, I can't help but think that folks may look at someone like me, who's been there for 25 years, devoted my entire life to what I believe is one of the greatest institutions on the planet, and it may not seem as honorable public service, but it may be seen in this light. So to the extent that, that's what it means, and there's that suggestion, I just can't agree with it. I don't agree with it. And to the extent that it would necessarily include someone like me and my long-term colleagues, I find that laughable because obviously I know myself and I know my colleagues. But I've been around long enough, through changes in administrations, changes in the political leadership of our country and our department, I get that over time the career workforce is sometimes seen by the incoming political workforce, who are our partners, our brothers and sisters in what we do, for however long they're in office. In DOJ, there's always been a suspicion or a reticence, to sort of embrace the career folks right off the bat, because incoming political appointees arrive with their political counterparts, and the existing people there, for whatever reason, I think even mentally, may seem like, oh my gosh, they must be holdovers from the last team. This is a very long answer, so let me break in for a second. I'm going to name three people, actually. Sally Yates, Andrew McCabe, and James Comey. All political holdovers, all resigning in disgrace or being fired. In fact, now that I think about it, all three of them were fired. Yates was fired by Trump. McCabe was fired by OPR at the FBI. And Comey was fired by Trump. Picasso knows puts it perfectly. Speaking for George Toscas, I would have put that in quotes, just so you're saying, just to say, it would have, if you'd put it in quotes, it would have been dead on perfect. But I'm going to give it to you anyway. She says, "I am part of the deep state and don't recognize the difference." That is beautiful. That is beautiful. In other words, when you've been there long enough, you don't even know that you're deep state. And again, obviously, the way this investigation worked out, the way mid-year exam worked out, and the fact that they were looking for a piece of quotes take too long. Yeah, heaven forbid, shift right pinky. Yeah, that's a toughie. But no, I'm kidding with her. But no, the whole mid-year exam. I mean, George was at the top of it for the DOJ, and look how he let it go. The fact that he allowed the Clinton meeting to become as insanely large as it did shows right there that he really had no control over it. So now, was that a measured lack of control, that he did that on purpose? Or is he just not the great administrator he says he is? He's been promoted often enough, so I'm going to have to say, from what the evidence that's presented, in this particular instance, George Toscas decided to let things ride for Hillary. My opinion. To continue with Toscas. And I think it's a very dangerous way of looking at career public servants, because if that's the case, then I'm a holdover of multiple political leaders. And it just can't be that I'm a Clinton holdover, I'm a Bush holdover, an Obama holdover. I will hopefully at some point, if my tenure continues down the road, someone may think that I'm a Trump holdover then at the next stage. Don't worry, George. Just because you are a holdover for those things doesn't mean someone's going to think of you as being for Trump. Not going to happen. To continue. Yes, men get promoted, most certainly. And to interject again, one of the top reasons that people get promoted or at least stay in their positions, that they stay employed, one of the very top reasons is that they get along with their coworkers. Job performance is below that by several steps. Think about that. So I'm a Trump holdover then at the next stage. This is Toscas still. So I think it's dangerous to look at us that way, but it's something that on a lower level, we, the career folks, deal with whenever there's a change in administration. But it really has, obviously, it's something that has gained much more prominence. And to the extent that that's what people mean when they refer to us long-term employees that way, I just don't see it. I mean, if any administration incoming had said we were, holdover, deep state from the prior administration, each administration would necessarily be wrong. They would have to be because we can't be holdovers of everybody. Well, you were under 16 years of Democrats and 8 years of Republicans. So there's that, George. So I don't know. Long-winded answer, but I'm actually baffled by the concept. I've always been baffled by it, but my rambling has some indication of my struggles with trying to come to grips with it. Okay? Going back, we talked a little while ago about it would be very obvious if someone were trying to steer something in the direction that was completely contra to the evidence or the investigation to date. At DOJ, and including DOJ components, is there an obligation of employees to report misconduct that they're aware of on the part of other employees? Yes. And if you are aware of misconduct and you don't report misconduct, are you then also committing misconduct by not reporting that? I don't want to speak definitively on behalf of the department on that point. My view is that it must be that you, yourself, are opening yourself up to disciplinary action if you are aware of or witness to misconduct, especially if you are witness to it and don't report it. But I would please ask to defer to the relevant ethics professionals and disciplinary officials at the department for that. It's my own sense, because obviously that's the way I would conduct myself, and I would expect those around me to conduct themselves like that. But whether it's technically accurate, I just don't know. Okay? More specifically to mid-year, were you ever in a meeting, or aware of a meeting, or discussion, or of any kind of communication, where former Attorney General Lynch told Director Comey to refer to the Clinton investigation as a matter? As the IG report points out, I was one of a very few people in a meeting where that topic was discussed. Your question is phrased in a manner that would suggest, and I didn't want to just say yes because it suggests that she directed him to say it a certain way. It's very publicly known that that's the way he interpreted it, and my view of the meeting is very well laid out in the IG report, and I saw it less as a direction to do it that way and more of a discussion of that's the way she would do it. She's his boss, George. Come on. And if that was the case, if it was just well, that's how I would do it, then why was the statement made by you? Well, I guess you're now the Federal Bureau of Matters. Come on, George. Continuing. In the context of discussing the ongoing investigation or making reference to the investigation, what I recall is that she thought that consistent with our obligation to not discuss ongoing investigations. That way, she would ordinarily be able to comply with that, but still provide an answer if asked is, by referring to a certain thing as a matter. And then it does not involve the use of the word investigation. And even though people may take from it that there's an investigation, it's not the Attorney General or the FBI Director who, whatever government official is speaking, confirming that it is in fact an investigation. It's already been leaked, Mr. Toscas. It's already out there. The statement has been made, both to the press and to Congress. So I don't see what your line of reasoning is here at all. To continue, so there's a lot of it in the IG report, and I know a lot of attention was put on it by them, and I would defer and direct you to that. but I'm happy to direct any questions based on it, and if I might refer to it just to refresh my recollection. That's a good answer. We've previously heard, and you've sort of indicated today, that the FBI and the department were, your words were not lockstep. I've heard the words lockstep before, but there were constantly back and forth on decisions and updates. It doesn't sound like, with the exception of the July 5th press announcement of the FBI, it sounds like the FBI and the department were pretty much always on the same page, other than disagreements that were ultimately worked out. You had indicated earlier that, I think you said, that it was your anticipation, that when a press announcement would be made, that it would be a joint press announcement. You, the department, were totally taken off guard with what the FBI did in regarding the press announcement? Yes. Was there anybody at the department that, in your opinion, might have been relieved at what the FBI did because it took some of the heat off of the department? I don't recall anyone expressing relief. I just can't imagine that anyone would have reacted that way. As I said before, I referenced the IG report. I said it earlier today. I thought it was critically important for the FBI to be a part of the conclusion and final determination in whatever statement was made. But I would not characterize it as relief to have them. Boy, I really got in the weeds there. Let me start one more time. But I would not characterize it as relief to have then realized that there was a unilateral decision made to go a different direction. So you're not aware of personally even any unofficial discussions about the FBI doing. Are you aware of anybody just casually saying at the department, I'm actually glad Comey did that, or something to that effect? No, I don't recall anyone expressing anything like that. Okay. Toscas. I could see why you would ask that, because there might be a tendency to be like, he basically took it all, took the heat all on his own, or took the brunt of whatever criticism is coming on his own. So I appreciate the question, but I don't recall anyone reacting that way. You got to give George Toscas credit. He is an insightful person. He really can see his way around a topic. And so he's a well-trained lawyer, basically. So, I don't believe some of his testimony, to be sure, but you have to have respect for the mind. But I don't recall anyone reacting that way. Okay. On the topic of Mr. Weiner's laptop, what was your involvement in, or what do you know about it? But specifically, did you have any role in getting the Bureau to move quicker on it than they were, or finding out what the status of it was, or, Toscas, there has been some public reporting about, that I played some role in bringing it back or raising it to someone and getting the thing moving forward. And I understand the thread that someone is trying to weave with it, and it somewhat overlays with the facts. But the bottom line is that what we now know looking at the IG report, which obviously we didn't have the benefit of at the time, was when I first learned of the actual laptop, it was from a call that I got from a U.S. Attorney's office that was handling the underlying separate investigation involving Mr. Weiner. And when I was made aware of that, I then had our team call the FBI headquarters to discuss it, had a conference call with them in New York to discuss it. It was all laid out in the IG report, but I'm just trying to summarize it. Had a discussion with them about it, what's on it, what they were able to see on it based on the scope of the search warrant that they had already obtained for it for separate purposes. And it's my understanding now, after reading the IG report, that the following, a few days later, after one of our morning briefings, I asked Andy McCabe, hey, what's the status of that? And unbeknownst to me, but the IG lays it out, that question to him then caused him to go back to his people and say, what's the status of this? And what the IG report reveals is that the FBI, some people in the FBI, had been aware of the laptop and the importance of the laptop for about a month. And so my asking Andy about it is based on, the then recent discussions we had with the FBI and New York folks was seen as sort of characterized in public reporting as, Toscas, sort of prodded them and got them to move on it. It may have had the effect of sort of him asking his team what's the status, but not quite the way it was publicly characterized. not quite accurate. Now we're at 3:09 p.m., so we're 24 minutes behind. We're doing good. We've only got, what was it again? About 13, 14 pages to go, so life is good. Baker, did you get a reporting back through channels as to what the status was when you made the inquiry of Deputy Director McCabe? At that point, we were engaged with the agents on the case at a lower level, and agents and prosecutors from New York. Wow, I looked away and totally lost my thread there. At a lower level, and agents and prosecutors and agents in New York, so I don't think I needed an update from him. But definitely we were working together to sort of examine what it was and the steps that we needed to take with respect to it, if any. And ultimately, we moved forward and got a search warrant for it. Excuse me. Ooh, the tea got perfect at the bottom there, Picasso knows. Perfect amount of honey, right? Real nice. Question. Did the people at those levels give you any explanation or reason for why it had been acted on prior to your inquiry? No, I don't believe so. And just, again, one of the things that sort of now, after the fact, looking at it, even myself looking at it after the fact, you sort of lose sight of what you're thinking right at that moment. But sometimes when something comes up and you think it might be significant, even though you might want to know, like, why didn't we know about this earlier? That type of question has to wait until later because you are literally trying to actually do whatever needs to be done at that point. So for sure, I'm sure when I first learned about this and we started going through the details of it, I'm absolutely positive in my mind, I was like, why wasn't that flagged earlier? Why wasn't it raised earlier? But, it's sometimes unproductive to try to do a triage on what happened a month before when you actually have now work to do going forward. So now, looking at the IG report, it lays it all out, like all the information as to who knew what and when. And it's a big part of, what the IG, some of the IGs, review and conclusion. So I'll let that speak for itself. And if you don't remember, the IG concluded that Peter Strzok knew about the laptop almost immediately and did nothing until the New York field office, as Picasso knows, put up earlier. The FBI field agents in New York called the FBI headquarters and talked to, obviously, a couple of people, including Toscas, who found out about it at least. And they told them, if you guys don't do something about this laptop, we're going to tell everybody that you haven't acted on it because we don't be the ones to take the hit. McCabe got involved. Strzok got a fire lit under him. Toscas got the search warrant, and they finally got an image of the laptop down to Washington, and they didn't have time to search it before the election, which was the entire plan. Comey's announcing that the investigation was reopened was another insane act by a stupid director. Even I'm very much against the Hillary candidacy, very much against it, but still, I recognize that was a bull blank move. Should never have been done. Toscas was right. It was completely against protocol. It was completely against historic action. Never should have been done. Did it cost her the election? I still don't think so. I think everybody was baked in 8 days before the election, 9 days before the election. So that wasn't that big of a deal. But it should never have been done. But Strzok's slow rolling it, in my opinion, was based purely on the fact that he didn't want any information to come out before the election because he now had switched his focus from not protecting Hillary, protecting the investigation of Hillary to trying to run Trump up a flagpole, completely without predicate, by the way. And then when the Hillary thing came up, he had to switch gears and then go back to what do I do now status. And he decided that he would wait because that way he could focus on Trump. And if he got the emails out ahead of the election, if they looked at the laptop before the election, then that would take the focus off of Trump, his team's focus off of Trump, and put it back on Hillary. And he didn't want that. He wanted everyone to be on Trump, and so he slow-rolled the laptop to try to keep it out of view. If it hadn't been for the New York field office raising a stink, he might have gotten away with it. Okay, so Toscas' last sentence, so I'll let that speak for itself. Okay, he's by. Question. Were you ever told at the time that the reason it hadn't been more quickly acted on, the laptop, it was due to some prioritization of other work matters? No. And like I said, I really didn't want to push on it, and I didn't push on it because our focus was, let's actually figure out if there's some importance to it and what we need to do with respect to it, and actually do the things that we need to do. So no, I don't recall hearing any rationale. The FBI attorneys that were on mid-year, you had indicated, certainly Jim Baker, redacted, Trish Anderson, were they the same attorneys for the Russia investigation, or were there others? I assume Jim Baker, and Tricia as the general counsel and deputy general counsel are involved in everything, so I would assume so. Redacted, I can't be sure. I would think so, but I don't have a memory of that for sure that she was. Question. These two investigations aside, based on your 25-year history at the department, specifically your national security experience, were these the right bureau people, lawyers, and investigators to have on these particular cases? I believe so. Like at the time, I mean, these are the people that we work with, these are the people that we were in the trenches with, working numerous cases like this. So yes, I would think that they were the right folks. Question. There's nobody in your experience that you didn't see on the team that caused you to ask even just yourself, I wonder why so-and-so is not on the investigative team, or why somebody isn't on the lawyer team? No. And honestly, I don't know all of the line agents. Obviously, I know a lot of them and have seen them in passing, but I didn't have a whole heck of a lot of interaction with them. But even from our team, I think that they had a sense that the people who were on it were the people who should be on it. I never heard anyone say, like, hey, isn't this a great case that so-and-so should be on? Why don't we pull him or her in? I don't recall anyone ever flagging anything like that, so it doesn't stand out to me. Would the same be true at DOJ, as far as their assembled team? Is there anybody that you felt should have been on it, somebody that wanted to be on it that had the credentials, but for whatever reason, wasn't allowed on it? No. Look, I'm very, very comfortable and happy with the people who were on it. I think they did an outstanding job. They are professionals of the highest degree, superbly competent, very smart professional people. I'm very pleased with the team that we had. And obviously, you had 2 assistant U.S. attorneys. You have 2 for folks from Maine Justice. You have people with expertise in the type of statutes and conduct you're looking at. You have years and years of seasoned prosecutorial experience on that team. I think it was a good team. Obviously, there were bumps along the way, and folks butted head on things here and there, but collectively, I think it was a great team. Thank you. Mr. Parmenter steps in. Sorry about that. No problem. Do you know how many interviews the FBI conducted of redacted? I think redacted was 3. The IG report goes through it in detail. I think it was 3. The IG report also says that the highest level department official, this is a quote, I believe, involved in substantive decision-making regarding the culling testimony and laptops, including the decision to grant immunity, was Toscas. Glad they saved this for last. Did you actually make the final decision on whether or not to grant his immunity? I only hesitate. I would expect that I would have. It may not come in the form of, hey, give me a recommendation, let me make a decision. It may have come in the form of, we are laying this out for you. We think this is the road we are going to go down. We are going to give him immunity. This is why we are going to do it. And obviously, always important that our agents are on board with that. I'm not really sure if we went through that whole process of laying it all out for me, but with certainty, our team would, make the judgment whether or not that should be done. And I had no reason whatsoever in any of the calls that were made in that regard to second guess it or overrule it. Excuse me. Q. After it had been granted, to your knowledge, was Mr. Redacted forthright in his interviews? From my understanding, when they got done with that final interview, and I think the IG report even quotes someone as saying, "It all makes sense now. Like the first time they talked to him, I think there were issues with his attorney." Right. There were some questions about his representation and whether that attorney was, I don't want to disparage whoever the attorney may have been, but whether, they were putting him in the best position in talking to us. But obviously, once he got immunity, or got the immunity letter and talked through the entire thing, the sense from the team was, okay, we got the story from him now. It makes sense. It's consistent with Sorry about that. It's consistent with the other information we have obtained and with the forensics, and so they were comfortable with it. That's not to say, there was at least some concern and consideration over the first 2 times you were talking. You don't want to be talking to someone 3 times, right? Right. Let me interrupt before he launches into another soliloquy here. That's the second instance I know of them talking to someone twice and getting lies both times, not charging them with lying to the FBI, and then giving them immunity afterwards. The other one is the guy who wiped the server with BleachBit after the protection order had been placed on it. He said he did it on his own. And even after he got immunity, he said he did it on his own. But both of them lied to the FBI, and neither of them, as I like to say, were rung up for it. Compare that to Mueller. So, answer. When we talk to someone, we want the truth for the first time. The first time. We want the full scope of what they have to say the first time. But it doesn't always happen that way. There were some unique circumstances with him, so I think that it caused people to pause and hesitate and consider it. Our team definitely did. They certainly wanted to fully scrub the decision to give him the immunity letter. I think with Redacted, what they ended up doing was a proffer letter first, and then immunity for the third. And the proffer letter, obviously, is just a queen for a day letter used very frequently by agents and prosecutors around the country just to get the person in the door and to open up. And so by the end, notwithstanding the concerns folks had along the way, I think that the information he provided was helpful to the team. Okay, shifting slightly, Lisa Page told us in another transcribed interview that the FBI wanted to get the Mills and Samuelson laptops not because there would be different evidence there, but because of credibility. It was about our credibility to be able to say we ran down every investigative lead. It sort of goes back to what we were talking about before, about, is it more about being able to credibly say you did that or obtaining evidence? Another thing she said was that the line prosecutors didn't think it was going to change the outcome of the investigation, which the FBI agreed with. Did you have discussions with anybody on your team about whether or not those laptops might contain evidence that would change the outcome of the investigation? Yeah, from my perspective, thanks for sharing that she said that about the credibility thing. I'm sure that looking back on it now, had we not gotten them, it would be an enormous credibility thing, right? To say, was it credibly completed? But at the time, what you're looking at is this an investigative step that is reasonable at this time and could have produced potentially evidence? I can't tell you the number of times as a prosecutor working with agents, we take investigative steps that we may think are not going to bear any fruit, and every now and then they do. And other steps that we think we're going to hit a gold mine, we get nothing. So we don't know what we are going to get and see until we actually get it and see it. There are knowns, there are unknowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. And so in this respect, back to Toscas, while there may have been some separate concern about credibility, in looking at these items, determining whether they were relevant, and whether seeing the contents of them for our purposes was a reasonable investigative step, it certainly was. The assessments of the likelihood of things being on it of investigative interest obviously also affected the road that, as the report points out, Some of the FBI wanted to go down and using process and warrants and things of that nature, because obviously, when you go down that road, then you have to be able to establish the probable cause that exists and the fact that we expect to get evidence from it. So those two things are a little bit in tension if people at the Bureau want to use warrants, but then only want to do it for credibility purposes. From my standpoint, we are taking investigative steps to try to find evidence. And here I believed, as everyone did, there's potentially relevant evidence on here, and we are looking at the path that will get us those things in the quickest manner. Let me interject here. Once again, they're talking about the quickest manner, not the most effective or the most productive manner. In the case of the Mills and Samuelson laptops, Mills and Samuelsons were witnesses, but they were also lawyers to Clinton. And they were pushing back on the FBI and DOJ's request to turn those laptops over because they said they contained attorney-client work product and they could not be seen without violating attorney-client privilege. And so what they finally got through with the DOJ and the FBI was that they would scrub those laptops of work product, attorney-client work product, and then turn them over. So once again, the FBI and the DOJ allowed material that had evidentiary possibilities to be manhandled by the people who were trying to protect the subject of the investigation. The FBI has a system called the Chinese Wall. And it is set up in such a way that if a piece of equipment, a piece of digital equipment comes in, and there is a chance there's attorney-client privilege on it, attorney-client work product on it, that's covered by privilege, that the Chinese Wall people can screen that out. And they are under oath to never divulge any of that. And then once they screen that out, they turn over the other part of the image with the part that the investigators want to look at for evidence, and the investigators get a look at that without ever touching attorney-client work product. But that's not what the FBI and DOJ did in this case. They let the attorneys scrub it. The attorneys for Clinton. What could go wrong? So yeah, all this quickest stuff. Quickest. It's got nothing to do with doing it right, George. Nothing. Okay, back to Toscas. And so at the end of the day, we are able to do it. Did we have some internal bruises along the way, butting heads? Sure did. But there was a lot of nuance involved in that discussion because I think, as former Director Comey said at one of his speeches, doing a search warrant to obtain a lawyer's laptop that has lawyers' attorney-client privilege materials that has nothing to do with our investigation, that is in the, it says position, it should say possession of another lawyer at their law office, is not an easy thing to just go get a search warrant for. So I think he said we could have been mired in litigation for 5 years. But we were able to get the things, and the agents and technical forensic folks were able to analyze it after what I just said happened. Now here's the thing. Mueller had no problem raiding Michael Cohen's office, home, and hotel room in a dawn raid, an early morning raid. Had no problem taking over laptops and hard drives and thumb drives and files full of attorney-client work privilege. Had no problem with that. So what's the difference here, George? Can you explain it to me? So at the end of the day, did it change things? Back to Toscas. It didn't. But I'd much rather have it done and know that it had no effect than not have it done. Question. So did any of those folks that we have just mentioned, Mills, Samuelson, Beth Wilkinson, or redacted, they were all interviewed as part of this process, correct? Wilkinson, no. She is an attorney for He's interrupted. Wilkinson was an attorney, correct? Okay. But the other three were? Yes. Well, I thought Mills and Samuelson were attorneys too. They were certainly allowed to be attorneys during the Clinton interview. Make up your mind, folks. Did they tell you anything, you or the Bureau, about any of the emails that were deleted by BleachBit? Just generally. I think that what we learned from, we call them, they're referred to as the culling laptops. Because the laptops, all the emails were uploaded to them, and then these two individuals, Mills and Samuelson, were, I believe, as laid out in the IG report, their directive was to take all work-related emails from them and to turn them over to state, as I just said. And so our understanding was that that's what they did, that they removed what they considered to be work-related emails, and then all of the emails, both work-related and non-work-related, remained on their laptops. And they told Redacted, okay, we're done. They had asked him to put them on their laptops and then told him, we're done, please remove them. And I don't think that, I'm not sure, but I would ask you to please refer to the IG report. I don't know if they had any idea what BleachBit was, but he used it to remove them from the laptops. Question, right. I'm not asking if they knew anything about BleachBit, just did they know anything about the emails that were removed, and if they conveyed that to either your line prosecutors or anyone else at the DOJ or anyone at the FBI, to your knowledge. I can't say it with specificity whether they were able to articulate examples of the emails that they considered to be not work-related, because no one had access to them to sort of point to them and say, was this work-related or was it not? I don't know. I don't know if they went into any further characterizations in their interviews as I sit here. I don't know whether they said anything further than, we only turned over work-related emails. So you don't remember or you didn't read their 302s. Interesting. Question. Well, so let me ask you about that because I'm sort of struggling to understand part of it. There was a determination made by attorneys there was a determination made by attorneys for Secretary Clinton about what was work-related and what was not. And they turned over what they had determined to be work-related to the FBI and DOJ and the rest of it. No, I'm sorry, to the State Department. To the State Department, I'm sorry. The rest of it went, was removed from the laptops. Did anyone during the course of this investigation on your team, express a concern that they were the ones turning over potential evidence in a criminal case and they were deciding what was relevant and what was not? What was your feeling about that? It just seemed sort of, and granted, you're the professional, but it just seemed sort of odd that they would decide what was potentially relevant. Yeah, so it is a significant thing that it's not what they were determining what was relevant because it wasn't. There was no investigation at that point. What they were doing was in response to a FOIA request, is my understanding. It was in response to a FOIA request that the State Department received. So why were you guys interested in them? Or when? The State Department asked them to turn over her emails, Secretary Clinton's emails, since she used a private email server or address, and address. And from what I understand, the State Department said, it's up to you to determine what's work-related and what's not work-related. So it's up to you, Secretary Clinton, to determine that. So Secretary Clinton tasked her attorneys to go through her emails and to turn over the work-related emails. And so that's what they did, what they claimed to do. Well, there's your problem right there, what they claimed to do. And they turned over 30,000+ emails to the State Department. So it's not that they were determining, is this relevant to some criminal investigation? Is it work-related? Those were the facts that we have, and so that's what we worked with. Oh my God, I'm never going to get out of this. You just said that's what they claimed to do. Do you think for one moment, Mr. Toscas, that Hillary, Mills, and Samuelson would have said to each other, there's certain things we can't let the State Department get a hold of because they show we had confidential and higher rated materials on the private server, which was backed up on these laptops? I'm dumbfounded. I am absolutely dumbfounded. Question, right? Fair enough. Okay, so let me, more generally then, would you ever in a criminal investigation allow someone to decide what material the FBI and DOJ can have as evidence, when that is in their possession? Would that ever been an acceptable state of affairs in a criminal investigation? I'm not asking about FOIA. Forget the, question of relevance. But if it were a criminal investigation and you were asking them to turn that over, would you ever allow the potential defendant to determine what was work-related and what was not? Toscas. The work-related versus non-work-related isn't necessarily relevant to our inquiry. It was relevant to the FOIA process, and that's why that distinction was used. But okay, let's remove ourselves from the reality of what happened. If the laptops existed at the time we were doing our investigation, and we believed that 60,000 plus emails were on that had transited through the email server existed on that laptop, we would have taken that laptop and searched it ourselves within the scope of a properly scoped warrant for any evidence of the offenses that we were reviewing. So again, that's not the facts we had in front of us, but we would not say, give us work versus non-work related. Right. We would say, we are going, he's interrupted, give us everything and we will make the determination. Answer, we'll look at it. Again, not the facts that we had before us, but certainly what I would have expected we would have done. Baker, I guess I would ask just a final question. Is there anything you want to tell us? Keep it clean. Finally, another joke. This has been a very dry hearing. Nothing like Gia Cologne's. Nothing like it. And certainly not as hilarious as Cohen's. Again, Cohen's a piece of dirt, if I may say so, without breaking child listening protocols. But yeah. Cohen's funny. Cohen's a funny guy. But Gia Cologne is someone I respect and is funny. Toscas, we had 2 laughs in this whole thing, aside from laughable answers. Okay, keep it clean. Toscas, no, I'm glad I could answer your questions. I hope they are helpful to your inquiry, and I don't have anything else to add. Thank you. Parmeter, I believe our Democratic colleagues are. Are you guys good? Okay, let's go off the record. Whereupon at 3:29 p.m., the interview was concluded. So we ended 33 minutes behind. Considering all of the text that was in these, and remember, if there's a lot of Q&As back and on top of each other, there's a lot more space on these pages. But these long answers really are a time suck when it comes to trying to read these. So I'm glad everybody was able to manage to stay through. So we're done. Again, thank you for being here. Those of you who were here at the beginning and saw the D-Day monologue, I thank you for your attention to that. Those of you who are going to watch this after it posts, you're not hearing me now. You're going to look at it before. But if you do watch the whole thing, thank you for watching it as well. It's a very critical, important part of world history, and I think everyone should be as aware of it as possible. Now, after you look up D-Day, look up the Battle of Midway. As I said yesterday, just as important for the Pacific Theater, and it happened 2 years earlier. Amazingly, it turned the tide of the war in the South Pacific. So, what's that leave us with? Today is Thursday, tomorrow's Friday, which means no reading tomorrow. Well, thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Again, nice of you to come along. I want to thank Picasso Knows, of course, for all her excellent work today. She really went above and beyond the call of duty this time, and I can't thank her enough. And I hope everyone here appreciates her work as well. Jason started things off nicely when he came in with the comment of hammer time. That started me on my little insane parody of that song. And I doubt anyone will find it amusing, but I had fun doing it. You should put timestamps in your comment section. You know, that I was actually thinking that the last few times. The thing is, though, if I write them down, wait a minute. You know what I could do? I could make a note in the chat of what happened when. That way, I could write it down after I I could write it down, and then when it posts, I could put the timestamps in the description. That's a great idea, Jason. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up there and helping me work through it. That's a great idea because there are these little things that I think people would enjoy to just pull out. Maybe not listen to the whole thing, but just check out. And I think the Hammer Time Today thing would have been one of them. So yes. And thank you for your nice words about Picasso Knows. That's very kind of you. So what's next? Monday, 10 o'clock. Who have we got? Jonathan Maffa. Okay, who's Maffa? You know the name. You've heard it. I think he's pretty big in the mid-year exam IG report. Maffa was the Deputy Assistant Director to the FBI. In fact, still was as of when I took all these down. So he's going to be high up there. I don't know exactly what his testimony will entail, though. I can't exactly give you a heads up on that. So check in. If I can find something relevant, I'll post a little video about it this weekend. So you'll know going in Monday whether or not it's something that will interest you. I have a feeling it will. All of these I find interesting, but it should be good. It should be good. And then just to let you know, after Maffa, which is going to be a 2-day thing, because that's 236 pages. So we'll break it up into a pair of days. And then, let's see. After Jonathan Maffa, we've got the illustrious Trisha Anderson. That should be good. We've heard a lot about Trisha Anderson in the last few readings. And she seems to be a pretty key player in all this. So I'm looking forward to that. So basically, so what we've got is Maffa will be next Monday and Tuesday. Anderson will be next Wednesday and Thursday. Both of those are 2-day readings. And then on the Monday after, on the 17th, we will have William Sweeney, who we've all been looking forward to. And then Moyer. Sweeney's a 1-day. Sweeney's a very short day. And if you don't remember, William Sweeney was the FBI New York Field Office Assistant Director in Charge. So he's going to be critical in the testimony about the Wiener laptop. Absolutely critical. Now that's only 114 pages. We'll get through that in about 3 hours. But it'll be a very good time, I'm sure. So that's the Monday after next, the 17th. And then on the 18th, we've got Sally Moyer. And Sally Moyer, if you remember correctly, is the FBI Unit Chief for the Office of Legal Counsel. So that should be very interesting. And then last but not least, and again, these are all in chronological order. I didn't do this to tease things out. But the last reading, which will be, let's see, that will be the Wednesday of that week, the 19th. That is Loretta Lynch. And I'm truly looking forward to that. There's a lot of good stuff coming up, but Sweeney, Moyer, Anderson, and Lynch, those are all going to be great. Again, Maffa, I'll do some research on him and help you decide what you want to do Monday. But Lynch, amazingly enough, is only 191 pages. I have a feeling the Democrats, like they did today, are not going to take their full swing at her. Normally, when you have this short of a time, that short of a number of pages, you've got 2 Republican and then 1 Democrat. And Loretta Lynch was in 12 of 18. In fact, it was the 19th of December, 2018. So this would have been one of the last interviews done before the Democrats took over the House and regained chairmanship of the committees in the House. Doug Collins, being a ranking member on the Judiciary Committee, it's not stopping him from getting this stuff out. So bravo to Doug. But that's where we're at. So Monday, folks, look for something this weekend. If I can pull up on Mafa, I might just do it as a live stream and then post it. It's a lot easier for me to do that than to create something on my editing software. A lot quicker, and we'll get that done. So I'll see you Monday if you don't hear from me before then. And take care. I hope you have a great weekend, and I really appreciate your being here. So until then, so long. How do I say that? I can't remember my exit phrase now. I didn't do it last time. Let's see. Take care. God bless. Happy trails. Thank you. Read George's book.